Chapter 1750 Oath Date the 16th of April 2321 Time 1445 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Headquarters Compound. Wyatt saw that the hostile demigod was being talkative despite having the power to subdue Little Beam and the rest of them. So he concluded that the hostile demigod had no intention of harming Susan, Corey, or Little Beam as of now. Therefore, he dared to interfere in the conversation. "Who are you and why do you keep asking Corey to knock me out?" Susan asked the card apprentice in his late 20s with her brows frowning. Anger for him was visible in her eyes. "Forgive for this, big sis." When Susan turned to confront the morphed Wyatt, Corey made use of the opportunity to knock Susan unconscious as Wyatt repeatedly suggested her to. "I did not know young people have grown this courageous. Or there is something less in the southern region's water that makes you all stupidly brave." Demigod Norley's eyes glanced over morphed Wyatt and Corey before he used a little of his aura to scare them straight. "Didn't I just say I was not done talking with her?" Demigod Norley, who wanted to scare the kids straight, was in for a surprise. He was surprised to see that neither of them was affected by his aura. He could understand Corey being fine since her pet snake was helping her withstand his aura. What about the male card apprentice? He appeared to a card master in his late 20s with zero prospects. How was he able to withstand his aura? Wyatt took the opportunity when Demigod Norley was puzzled and let them go. "Your Highness, please let them go. I will take you to Dalton Wyatt as per your wish." Demigod Norley looked at morphed Wyatt in surprise. He felt something was off about this seemingly average card master, but he could not put a finger on it. What bothered him was that if he had not personally used a little of his aura on the card master, he would not notice the oddity in him. However, before he could answer the card master, the 11 demigods from the Southern Royal arrived and once again surrounded him while keeping what they thought was a safe distance from him. Since their divine sense was not as strong as Demigod Norley's divine sense, it took them a while, but they managed to track him. The divine sense of all demigods varied based on their strength. It was not surprising that the divine sense of demigods who were a few centuries old and in the card demigod realm for a century or few decades was marginally less than the divine sense of a card apprentice who has been in the card demigod realm for more than a millennium. Looking at the 11 demigods, Wyatt shook his head in disappointment. Since their presence was useless in the current situation. Lieutenant Governor. General Spencer looked at Corey carrying Susan under the protection of the ethereal snake spirit body and the unknown card master. She had no idea what going on, but from the looks of it looked like these fools were confronting Demigod Norley. She was not surprised that these young people did not know who Demigod Norley was, since he tended to stay out of the spotlight. In the history books, there were few mentions of him, since he preferred it that way. "Boy, can I take your words seriously? If you try to pull wool under my eyes, I will kill you on the spot and then hunt these two down." Since Lieutenant General Spencer and her two squads arrived, Demigod Norley decided to not waste too much time on useless things and focus on the real reason he was here. He might be strong, but he was not above the treaty of the government and the royal families. "As the world is my witness, I promise to help arrange a meeting between you and Dalton Wyatt right after you let them go." Is this assurance enough? Wyatt made an oath with the world's will as a witness to assure the hostile demigod that he was not lying. The face of Lieutenant General Spencer turned hideous as she heard the morphed Wyatt take an oath to help Demigod Norley meet Dalton Wyatt. It did not take her a second to label him as a traitor and prepared to kill him before he did as he promised. Dalton Wyatt has proven himself to be the hope of the southern region. As a soldier, she believed that for the future of the southern region, sacrificing a city was worth it. Just as Lieutenant General Spencer moved her intent to kill the morphed Wyatt, she felt an insane pressure bombard her mind and physical body. Under the pressure, she barely managed to stay conscious and stand while her knees went weak. Then she heard Demigod Norley warning her, "Little girl, there is a limit to my patience. If you keep pushing your luck and keep getting in my way, I will kill all 11 of you." Demigod Norley did not withdraw his war, pressing on Lieutenant General Spencer. He let her sweat a little more. Turning to Corey, he said, "You can leave. Little Beam, stay here and help him. Don't argue, it is not the time and place." Corey ordered Little Beam, who reluctantly agreed. She unwarped from her wrist and then flew to hover on top of the morphed Wyatt's head. Corey stared at Demigod Norley before nodding at the morphed Wyatt and hurrying to the seed world. She was still under the misunderstanding that Little Beam could take on the hostile demigod. Even more now that 11 allied demigods had surrounded the hostile demigod. "Boy, they have left. Now it is your turn." A few minutes after Corey left with Susan, demigod Norley asked Morphed Wyatt to deliver on his promise. Wyatt looked at the Seed World card in his golden grimoire, and seeing that Corey brought Susan into it, he looked at the hostile demigod and said, "Okay." Chapter 1751 Seeking Death. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1445. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Headquarters Compound. Kid, whoever you are, your actions are harming the people of the South, Lieutenant. General Spencer could not help but yell at the card master, seeing that he was about to reveal the location of Dalton Wyatt to demigod Norley, but before she could finish, Invisible for Force smashed into her. The impact sent her hurling into the nearby structures, which could not break her speed and were destroyed. "This was just a warning. Next time I will aim for your divinity," demigod Norley said as he glanced over the remaining 10 demigods. Then I looked at the card master and waited for his response. However, to his surprise, the card master began to morph. Witnessing the sudden transfiguration of the card master, demigod Norley could not help but frown. Yet he did not hastily act on his first impulse but patiently waited. Not that he trusted the oath the card master took with the world's will as a witness, but he trusted his knowledge of the card apprentice's anatomy and believed the 1,000 ways he could make a soul talk. "Hi, I am Dalton Wyatt. You wanted to meet me." Wyatt morphed into his original form and kept his promise to the hostile demigod. Because of the soul transfer ability of his Calamity Soul Gem, he was not worried that the hostile demigod would kill or worse kidnap him. "Boy, you think this is a joke?" demigod Norley asked Wyatt. "Your Highness, you wanted to meet me, now am I here?" Wyatt replied with a deadly serious stare. He was enjoying every moment of this. "Do you think you have found some kind of loophole? Are you feeling proud of yourself right now? Let me tell you, you are way in over in your head." Obviously, demigod Norley didn't believe that the Dalton Wyatt in front of him was the real Dalton Wyatt. Instead, he believed that the card master was trying to act smart. "Your Highness, what are you going on about?" Wyatt said, acting confused while forcing himself not to burst out into laughter. He did not think could love myriad devil transformation abilities any more than now. Fooling a stuck-up demigod felt so satisfying that he thought of endless possibilities of using myriad devil transformation to pull some serious pranks. "Don't test my Patty." Demigod Norley suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence. His uninterested, stern expression turned into one of shock. He did not believe that the one in front of him was Dalton Wyatt. Yet, what shocked him was that the soul signature and vibration of the card master in his late 20s and the fake Dalton Wyatt in front of him were different. Not different by a little margin, similar to that of a card apprentice using shapeshifting cards, but different like they were two different people. How can one person have two sets of unique soul energy signatures and vibrations? Unless some sort of freaky twin souls one body situation was going on. During his experimentation days, he came across many such cases. However, even in the rare case of twin souls in one body situation, their soul energy signature and vibration, though different, had some markers in them that told that the two souls were related. This was also true for regular siblings and parents and children. But right now, no matter how many times he compares the two different sets of soul energy signatures and vibrations of the card master in his late 20s and the card master claiming to be Dalton Wyatt, he could not find any markers in them indicating that they were related. Quote. Demigod Norley was without words as stared at the card master claiming to be Dalton Wyatt. He was stumped as he had no idea what to make of the situation right now. After he retired from a long life as a researcher, he did not think that there would be things that he would not know or heard about, but with just one visit to this no-name third-rate city in the southern region, his opinion changed. As he found not one or two but 3 anomalies here in Sky Blossom City. Lieutenant Governor General Spencer, who was finally able to walk, limped toward the 10 demigods encircling demigod Norley. Fortunately, demigod Norley did not use all of his strength, or less being caught off guard by his sudden attack she would have been in a worse condition. On her way over, what she saw shocked her to the point where her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Unlike demigod Norley, she was aware of Wyatt's out-of-this-world transformation skill as she had read it in his dossier. Therefore, she knew that the card apprentice who morphed into Wyatt in front of demigod Norley was the real Dalton Wyatt. Just when Lieutenant General Spencer was thinking that the situation had gone out of hand, he was astonished to find that demigod Norley did not believe Wyatt when he said he was Dalton Wyatt. General Spencer was in a dilemma. She did not know what to make of this situation. Lieutenant Governor General could see that Wyatt was trying to hold in his laughter. Seeing this, she shook her head in dismay, wondering what Wyatt was trying to achieve by this. Because angering one of the founding fathers of the current government was not worth it. Besides, what if demigod Norley ends up killing Wyatt thinking that he was fake, or what if demigod Norley figures out that Wyatt was not fake but has been laughing at him and feeling humiliated, he ends up killing Wyatt out of sheer rage. Regardless of the outcome, she knew that things were not looking good for Wyatt. She felt Wyatt was playing with fire and would get burnt to death for his recklessness. She was not the only one who thought as such, the other 10 demigods felt the same. Your Highness, he is indeed Dalton Wyatt. He has a very effective morphing ability, Lieutenant. General Spencer hurriedly informed demigod Norley, knowing that the longer this continued the more humiliation he would suffer and the more enraged he would be. So she decided to put an end to Wyatt's shenanigans. It was just Wyatt who would be paying for his rash actions, then she would not have intervened, but because of his actions, the southern region and its people would lose their hopes, as she had to step in, hoping demigod Norley would be reasonable. Demigod Norley looked at Lieutenant General Spencer, deducing she was not lying to him. He turned to look at Wyatt with an intense gaze. Only he knew what he was thinking. Seeing Lieutenant General Spencer ruin his fun, Wyatt looked at her emotionlessly and humbly said, "What are you guys here for? Get lost. You guys are not good for anything but lying and taking a good beating. Scram, I don't need you." Lt. General Spencer and her subordinates were all taken aback hearing Wyatt's words. They could not believe they were willing to sacrifice their life for this rude kid. They thought they were protecting someone worthy this time around, but turns out they were just being hopeful he was the worst of them all. At least other royal kids knew the time and place to act spoiled, but this one was in the league of his own. "Why are you guys still here? Didn't you hear me order you to get lost?" Wyatt yelled at the 11 demigods again, seeing none of them respond. "Stay here for all I care, useless pieces of shit," Wyatt cussed, getting no response from the 11 demigods. Choosing to ignore them, he turned to look at the hostile demigod and said, "So what do I call you? You do remember your name, or did you forget it with your age and people regularly calling you Your Highness, Your Majesty?" Listening to Wyatt, the jaws of the 11 demigods dropped to the ground. They all wondered if the boy was seeking death. However, they had no idea that Wyatt was indeed seeking death. He believed that once the hostile demigod killed him, he would be on his merry way to whatever coffin he climbed out of. Lt. General Spencer hurriedly corrected Wyatt, informing him, "Dalton Wyatt, mind your tongue. You are in the presence of His Majesty Norley, one of the founding fathers of the current government. It's okay if you do not respect us, but you cannot disrespect His Highness." "Oh, I see," Wyatt nodded, and then glancing at demigod Norley he said, "So you're one of the people who gets a piece of my taxes. I remember paying all my taxes on time. Why else did you want to meet me?" Lt. General Spencer and the other demigods looked at Wyatt and wondered, is this really the genius who is considered the hope of the southern region? Chapter 1752 Divine Perception, Divine Insight. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1450. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. While Lieutenant General Spencer doubted Waititi's intellect, demigod Norley concluded his contemplation, and locking eyes with Wyatt he asked, "Dalton Wyatt, I don't think you are suicidal, then why do you want me to kill you?" As a demigod with over 1,000 years of accumulation, Norley's divine perception had grown to the point it would no longer be appropriate to call it anything but divine insight. Divine perception allowed a demigod to know whenever someone in a lower realm than them was thinking of them anywhere in the world. All it took was them thinking or saying their name, and the demigods would know. This was the reason why people would not dare to badmouth a demigod regardless of whether the demigod was aware of their existence or not. When in their immediate vicinity, demigods could use their divine perception to vaguely see through the thoughts of those in the lower realm. Whereas, when upgraded to divine insight, it allowed the demigod to see through the thoughts of anyone with lower divine insight than them. It also allowed them to perceive the existence of anyone with lower divine insight than them anywhere in the world as long as they knew their true name. When used along with the right combination of rule meanings, there was no limit to the wondrous things the divine insight allowed a demigod to achieve. For example, looking into the past, present, and future of lower realm beings. With demigod Norley's divine insight and arsenal of runes, a card master like Dalton Wyatt should be an open book, but to his astonishment, except for vaguely sensing his present, his divine insight and runes failed him. When he said sensing his present vaguely, he was being generous when a part of him told him that he was perceiving what Wyatt wanted him to perceive and nothing else. If his hunch was true, then it meant that the divine insight that he had nurtured for thousands of years was useless against a 17 or something card master. Demigod Norley's hunch was not baseless, as with his divine insight he should have seen through Wyatt's disguise, but he did not. The card master in his late 20s not only had a completely different soul energy signature and vibration, but he also had an entire set of regular and boring thoughts. As such, his divine insight actually told him that morphed Wyatt was a regular card master with limited potential. Norley could not think of any A-rank card or rune that could allow a card master to achieve something like this. Before arriving here, Demigod Norley tried to use Wyatt's true name to perceive his location in the card world with the help of his divine insight, but he failed. He did not think much of it, believing that the Southern royal family was covering for him. However, now he knew that Wyatt was more than what meets the eye. Not to mention he failed to recognize him when Wyatt revealed himself. During this incident, he had used his divine insight, but it failed him again. All he could hear was Wyatt repeatedly chanting, "I am not fake." Therefore, Demigod Norley believed that the Wyatt in front of him was a fake. Only the fake one would attempt something like this, as it was the well-known method to mislead the divine perception of a demigod. It did not end there. After Lieutenant General Spencer helped him conclude that the card master in front of him claiming to be Wyatt was indeed Dalton Wyatt. He saw the attitude of Wyatt take a sharp turn. He no longer addressed him respectfully, rather he acted arrogant and rude despite the Lieutenant General revealing his identity to him and even going as far as to warn Wyatt not to be rude to him. In this situation, despite his divine insight having failed repeatedly against Wyatt, he decided to use it to hear what Wyatt wanted him to hear. To his astonishment, he heard Wyatt repeatedly uttering arrogant words belittling him. Demigod Norley did not understand why Wyatt was doing this. It was clear that Wyatt was aware he could hear his projected thoughts. So shouldn't he at least try to be humble to deceive him? Instead he has pulled all stops to enrage him. Why did this? This was when Demigod Norley used his divine insight on the demigods from the Southern Royal Palace and was easily able to see through their thoughts without any problem. These so-called strongest of the world were more of an open book to him than the card master. So it was not surprising that these demigods had no idea that what their divine perception was perceiving were not Wyatt's real thoughts but altered thoughts that he was projecting, and believed that Wyatt was seeking death. This was when Demigod Norley realized Wyatt wanted him to kill him. This confused him further. He could not fathom why Wyatt would willingly seek death. Demigod Norley could not believe that he was having to apply his brain against a card master since his divine insight failed. However, to his dismay, even he could not understand why Wyatt wanted him to kill him. The thought that Wyatt had some high-level items or cards given to him by the Southern royal family for his protection up his sleeves, which could be the reason he was arrogant, crossed Demigod Norley's mind, but he knew that thinking like that would be him underestimating Wyatt, since he was able to counter his divine insight with his will alone. He could not think of someone with such a strong will doing something so stupid. They would know that in front of him, any protective measure that the Southern royal family might have left him was useless. Unable to think of a valid reason why Wyatt would want him to kill him, Demigod Norley gave up, and despite feeling shame, he directly asked Wyatt what he was trying to achieve here. Wyatt did not answer Demigod Norley. Instead, seeing that the hostile demigod did not kill him despite him provoking him, he deduced that he was not here to kill him, which could only mean that the demigod was here to kidnap him. With this, Wyatt's plan to get the demigod to kill him out of rage and settle this matter was meaningless. However, he did not stop projecting his arrogant thoughts belittling Demigod Norley. Rest your mind at peace and stop projecting doctored thoughts. I am not here to talk to you as one of the founding fathers of the current government, but as a concerned father, Demigod Norley revealed, letting out a helpless sigh. His stern and emotionless face had eased, but it still did not show any emotions. Lieutenant Governor General Spencer, who heard Demigod Norley say he was here as a concerned parent, remembered him threatening to kill Susan so that Wyatt would seek his daughter. Then, remembering that Demigod Norley's daughter had also participated in the Southern capsule incident, she put two and two together. Understanding why Demigod Norley was here, Lieutenant General Spencer could not believe that the person dubbed as the mad scientist among the founding fathers of the current government was actually a decent father. She found it unbelievable. However, she strongly believed that people do not change but just get good at hiding their flaws. She did not buy into Demigod Norley being a decent father. She thought this was another one of cockamamie projects. Wyatt skeptically looked at Demigod Norley but felt his words were genuine and sincere. Understanding that in front of experts, the trick of projecting doctored thoughts to deceive their divine perception did not work. He stopped projecting false thoughts. After all, was never under the impression that people would not be able to guess that he was immune to divine sense. Though it was a pity that it came to light so soon. As soon as Wyatt stopped projecting doctored thoughts, it did not take long for the 11 demigods from the southern royal family to realize what was actually going on, unable to perceive any thoughts from Wyatt using their divine senses' divine perception. Finding that their entire outlook on life had changed, they all looked at Wyatt as if looking at a monster. However, they all agreed that one had to at least be of this level to be dubbed with the title, Hope of the Southern Region. Well, follow me. I heard that my new tower has an excellent coffee shop. We can chat over a coffee and see if it is worthy of the praises, Wyatt offered, thinking that demigod Norley genuinely wanted to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. With him. From what demigod Norley just said, it was clear that he had already determined Wyatt to be the real Dalton Wyatt. The fact that demigod Norley had not attacked despite conforming to Wyatt's identity was evidence enough that he genuinely wanted to talk with Wyatt as he claimed. Chapter 1753 Retreat. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1455. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. You guys return to your post. I have things under control here. Noticing the 11 demigods follow them, Wyatt ordered them to return to their assigned post, assuring them that he knew what he was doing. Lieutenant Governor. General Spencer wanted to refute but paused, seeing demigod Norley glance at her. He had repeatedly clarified that he was not here on an official business but a personal one. Since he was going to discuss private matters with Wyatt, his short glance at her signaled that he would prefer some privacy. Additionally, with Wyatt himself asking them to leave his side, Lieutenant General Spencer was in an awkward situation. However, moving past the awkwardness, she did not cave to the majesty of the founding and rejected Wyatt's orders, saying, "I cannot do that. Since I have to ensure your safety at all times. How are you going to protect me if he kills you? Don't be stubborn, just leave before he makes you. Besides, I have Little Beam protecting me. She is stronger than all of you put together," Wyatt persuaded Lieutenant General Spencer, pointing at Little Beam, who was hovering over his head to guard against any unseen threat. Wyatt was curious as to why Little Beam did not use her ethereal spirit body to protect him as she did in Sansa and Corey's case, and instead hovered over his head. Was it because he was a male? Snakes do not have gender discrimination, or do they? Wyatt wondered. Then, shaking his head, he thought, it must be because she knew Corey and I did not get along but needed each other. It was not that Wyatt or demigod Norley would mind the presence of the southern royal family's demigods, they could care less. The problem here was demigod Norley's insanely strong divine sense, because of which these demigods were open books for him to read. Wyatt was worried that these demigods would comment something in their thoughts after listening to demigod Norley's problem and enrage him. Wyatt was only looking out for these demigods. Listening to Wyatt compare them to the sinister snake hovering over his head, Lieutenant General Spencer and her subordinates clenched their jaws in anger, but none of them dared to refute him, not because they were cowards but because he was right. The sinister snake could indeed pose a challenge for all of them to defeat it together. Fine. Squad, retreat to your posts, Lieutenant General Spencer finally caved, but her subordinates could not believe their ears. They all were demigods, they had their pride, yet followed the demigod Spencer mostly because she had earned their respect and had little to do with the Southern Watch's training. This was not the Lieutenant General Spencer they respected. Since when did they start following the orders of a card master and a foreign entity? Did you not hear me? Retreat and regroup at your respective posts, LT General Spencer yelled, seeing that none of her subordinates had moved after hearing her initial command. Whoosh! Even though the demigods did not like the order, they chose to follow the command of their Lieutenant General, as that was what a soldier was supposed to do. Do as they were told and ask no questions. Soon they all left to man their respective posts with their partner. As for Lieutenant General Spencer, she nodded at Wyatt before following her subordinates. Leaving the compound of the TRS Guild headquarters, Lieutenant General did not go very far. Soon her grimoire rang. It was one of her subordinates. With a frown, she answered the call. What is it? LT General. Permission to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Informally, the demigod on the other said, seeking permission to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you with her mate Demigod Spencer, and not her superior lieutenant. General Spencer. Major Leroy, do you think this is a good time to make personal calls? Gov. Lieutenant Governor. General Spencer did not permit Major Leroy, but she did not even reject her. LT. General Spencer, why did you agree to leave the target of our protection alone? Is it because you were worried that all of us were not the match of Demigod Norley or the Snake? I hope you know none of your subordinates is a coward. We meant it when we took the oath that we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the southern region. Major Leroy was not talking on her behalf but the rest of the 9 demigods. They all would be disappointed if Lieutenant General Spencer asked them to retreat because she was worried they were not the match of the enemy. Major Leroy, are you questioning your superior's orders? LT. General Spencer thundered, the sternness in her voice perfectly conveyed through the Grimoire network. No, Lieutenant General, I am just asking if you doubt your subordinates' patriotism and loyalty towards the royal family. Major Leroy did not back down. She was direct with her question this time around. As demigods, there was a reason why they were all loyally serving the southern royal family instead of starting their own families or sects. It was because they were true patriots who were willing to lay the enemy's lives and their lives for the southern region and the royal family. So being ordered to retreat while leaving Wyatt alone with the hostile when the royal family's orders for them to protect Wyatt with their lives could not be clearer, bothered them. It was equal to saying that they were not loyal or patriotic enough. It hurt their pride and felt like they were being stripped of the only thing they gained from doing this low-paying high-risk job. Sigh. LT. General Spencer sighed exaggeratedly and then said, Major Leroy, this not the time or place. Let us continue our talk later. Major Leroy was pissed. Demigod Spencer wasn't just her superior but also her friend, and she was right, this was not the time or place for this. However, she expected more from her. A brief explanation would be enough, so that she could cool the other subordinates who felt that Lieutenant General Spencer had stained their warriors' pride by asking them to retreat just because they were weaker than the enemy. Warriors' pride might sound stupid, but that was the main factor why these demigods joined the royal army. If they were not representing the southern region, they would not mind retreating with life and taking revenge later, but as the soldier of southern regions, they were not cowards who ran from the strong and bullied the weak or only fought the battles and wars that they knew they would win. Southerners were not cowards. They were poorer than other regions in terms of wealth and literacy, but they were not cowards. After hanging up on Major Leroy, Lieutenant General Spencer received a soul whisper questioning her actions. Why did you not explain the situation to them? Your Highness Field Marshal, they are the soldiers, they should do what they are told and not ask questions. Lieutenant General Spencer respectfully replied to Field Marshal Heatsend. Sigh, it seems my nephew has filled the royal army with unnecessary rules. Anyways, take your 2 squads and hurry to the southern capital to guard the dual gate dungeon to take charge. Currently, it is only manned by 3 demigod squads and lacks a leader. With your 2 squads, you will have 5 squads at your disposal. I can only hope that is enough, Field Marshal Heatsend ordered Lieutenant General Spencer while making a note to remind her nephew to update the old school rules of the royal army. Especially, since even she, one of the older generations, felt that old school ways were outdated. Yes, Your Highness, I will make you proud. LT. General Spencer accepted her orders without hesitation and immediately acted on them. As a soldier, Lieutenant General Spencer did what she was asked to without asking any question, but her heart was in chaos. Just like her subordinates, she felt multiple emotions wreaking havoc in her heart, causing it to pound harder. Though she was made in charge of guarding the dual gate dungeon connecting the western capital to the southern capital, she was not happy because it was a step down from her current mission of guarding Dalton Wyatt and his loved ones. Sigh. Field Marshal Heatsend sighed, seeing that Lieutenant General Spencer did not ask any question about her new orders. As one of the top 10 strongest beings in this world, how could she miss the turmoil of Demigod Spencer? How could Lieutenant General Spencer give her best when the doubt that her superior did not trust her kept poking her heart? This was why the Field Marshal believed that Royal Army rules were outdated. They might have been perfect for during the warring period, but now it was not. LT. General Spencer, you did a good job. It was a mistake in assessing the risk of the mission. We did not expect that respected figures such as Demigod Norley would shamelessly make a move against Wyatt. The rank of this mission has increased by several folds. Field Marshal Heatsend went out of her way to explain things to Lieutenant General Spencer. Chapter 1754. So, What about Jill? Date the 16th of April 2321, time 15:02, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. Thank Your Highness. Listening to the explanation of Field Marshal Heatsend, LT General Spencer was genuinely touched by the mere attempt, let alone her kind words and praises. She suddenly felt recognized and acknowledged. The frustration she felt earlier vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. At this moment she understood what Field Marshal Heatsend meant by saying the old rules were outdated. Lieutenant Governor. General Spencer didn't just thank Field Marshal but put the lesson she learned into action by inviting her 2 squads to a conference call. Everyone, you all did a good job on holding down the fort till Her Highness Field Marshal Heatsend's arrival. Her Highness will be taking charge here. We are needed at the newly found Dual Gate Dungeon. Major Leroy, prepare the shuttle, we are heading back to the southern capital. Noticing that Lieutenant General Spencer did not just bark orders but also informed them what was going on, the 2 squads felt at ease. Especially now that they knew the reason why they were asked to retreat was not because they were much weaker than the enemy but because they completed their mission of holding the fort till the reinforcement arrived. The frustration of not knowing what was going on had caused them to assume the worst. Now that they understood the reason behind Lieutenant General Spencer's orders, they were ashamed of thinking as such. Since they should never have doubted their superior, they were so caught up in their worries that others would judge their loyalty to the southern region and royal family for having retreated in the face of danger that they never stopped to think that their questioning the orders of their superior could be considered as them doubting the loyalty of demigod Spencer to the southern region and royal family. LT General, thank you for another successful mission with 0 casualties. Major Leroy, who finally received her awaited explanation, congratulated her friend for another job well done. Soon others followed her and thanked Lieutenant General Spencer for her patience before the adversary. As all the demigods left their post and gathered at that shuttle, they all felt that the atmosphere seemed to be much more harmonious than before. They all have been following Lieutenant General Spencer for a while now, but this was the first time they all felt assured of their choice. They had a great leader. After all, how many of the demigods in the royal army would face one of the founding fathers of the current government and live to tell the story? Thanks to Lieutenant General Spencer's level-headedness and accurate commands, they all made it out alive and had a good story to share with their progeny. Seeing the Lieutenant General Spencer and her 2 squads hurry to the southern capital at their fastest speed, Field Marshal Heatsend nodded her head thinking, my niece has always been better at winning people's hearts than her muscle-head brother. Field Marshal Heatsend had no problem with the way royal guards and army were run until her niece, Anna's mother, suggested that their rules were outdated and needed to be updated to prepare themselves for the new era. She was skeptical about it at first, but since she had promised her niece to think about it, she has been trying out the changes suggested by her niece, and to her surprise she has come to see the new era her niece spoke of. The new generation was growing up in a peaceful era. Unlike their ancestors, they did not understand and would not agree with doing things how they used to do in old times. With the changing times, the rules need to be updated so they can catch up with the tides of time and not get washed over to be buried in the sands of time. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Field Marshal Heatsend looked into her mystic dimension wondering, how can such a smart person birth to such a foolish daughter? Maybe the ministers are right. Anna's mother is a better choice than Anna as the next ruler of the southern region. However, it is not there or my place who the brother chooses as his heir. It seems the heavens do take care of fools and drunk. Grandaunt, let me out. Feeling the presence of her grandaunt, Anna, who looked haggard and tired, yelled. Destroy the seal and you can leave by yourselves, Field Marshal Heatsend replied. I have destroyed the seal 100 times by now, but every time I destroy it reassembles itself stronger than before. This is unfair. I am tired and I miss my Wyatt. I am starting to forget what he smelled like, Anna said, trying to reminisce the fragrance of Wyatt's body. Field Marshal Heatsend never informed Anna about what happened with Wyatt after the southern capital. Seeing that Anna was finally taking her training seriously, she did not want to distract her with the news about Wyatt almost sacrificing himself for the card world. She believed that if Anna was able to become strong enough to avenge Wyatt from her training, then she would understand. Fortunately, Wyatt went beyond everyone's expectations and surprised everyone by dealing with the plague egg created using a realm fragment. Quote. Field Marshal Heatsend did not respond to Anna and turned her complete attention to Wyatt and demigod Norley. As she was used to seeing Anna complaining while giving her best in the training. Though she would prefer Anna to do her training quietly, she did not mind her complaining as long as she took the training seriously. Field Marshal Heatsend would have made it to Sky Blossom City a lot earlier if she did not have to wait for the 3 demigod squads to replace her as the security to the dual gate dungeon connecting the southern capital with the western capital. If not for that delay, she would have arrived at Wyatt's rescue a lot sooner. No, Field Marshal Heatsend's choice did not mean she prioritized the dual gate dungeon over Wyatt, even though on the surface it seemed like that because her niece had judged that due to the new deal struck between one of the masters and her father, the central government would not harm Wyatt recklessly, so demigod Norley's visit to the Sky Blossom City could have a deeper conspiracy to it, i.e. their real target was the dual gate dungeon and not Wyatt. However, now based on reports of Lieutenant General Spencer and her observations so far, Field Marshal Heatsend has come to realize that demigod Norley's visit might be because of an entirely different reason. She was not naive to believe that the cruel mad scientist was here out of concern for his daughter. Since the staff had all run away because of demigod Norley's stunt, Wyatt took the chance to show his skill as a barista. Preparing 3 coffees with the highest grade ingredients he could get his hands on, he and demigod Norley sat at an empty table under the watchful gaze of Little Beam. "Little Beam, he will not be able to hurt me. So relax and just enjoy your coffee," Wyatt said, serving the 3rd coffee to the snake. The reason was so confident because he was aware that Field Marshal Heatsend had arrived. If earlier he had still some reservations against demigod Norley, now they were no longer there. Listening to Wyatt's advice, Little Beam let go of her vigilance and curiously headed to the hot cup of coffee. She did not think twice about taking up Wyatt on his advice, as she had seen the strength Wyatt could unleash and knew it was not much worse than her current strength. "Where did you find this snake? Seeing how the world's will is not suppressing her, was she born in the unexplored area of Way Beyond?" Demigod Norley asked Wyatt, amazed by the fact that the world's will was tolerating this unknown alien being. "She is one of a kind. For your own good, forget about her, as many have tasted despair trying to figure her out," Wyatt advised demigod Norley to not have any thoughts about understanding Little Beam's origin, as even Infinity Library had to create a separate book apart from Myriad Realm race records to record beings like her with the mysterious origin. "Since you are saying that, I take it you must have a good reason for saying that. Besides, I have retried indulging in this will not help my case." Demigod Norley took Wyatt's advice seriously. If it was someone else advising him the same, he would have scoffed at them. However, Wyatt was different, as he respected Wyatt as a fellow researcher. Wyatt's achievements such as silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universe were enough for demigod Norley to consider him as an equal, intellectually. "So, what about Jill?" Wyatt asked demigod Norley, sipping the coffee he had prepared meticulously. It was happy that he had not lost his touch and could brew a good coffee. Chapter 1755 Prefect Father. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1517. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. Jill Norley was the daughter of the demigod Norley. The last time Wyatt saw Jill was when he helped Jill and Anne retreat to the safety of the palace grounds. After that, a lot had happened. Returning from the Yellow Plains, he was too busy dealing with Handsome Fox incident and did not have time to contact her and inform her of his well-being. Well, he assumed with her connections she would have learned of his safe return and tried to contact him if she wanted, just like Anne did. "What about Jill? Boy, you tell me, what are your plans for Jill? You better have a good answer after what you did to her. Don't think that just because the Heatsend girl is here you are safe." Demigod Norley was taken aback by Wyatt's words. Soon his intimidating aura began to spread toward Wyatt, alerting Little Beam, who was curiously looking at the cup of coffee wondering if she should give it a try. As a meat lover, she hesitated to drink anything without any meat. Wyatt was enjoying his coffee without any care, suddenly paused. His eyes trembled with uncertainty and a hint of guilt. After all, he did do the deed with the man's daughter. But he wondered, how does he know what happened between Jill and me? "What's the matter, boy? Why are you quiet now? Don't tell me you plan to ditch her after you had your fill of fun with her." For the first time, demigod Norley noticed a genuine reaction from Wyatt, even though it was minute. Wyatt slowly placed the cup of coffee on the table and sat up straight. He did not dare to meet demigod Norley's eyes. Little Beam was surprised to see such a docile reaction from Wyatt. She wondered if he was the same Wyatt who heroically fought off Belphegor's World Hog incarnation. "What do I make of the silence? Don't tell me you were really planning to throw her away now that you are bored of her. Answer me, boy." demigod Norley thundered. He was enraged seeing Wyatt not deny the accusation. Just the thought that his only daughter was being thrown aside by Wyatt after she gave him her body and soul got him riled up, and his rage reached new unexplored realms. If it were his old self, then he would be carrying tied up Wyatt to his secret basement lab to put him through the same pain his daughter was going through. Sir, Wyatt wanted to explain himself to demigod Norley before things escalated, but he did not know to tell Jill's father that what Jill and he had was purely physical and a one-time thing as proposed by Jill. No feelings were involved since Jill had made it clear that she had no time for a love life in her tight work schedule. Though Wyatt was dense, he knew calling a man's daughter a slut in front of him was crossing the line. Wyatt was not calling Jill slut, but that would enrage demigod Norley will take from his explanation, which would not help his situation. Yes, go on. Why did you stop? Speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Your mind. Demigod Norley controlled himself from going over the table and grabbing Wyatt by his neck. He repeatedly reminded himself that he was there for his daughter and how much the stuttering boy in front of him meant to her. Hurting him would only make his daughter hate more than she already does. After the incident in the southern capital, Jill returned haggard and broken-hearted. It pained demigod Norley to see his lovely daughter like that. When he tried to console her, she fought with him, holding him responsible for what happened. Demigod Norley did not understand her logic because he was the one who went behind the backs of his friends and informed her about the central government and Morningstar University's collaboration to kidnap Wyatt under the guise of an early admission interview, so that she can inform the boy of the conspiracy and score some points with the boy. Demigod Norley doesn't understand how he turned out to be the bad guy here when it was Wyatt who walked into the trap despite her warnings because of his arrogance and overconfidence in himself. Maybe instead of going out of his way to be actively involved in his daughter's life, he should have stayed out of it like all other parents who have no idea what their daughters were up to. He was starting to feel like trying to be the perfect dad for his daughter was coming back to bite him on him. Despite thinking that, unable to see his daughter cry her eyes out day in and day out, he could not help but actively collect any information on Wyatt by contacting the central government spies in the Freedom Fighters. For his trouble, he finally learned Wyatt had recovered and returned to Card World. He happily informed his daughter about Wyatt's news, hoping to put an end to her grief and pain. However, she only recovered for a moment and then continued to cry her eyes out more intensely than before. Seeing this, demigod Norley almost went crazy, unable to understand why she was crying again. After a little snooping around, he learned that the reason for his dearest daughter's distress was Anne, but mostly Wyatt. It turns out that after learning of Wyatt's return, she immediately contacted Anne to inform her that Wyatt was okay since they both had gotten closer thanks to their shared interest in Wyatt. However, Anne bragged about how Wyatt called her immediately after returning to Card World to inform her of his safe return. With this, demigod Norley gathered that the reason behind his daughter's continued grief and pain was Wyatt not calling her to inform her of his safe return to the Card World. It appeared she was waiting for Wyatt to call her, and with time not receiving the call she awaited, her disappointment grew and so did her misery. Demigod Norley could not understand why Jill was crying over something so insignificant. Nor did try to understand, however, he could not stand to see his daughter miserable another second. Gathering that a single call from Wyatt would put an end to his daughter's misery, he decided to get her the call she awaited. Following his decision, he tried to deduce Dalton Wyatt's location using his divine insight. However, his divine insight failed to locate Wyatt despite trying repeatedly. Believing that the Southern royal family was hiding Wyatt, he once again called in favor of his friends in the central government to use their spy network and help him pinpoint Wyatt's accurate location. While they were at it, he also had them gather updated information on Wyatt, especially his romantic relationships. Not much was new from what he already knew. His daughter's strongest rival for Wyatt's affection was not Anna, let alone her origin card Anne, but a mortal girl from a humble background and with limited potential as card apprentice, Susan Tucci. Receiving Wyatt's location, demigod Norley hurried to the Sky Blossom City. However, arriving at the city, he stealthily scanned the whole city to find Wyatt's whereabouts, but he could not find any trace of him. Knowing that it was impossible for the information he received from the central government to be wrong, he resorted to the high-profile way to bring Wyatt out of his hiding. Though he did not manage to attract Wyatt, he managed to attract Susan, the obstacle in the way of his daughter's way to her happiness. He wanted to kill her right then and there, but understanding that it would be counterproductive, he held back. Demigod Norley had no objection to whom Jill dated or chose as her life partner because someone who has lived as long as he did not care about such mundane details. As long as Jill was happy, he was happy. If Jill wanted Wyatt, he would get her Wyatt. He treated his daughter's life partner like buying her a toy to make her happy. Besides, the toy she liked was up to his standards. However, all this changed when Demigod Norley sat across Wyatt and heard him nonchalantly ask, "What about Jill?" Suddenly a feeling that he did not usually feel surfaced in his heart. He felt strong anger and hatred toward Wyatt. He did not like Wyatt's attitude toward his daughter. His heart and mind were in turmoil. How dare he? Who does he think he is? He is not worthy of my perfect daughter. Fuck. I want to bury him 7 feet under. All of the achievements of Wyatt that were previously enough for Demigod Norley to acknowledge Wyatt as his intellectual equal for some reason no longer seemed to matter to him. Within under a minute he came up with multiple reasons why Wyatt was unworthy of his daughter. However, soon controlling his heart and mind, he helplessly sighed, understanding that this boy was what made his daughter happy. Chapter 1756 Pregnant Date the 16th of April 2321 Time 1529 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. As the man who laid the foundation for the current government, Demigod Norley never dreamed that one day he too would feel helpless. He had the power to control the 5 regions, but because of his daughter, he was rendered powerless. During his prime, if someone had warned him of this, he would have scoffed and not take their words seriously. Back then, anything he set his sights on, he conquered. However, now he was reduced to a point where he had to consider the feelings of a freaking teenager. "Will you freaking say something?" Demigod Norley yelled in annoyance, seeing that Wyatt did not dare to meet his eyes nor speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." What was on his mind? Every passing second Wyatt was silent, the more pissed Demigod Norley got. Demigod Norley was also puzzled by the sudden change in Wyatt's attitude. Just a few seconds ago Wyatt had rudely addressed him without any honorifics despite knowing his identity, but ever since he asked him about his plans for Jill, he just sat there, awfully quiet, not even daring to lock his eyes with his. Demigod Norley wondered if he was the same boy as before, the one that dared to criticize and order around a dozen demigods. "Your Highness, you know about Jill's physique," Wyatt spoke up, seeing Demigod Norley beg him to speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos." "Thank you up. What about her physique?" Demigod Norley asked, raising his left eyebrow when suddenly a thought he had not considered before crossed his mind. Thinking of it, Demigod Norley's face turned pale. He blamed himself for failing to consider something so obvious. He instantly got up from his chair, exclaiming, "How dare you impregnate my baby girl? This explains everything. No wonder she kept crying regardless of how much I consoled her. You freaking piece of shit, how dare to try to abandon my daughter and grandchild?" As the one who created Jill and her physique, Demigod Norley was fully aware of what it was capable of. Considering how protective he was about his daughter, he was also aware that Jill had once used Wyatt. Jill was nearly 80 years old. Demigod Norley was beginning to worry that it would never happen for her and she was destined to remain alone for her entire life just like him. So when Demigod Norley learned about what happened between Jill and Wyatt, he was happy for his daughter, as she would no longer miss out on what life had to offer, the warmth of a significant other. In that happiness, he forgot one small detail: the nature of her physique, i.e. if it were to ever be activated, it would not stop until it achieved its purpose to give birth to a perfect child as strong and talented as its parents. Back then Demigod Norley did check Jill's body with his divine sense for any sort of change, but he noticed nothing. However, he should have known better that Jill's physique was not the type to give up. It would take extreme measures to achieve its purpose. Demigod Norley wondered how could he have overlooked such a minute detail. No wonder his daughter was beyond consolable. When she heard Anne imply that her relationship with Wyatt was better than Jill's relationship with him, since Wyatt called her to inform her of his well-being and not Jill. How could Jill not be hurt learning that she did not matter to her unborn child's father as much as some random girl did? The more Demigod Norley thought about it, the more he was sorry for his daughter for having to go through something like this and blamed himself for failing to recognize the pain she was in. He did not pause for a second and double-check the facts. Instead, he continued to consider his misunderstanding to be the truth. For someone who claimed to be smart, he was pretty much a bird-brained idiot when it came to his daughter. Regardless, he gave in to his rage and hatred toward Wyatt. Little Beam reacted to Demigod Norley's sudden outburst by coming in between Wyatt and Demigod Norley and growing 15 feet long, shielding Wyatt with her body. As for Wyatt, he immediately retreated in a hurry as he was expecting such a reaction from Demigod Norley but not exactly this one. Dumbfounded he yelled, explaining his side while demanding Demigod Norley for more context. What do you mean by pregnant? I made sure to shoot blanks but it made her physique aggressive so I pulled out while risking my life. Jill can be pregnant with your grandchild but it cannot be mine. Besides, last time I saw her she showed no signs of pregnancy. Are you questioning my daughter's innocence? You think she is someone with loose morals like the party girl you like to hang out with, you scum of the earth. I do not know what she sees in you but let me tell you, you are not worthy of her. Demigod Norley walked past Little Beam without even her noticing and made his way toward Wyatt, who was backed up against the wall with no place to retreat. It seemed as if Wyatt's words had touched his bottom line. Seeing enraged Demigod Norley slowly make his way toward him, Wyatt wondered what was taking Field Marshal Heatsen so long. Considering she was hiding in the city air space, she should have been here by now. Thinking that the Southern royal family has always failed him in times like these, Wyatt decided to take the matters in his hand. Boy, I repeat myself one more time, what are your plans for my daughter and your child? Demigod Norley did not rush to kill Wyatt for his audacity to deny his crimes but remained patient. If Jill is really pregnant with my child, I will take full responsibility. Wyatt was not afraid of Demigod Norley killing him but Demigod Norley's rage not being satisfied with just killing him. Instead, spreading it to everything Wyatt held dear. With the numerous pseudo-calamity soul gems he had hidden across the southern region, Wyatt was not worried about escaping Demigod Norley's wrath but worried that his friends and family would be implicated because of this. Therefore, in this situation, Wyatt faking his death would not be enough. He would have to resolve whatever misunderstanding Demigod Norley had. Seeing how he was not listening to a thing he said, Wyatt had no choice but to call on someone whom he would listen to, and that person was none other than Jill Norley, Demigod Norley's daughter herself. You forced me, Wyatt thought as sent his coordinates to Jill, asking her to come to rescue him immediately using her teleportation card. Considering the gravity of the situation, he believed only Jill could save him out of this situation. Not to mention he had no qualms about hiding behind a woman. Demigod Norley was clearly not satisfied with Wyatt's answer. His rage-filled eyes were a clear indication of that. Shaking his head he said, Wyatt, let me repeat myself, what are your plans for my daughter and your child? Wyatt understood that Demigod Norley would not stop until he agreed to take responsibility for Jill. Though it was not planned, Wyatt had no problem with responsibility for his child and Jill. But he was sure Jill couldn't be pregnant with his child. He wasn't even sure if Jill was pregnant considering the high standard her physique had set for her mates. Even if Jill were to forcefully try to impregnate herself with a handful of sperms, her physique would not allow her to do so. It would kill all sperms it deemed unworthy of Jill's eggs. Boy, answer me before I lose my patience, Demigod Norley thundered as he paced his way toward cornered Wyatt. Despite all the rage and shouting, Demigod Norley seemed to be in no hurry to reach Wyatt. Demigod Norley did not want to kill the father of his grandchild. As someone who had lived for thousands of years, he had a good grasp on his rage and did not lose sight of the point. Little Beam repeatedly tried coming between Demigod Norley and Wyatt, to shield Wyatt with her body, but to her astonishment Demigod Norley would easily get past her, causing her to be dumbfoundedly and start to question reality. Soon her competitive spirit was kindled, seeing Demigod Norley time and again pass her without even her knowing, and was assumed by Demigod Norley's trick. Wyatt looked at Little Beam in bafflement as he saw her playing with Demigod Norley while Demigod Norley was screaming for his head. Dumbfounded by the situation, Wyatt chose to ignore the two and wait for Jill while praying that she would hurry over as fast as possible before things turned for worse. Wyatt did not have to wait long. Jill answered his prayers with a text, and 3 seconds later he felt a disturbance in the space as if someone was teleporting to this location. Dad, what are you doing here? Jill was astonished to find her father in Sky Blossom City, that too with Wyatt. Chapter 1757 Shameless. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1541. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. Receiving Wyatt's distress text asking for rescue, Jill did not think twice about using her teleportation card to rush to the coordinates attached to Wyatt's text after replying to his text that she was on her way to rescue him. Amazing how the once proud Jill Norley hurried over to Wyatt's rescue when he whistled despite being heartbroken over her feelings for Wyatt not being mutual but one-sided. Love makes people do crazy things. Jill's figure manifested itself a few feet away from Wyatt. She had come prepared to face the worst situation but was surprised to find her enraged dad and Wyatt being separated by a large white snake. Astonished by what she saw, she exclaimed, "Dad, what are you doing here?" "Jill, what are you doing here?" Demigod Norley was surprised to find his daughter arrive while he was seeking justice for her. Hiss, little beam, who finally caught up with startled Demigod Norley, urged to continue playing with her. Sigh, Wyatt sighed in relief seeing Jill was here. He could finally relax as he believed with Jill here Demigod Norley would not be unreasonable anymore. Getting a breather, Wyatt immediately used his soul pupils to check if Jill was pregnant. Though he believed she would not be pregnant, he doubted someone of Demigod Norley's prowess would make false claims. So had to be sure, and he was right, Jill was not pregnant. He had no idea what gave Demigod Norley the impression that Jill was pregnant, but he was mistaken. However, Wyatt had made another shocking discovery by comparing the soul pathways of Demigod Norley and Jill, that Demigod Norley was Jill's biological father. Wyatt wondered if Jill had any suspicion about her being Demigod Norley's biological daughter and not his adoptive daughter. Since Demigod Norley's experimentation led to her birth, there was little doubt in Wyatt's mind that Demigod Norley did not know Jill was his biological daughter. Wyatt guessed that this was all part of Demigod Norley's plan to protect Jill. Considering the kind of company Demigod Norley kept, Wyatt was not surprised why Demigod Norley chose to keep Jill and the rest of the world in the dark about this. It was so that his friends and enemies did not view Jill as his weakness but as another one of his crazy experiments. Wyatt called me over. What about you? What are you doing here? Jill answered to her father and then asked what he was doing here. However, from the looks of it, she had a feeling that she would not like his answer. Wyatt called you over, huh? Demigod Norley glared at Wyatt, only to find that Wyatt was staring right back at him. Demigod Norley was taken aback by this. Moments ago the boy had not dared to meet his eyes, but now that his daughter was here he dared to have a stare down with him. Jill, please tell your father that you are not pregnant with my child, Wyatt said, continuing to glare at Demigod Norley. He wanted to see the great founder of the current government sweat like he was in a sauna for what he had put him through. Wait, why would you ask me that? Jill was flabbergasted by Wyatt's words, but seeing him intensely glare at her father, she looked at Dad and asked, "Dad, what's going on here?" "Nothing, darling, I am just asking this scum of the earth to take responsibility for what he did," Demigod Norley replied, locking eyes with Wyatt. He was not going to back down. His daughter might hate him for this, but this was what was best for his grandchild. Thinking of his grandchild, Demigod Norley used his divine sense to check on his grandchild's health, and to his dismay he found that Jill was not pregnant. Instead of calmly thinking the situation through, he panicked, assuming the worst, and exclaimed, "What happened to my grandchild? Did this heartless scum ask you to abort it? No wonder you were crying." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Jill was taken aback listening to her father's questions. "Old man, is your age finally catching up to you?" Wyatt indirectly called the Demigod Norley senile. Wyatt noticed that Demigod Norley seemed to be at a point in his life where he put his family first. As someone who spent his entire early life putting his career and hobbies first, it was not surprising that Demigod Norley would crave a variety, something that gave him emotional support and gratification. Like the warmth of a family, more like a reason to wake up to the next sunrise. This was not surprising, as even card demigods were humans. However, it would be too late for a human in Demigod Norley's position to start new. Fortunately, Demigod Norley was a card demigod closest to achieving transcendence. He had all the time in the world for a new start and new pursuit. This was all fine and well, but Wyatt believed it was not a reason for Demigod Norley to act stupid. For someone who had upgraded his divine perception to divine insight, he was acting ignorant. How could he not see that Jill's womb was a brand new oven that had yet to bake anything in it? Unless Demigod Norley was conspiring something else and he was hell-bent on using any shameless means to get his way. Realizing that Demigod Norley did not want to kill him, he wanted to do something far worse to him, marry him to his only daughter, Jill Norley. Wyatt felt chills all over his body. "Boy, is this how you talk to your elders, especially your would-be father-in-law?" Demigod Norley's divine insight noticed the change in Wyatt's body's muscle expression and determined that Wyatt had caught on to him and decided to hurry up. Quote. Wyatt and Jill speechlessly stared at demigod Norley. They both were stumped. Chapter 1758 Wingman Date the 16th of April 2321 Time 1555 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. So, this is your dad, huh? Wyatt was exasperated with demigod Norley. So, he chose to ignore him and his outrageous remarks. Wyatt no longer bothered to explain himself to demigod Norley, as trying to do so was pointless since he was purposefully further indulging in the misunderstanding to get his way. Wyatt did not think demigod Norley planned this from the start, but even when his misunderstanding was cleared he shamelessly decided to continue with it, to use it to get what he wanted. Ignore him, his condition is getting worse with his age. Jill did not exactly know what was her father doing here, but based on what happened so far she could guess it all and decided not to dig into it, as she did not want to lose further respect for her father. How dare you two ignore me? Let me tell you something, back in my day sex before marriage was considered a sin. You two should be happy that I am not old school. However, you two need to tie the knot now that you guys did the deed. Demigod Norley could see that his daughter had fallen for Wyatt. It was written all over her face. So he did not mind being a villain if it helped her case. Dad, stop it, you are embarrassing me. Jill could not believe she was having this conversation with her father in front of the love of her life. She would not mind tying the knot with Wyatt, but she knew that Wyatt was not in the same place in their relationship as her, and pushing him would only make it difficult for her to continue with the charade of being his friend and close confidant. I am embarrassing you, young lady. You are the one disgracing our family by engaging in intercourse before marriage. Boy, you better take responsibility for what you did, or else, as Jill's father demigod Norley could be her wingman in limited ways. One of them was a pushy and conservative father who spoke rude words to shine light on topics that she as a lady could not put forward to her love interest. Dad, I am begging you, will you please stop embarrassing me? It's so humiliating that I have to talk to you about this. Wyatt and I are just friends and nothing more, Jill yelled at the top of her voice, hoping to erase her father's words with her loud voice. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back. Now you are feeling ashamed. Where was your shame when you had sex with him, a rude boy with no filter to his mouth whatsoever? And young lady, what have I taught you? A boy and a girl can never be friends. How can you claim otherwise when you two played with each other in your birthday suits? Demigod Norley yelled. It seems all that shouting has finally made him a little honest about what he was feeling. He was happy that his daughter found someone she liked, but he was not happy that her someone was Wyatt. He felt Wyatt was not worthy of her dedication and love. He felt she could do better. Dad, since you won't shut up about it, I will just leave and don't you follow me. Jill was enraged seeing her dad repeatedly humiliate her in front of the love of her life despite her repeatedly begging him to stop. In a fit of rage, she turned to leave. Before leaving she grabbed Wyatt by his left wrist saying, Wyatt, come let us leave. Okay. Wyatt was startled, but he chose to follow Jill since he knew it was the only way demigod Norley would leave him alone. Planning to return once demigod Norley had left, he followed Jill to the city. Hiss, Little Beam nodded at demigod Norley, conveying that she had fun playing with him and would love to continue their game some other time. Then bidding goodbye to him she reduced her size and followed Wyatt to the city. When Wyatt and Little Beam followed Jill to the city, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of demigod Norley and said, I can't believe that you would threaten the lives of millions of innocent citizens. Well, you have children, you should know where I am coming from. For her, I will take the entire world hostage, let alone a third-rate city, demigod Norley replied. The graceful figure was none other than Field Marshal Heatsend. As soon as she neared the Sky Blossom City's outskirts she received a soul whisper from demigod Norley threatening to destroy the whole Sky Blossom City if she interfered in his conversation with Wyatt. Field Marshal Heatsend fully deserved the title, top 10 strongest in the world, but her enemy was someone who carried a similarly scary title. Therefore she could not take his threat lightly. If demigod Norley really decides to destroy the city, she could only helplessly watch it get destroyed after a long struggle. However, she did not agree to his demand, instead negotiated terms with him. Demigod Norley can have his private meeting with Wyatt, but he cannot harm Wyatt or his friends and family in any way. This was why Field Marshal Heatsend did not come to Wyatt's rescue. She knew regardless of what demigod Norley said to Wyatt he would not go back on his word to her. Aren't you aware that the boy is already engaged to my grandniece? Field Marshal Heatsend asked demigod Norley emotionlessly. Little girl, Don't fool yourself. Just because the boy accepted your grandniece's heirloom ring for his protection, it doesn't make him her would-be. Demigod Norley rejected Field Marshal's claim. He would watch his words in front of the ruler of the South, but he did not take Field Marshal Heatsen seriously. He agreed that she was strong, but he was stronger. Glaring at Demigod Norley for his comment, Field Marshal Heatsen sternly said, "Get out of the South while you can." Chapter 1759. Why are you here? Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1608. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters Compound. You don't have to worry about me leaving. When I am done here I will leave. Listening to Field Marshal's warning, Demigod Norley scorned. The realm difference between them might be negligent, but when it comes to experience and wisdom, Field Marshal was a toddler in front of him. Seeing Demigod Norley disregard her warning, Field Marshal Heatsen was not surprised. If not for her using her mystic dimension to train Anna, she would have trapped him in it and taught him never to underestimate the South. She did not want to disturb Anna's training, so it was his lucky day. It was not that she doesn't have other field-type cards, she does, but none of them are strong enough to trap Demigod Norley. That's a bad idea. Feeling a disturbance in Field Marshal Heatsen's soul energy signature with his divine insight, Demigod Norley immediately warned while directing his divine intent toward destroying the western side of the city since Jill was on the eastern side. That won't work this time. If you care about what your daughter thinks of you as you claimed earlier, you would not harm an insect in this city. Field Marshal Heatsen called Demigod Norley's bluff. Early, before Jill's arrival, Field Marshal Heatsen did not dare to make light of Demigod Norley's threat, but now with Jill here she knew he would not kill millions of innocents in front of his beloved daughter. Even if Jill was just one of his crazy projects, Demigod Norley had done well nurturing her into a fine young woman so far. So Field Marshal Heatsen believed he would not risk screwing his decades-old project over this. Fine, I need to discuss something with the boy. After that, I will leave with my daughter, Demigod Norley bargained. However, feeling Field Marshal Heatsen's intense stare, he said, "It's about the VR universe and has nothing to do with his relationship with my daughter." VR universe, you are aware of the latest world decree, right? Field Marshal Heatsen asked Demigod Norley, hearing him bring up VR universe. I was right there when your brother won the bet. Don't worry, I am not here to take advantage of the boy or force him into something, Demigod Norley said. Field Marshal did not need to tell him about the new world decree because he was right there when it was written. I see you are creating more opportunities for your daughter to get in touch with the boy. I thought you did not approve of him. At least that's what your words earlier to Jill sounded like to me. Field Marshal Heatsen instantly saw through Demigod Norley's intentions. But she wondered why would Demigod Norley bother to help Jill pursue Wyatt when he did not approve of him as her significant other. I don't approve of him, but my approval doesn't matter here, her approval does, and she is head over heels for him. I cannot wrap my mind what she likes in him, but can only hope life is kind to her. Demigod Norley spoke his mind without any caution against Field Marshal Heatsen. At first, Demigod Norley thought it was Jill's sentient physique that was convincing her that she loved Wyatt, but if that were truly the case, then Jill should not have been devastated as much as she was when she thought Wyatt sacrificed himself for the world. If it was Jill's carnivorous womb manipulating her emotions, then it would have been easier to move on with her life when she believed Wyatt was dead, but she could not. Instead, she grieved for his death inconsolably, showing that her emotions towards Wyatt were true and not doctored by her physique. If there was anyone in this card world who could understand the significance of Jill developing feelings for Wyatt despite her notorious physique, then it would be its creator, Demigod Norley. Only he understood how serious and deep Jill's feelings for Wyatt were. This was the reason why when he saw Wyatt's nonchalant attitude toward Jill, he felt like Wyatt was not worthy of his daughter's dedication. However, Demigod Norley was helpless, as he knew one could not control who they fall for. So instead of standing against his daughter, he decided to be there for her. He knew chances were Jill was in a lot of pain, but it was unavoidable as there was no precautionary measure to life. I did not take you for someone who would adopt a tolerant parenting style. Field Marshal Heatsen was surprised to see Demigod Norley be a decent parent among of the many demigod parents she knew. However, she still did not believe he was here for his daughter as he portrayed time and again. So she asked him, "Why are you here if are aware of the new world decree? As if you know it will change anything, since you will not believe me anyway." Demigod Norley shrugged his shoulder and said, "If you have not noticed, I am here to help my daughter with her love life." "You are not lying," Field Marshal Heatsen blurted in surprise. Catching the glimpse of Field Marshal's pupils subtly morph and return to normal, Demigod Norley shook his head and said, "Your ancestors have blessed you with an extraordinary pair of eyes through their bloodline. However, I wonder if they were smart enough to give you the common sense about using it." Field Marshal Heatsend grinned in response to Demigod Norley's threat, saying, "Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Your brother was right, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. I hope now you know the reason why I am here," Demigod Norley said, locking eyes with Field Marshal Heatsend. "Don't worry, I give your message to my husband and niece, one of them will contact you soon," with firm eyes Field Marshal said, subtly nodding at Demigod Norley. "Good," Demigod Norley sighed, uttering, "Southern ruler has surrounded himself with the right people, unlike me." Chapter 1760 Not Giving Up. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1608. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. "I apologize for my father's actions, Wyatt. Please do not take his words personally." Jill apologized to Wyatt repeatedly on their way to the city, despite him telling her he had already forgotten about it. "Jill, I understand where your father is coming from. You have nothing to apologize for. Besides, I am over it." Considering his casual one-night stand with Jill, Wyatt did not see a point in holding a grudge against Demigod Norley. He was a bit unreasonable, but did what any respectable father would do. "Okay, if you say so," Jill said dejectedly, because she did not want Wyatt to forget some of the good remarks and points her father made about their relationship. Especially, about them tying the knot. "Oh, by the way, this little cutie here is called Little Beam. She is Corey's pet." Feeling the awkwardness in the air, Wyatt used Little Beam, who rested on his shoulder, to change the topic. "Corey, have I met her?" Jill asked, when in her mind she grabbed Wyatt by his collar and screamed, "Don't tell me she is another one of your one-night stand turned friends. How many girls are there? Tell me right now." "Hiss," Little Beam hissed at Jill threateningly, feeling her jealousy toward Corey. Seeing the snake react violently, Jill said, "It seems she does not like me." Wyatt looked at Little Beam intently, because usually she would only be bothered to respond to someone if they mattered to Corey. After all, she viewed everyone weaker than her as food. If not for Corey warning her not to harm humans and to behave, she would have emptied the city by now. So he was taken aback by Little Beam's reaction toward Jill. Then, thinking of something, he said, "Corey is my employee, I will introduce you to her later." "Oh, she is your employee. I see." Jill blamed herself for jumping to conclusions. Noticing Jill's feeling of envy toward Corey vanish, Little Beam returned to slumbering on Wyatt's shoulder. Seeing the reaction of Jill and Little Beam, Wyatt shook his head and reminded Jill, "You said you would not fall for me." Jill was taken aback by Wyatt's words and looked at him in surprise. In the Southern Royal Palace, she tried to convey her feelings to him, but he would not even acknowledge them. So she was surprised to see him speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." About it, calming her racing heart, she said, "I said that, didn't I? I was a fool back then. Is it too late to take it back now?" Jill locked eyes with Wyatt and asked in anticipation, "Before I answer you, let me apologize for all the times I acted like I did not understand when you were trying to convey your feelings for me. It was wrong of me." Wyatt gave Jill his heartfelt apology. Seeing how even Demigod Norley had to come to find him, Wyatt could only imagine that Jill must have been devastated beyond consolable after what transpired in the southern capital. Jill wanted to say Wyatt did not need to apologize, but was interrupted by Wyatt, who was not done apologizing to her. "I should have informed you about my well-being after I returned from the Yellow Plains world. Sorry, I got caught up trying to figure out who attacked my friends while I was busy fighting the devil in the southern capital." "Someone attacked your friends? Anne did not tell me this." "When she bragged about you calling her to inform her about your well-being," Jill exclaimed, hearing that Wyatt's friends were attacked, interrupting Wyatt midway through his apology to her. "What do you mean? I do not remember doing that, but I did call her to ask why my friends were attacked when the Southern royal family promised to protect them and to ask her to help find the culprit," Wyatt explained, as according to his recollection he never called Anne to report his well-being to her. He was so wound up in the Handsome Fox incident that it slipped his mind that he should call everyone he knows to inform them of his well-being. Jill's mood suddenly improved by a great margin, learning that Wyatt never called Anne to report his well-being. Only she knew how relieved she was with Wyatt unknowingly helping her debunk Anne's lie. So it wasn't just her. Wyatt did not call anyone to report about his well-being. "Anne, that lying bitch. And to think I thought we were friends, midway through her thought. Jill suddenly remembered that even though Wyatt did not call Anne, he did go to find his friends. As far as she knew, Wyatt did not have many friends. So, she could not help but wonder if she should be worried about Corey. Quote. Little Beam slowly opened her eyes to look at Jill, then sensing Jill's fickle heart she slowly closed her eyes wondering if she should kill Jill and be done with it. As I was saying, Wyatt wanted to continue his apology where he left but Jill did not let him. She suddenly grabbed his head and leaned in sticking her tongue into his mouth. Wyatt tried to push Jill away but she would not budge, instead her grip got stronger and her tongue got more active in exploring every corner of his mouth. As for Little Beam, she seemed to be not bothered by any of this and continued to sleep on Wyatt's shoulder like a rock. After a minute, Jill separated from Wyatt gasping for breath, while Wyatt looked at her in daze and disbelief. He did not expect her to kiss him when he was trying to cut her off his back for good. What was that for? Wyatt, I do not care about our friendship. My father is right, a boy and a girl cannot be friends. And you know what, he is right about another thing, that nothing is set in stone. So I will always keep trying to make you mine. Chapter 1761 Crazy Father and Daughter Duo. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 16:15. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. As Jill spoke these words she felt relieved, as if a burden was off her heart. She was genuinely happy for boldly declaring her undying love for Wyatt. Now she could shamelessly pursue him. Yes, it would hurt to be rejected by him again and again or see him with other girls, but what can she do? Heart wants what it wants. Wyatt looked at Jill in a daze. He wondered how his sincere apology and polite rejection turned into Jill's heartfelt confession. Not wanting to make the lively atmosphere awkward he said, "Hey, your physique did not act up even though we kissed. How about that? Well, I have come to a compromise with it. It will no longer bother me as long as I strive to get at your seeds." Jill stuck close to Wyatt, even though he tried to distance himself from her. Now that she had fully adapted to the shameless pursuit, this was hardly anything. "You are not kidding, right?" Wyatt asked Jill if she was being serious. He knew Jill's physique was sentient to a level, but to learn that it could communicate with her too was astonishing to him. "No, I am not. Your death has also scared it straight, making it more reasonable. I can now vaguely communicate it through my grimoire. It can signal its intentions to me by updating its info in the grimoire, changing or adding new information to it." I was astonished to learn it can do that. Jill explained to Wyatt that she was not kidding and she did reach a compromise with her physique. "How does that work?" Wyatt was baffled by Jill's explanation of her physique's new capabilities. A physique having a mind of its own was an absolute mind-bending concept, especially in the case of Jill's physique. "The new update info of my physique showed that it would no longer control my emotions and sexual desires as long as I dated the opposite sex approved by it. Conveniently, you are the only one it approves, i.e. until it comes across someone more perfect than you, but that is a problem for another day. For now, I am all yours to use." Jill shared very intimate information about her physique with Wyatt in detail without any shyness, as if it were normal. However, she seemed to have zero idea that her updated physique only made Wyatt more wary of her and was more likely to scare him away. At least the last time they did it, Jill was not used to her physique and it was like two individuals fighting for control, but now that Jill and her physique have teamed up they made a deadly duo with one goal in mind: seduce Wyatt. "Haha, good for you." Wyatt had nothing to say since Jill had made it clear that nothing he said or did would change her mind. So he could only control himself and be more cautious around her. "So how was the kiss?" "Not bad, right? I read many books on kissing since you complained that my kiss was childish when we did it." "Did you like the twirl I did at the end?" Jill asked, bringing her face closer to Wyatt's and her lips dangerously closer to his. "Jill, this is sexual harassment," Wyatt said hurriedly, taking a few steps back. Jill frowned, unable to refute Wyatt as she was new to playing a rogue pervert. However, surprise surprise, her father came to her rescue. "Sexual harassment? Boy, you lost the right to claim that when you defiled my daughter. Now, have you decided to take responsibility and do the right thing, or do I have to help you decide?" Demigod Norley flew toward Jill and Wyatt, who were in a secluded corner of a public park. "Dad, what are you doing here? Did I not ask you not to follow us?" Jill was astonished to hear her father and wondered if he had been eavesdropping on them. She was too embarrassed to ask him about it. "You shut up. How can you come to a secluded corner of a park with a boy?" Haven't you done enough to disgrace our family? I thought I had raised you better." Giving his daughter an earful, demigod Norley turned to Wyatt and yelled, "Boy, aren't you greedy? You are willing to taste the honey not but not by the honey pot. How dare you bring my daughter to this dirty place?" Wyatt was speechless. It was Jill who led him here. However, the irony of bringing a girl behind a secluded bush was not lost on him. "Old man, keep your honey and honey pot. I have had enough of you, crazy father and daughter. I am leaving," Wyatt said in fit and prepared to leave, but he found that he could not move a muscle in his body. It was like he was stuck in the space. Upon using his soul pupil, Wyatt realized demigod Norley was using the space rule to immobilize him. "What happened, boy? Didn't you say you were leaving? Or did you change your mind and decide to apologize to this old man for your rude behavior?" Demigod Norley landed right next to immobilized Wyatt and asked him with a subtle grin on his face. He had controlled his space rule and directed it on Wyatt in so precisely that only he who was using the space rule and Wyatt who was experiencing the space rule could feel the presence of the space rule. A fuse went off in Wyatt's head looking at the subtle grin on demigod Norley's face. He wanted to yell furiously at him that had he no shame in bullying the younger generation, but he could not move his lower jaw and could only aggressively stare at demigod Norley with his eyes. "What's going on here?" Jill asked, seeing Wyatt stare at her father with a deed grudge instead of leaving as he announced. Demigod Norley's command over his space rule was excellent. Even a renowned researcher like Jill could not sense him using it to immobilize Wyatt. Chapter 1762 Grovel. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1627. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. Nothing, Buttercup. I think Wyatt feels bad about being rude toward this old man and wants to apologize, demigod Norley explained to his daughter, continuing to lock eyes with Wyatt, savoring every bit of rage and hatred in them. He was the freaking founding father of the current government, and this little shit here kept addressing him, old man. The first few times he could ignore it as ignorance of a child who did not know better, but now the kid was being deliberate. He could not let it slide, otherwise, he would lose the respect of his future son-in-law. Wyatt rolled his eyes, listening to demigod Norley think Jill would take a hint. However, he was not surprised to find that the Norley father and daughter were two peas in a pod. "Wyatt, you don't have to apologize to my father. He doesn't mind, right, father?" Jill had no reason to doubt her father, so she did not think twice before going with his explanation. But the next second she asked her father to forgive Wyatt, which only triggered demigod Norley's sadistic nature further. Ignoring the father and daughter, Wyatt moved his eyeballs to stare at Little Beam, who was resting on his shoulder like a rock. Using his soul pupils, he was astonished to find that demigod Norley's mastery of space rule was almost at the sage level, as it ignored Little Beam, who was resting on him, and only affected him. For the first time, Wyatt knew the true terror of the founding fathers that erected the current government. He now understood why neither matron nor the supreme leader dared to reveal their real identity and operated under pseudonyms. Their origin cards were overpowered, but they could only considered clever tricks in front of this kind of power. With these kinds of monsters ruling the current world, it was not surprising that the supreme leader and matron thought it was not the right time for them to surface and chose to act in the shadows. As for the emissary of light, he was the Empire's headache. Compared to their approach, Wyatt's approach was way too high-profiled. Hence here he was. Feeling Wyatt's stare, Little Beam slowly opened her eyes and then immediately closed them. Astonishing Wyatt, he did not accept Beam to be so cowardly. Or was she too lazy to fight demigod Norley for his sake? Little Beam was not being cowardly. She had sensed demigod Norley use his space rule on Wyatt, but she did not act because she felt no malice in demigod Norley's actions toward Wyatt. Knowing that demigod Norley did not plan on killing Wyatt, she did not bother to take action. Corey ordered her to protect Wyatt, not babysit him. She had enough of these annoying humans. She could not wait for the day when her mommy stopped caring about these humans and only played with her. As for why she opened her eyes and closed them right after, it was her way of telling Wyatt to handle the problem himself and not disturb her rest. She had seen Wyatt at his peak. He was not much weaker than her current strength. She did not see how it was her turn when Wyatt would not stand up for himself. However, Wyatt misunderstood Little Beam and cussed aloud in his mind, "You damned useless snake. Jill, honey, don't interfere. This is between us men. A real man always acknowledges his mistake and takes responsibility for it. Your actions are only hurting Wyatt's pride." Can't see it in his eyes, demigod Norley knew how to deal with his daughter. With just a few sentences, he tricked her. Jill nodded, listening to her dad. Just as he pointed out, she could see an intense determination in Wyatt's eyes and decided not to interfere. What the fuck is taking Field Marshal Heatsen so long? Don't tell me she suddenly turned dumb, deaf, and blind or something. Wyatt determined never to trust the Southern royal family. These people were more unreliable than the politicians and cops back on Earth. Trapped in demigod Norley's space rule, Wyatt felt desperate. However, soon he was going to learn what true desperation was. Boy, if want your apology to be sincere, why don't you try to apologize properly by kneeling? I do not mind if you prefer groveling, demigod Norley arrogantly demanded of Wyatt. Soon Wyatt felt the space rule immobilizing him begin to move, and with it, his body moved. Jill, who wanted to tell her father that he was being excessive, stopped in her tracks seeing Wyatt's knees bend. She was shocked. She did not understand why the tyrant Wyatt would go this far to apologize to her father. Was this because of his pride? He was prideful, but this seemed a stupid way to redeem one's pride. After all, there was no pride in groveling. Screw this, Wyatt yelled in his mind, knowing that if he did not do something then he would be forced to grovel in front of demigod Norley. Seeing that no one was coming to his rescue, Wyatt immediately entered one with the world state both physically and mentally to borrow celestial force from the card world. Unleashing the celestial force, he began to counter demigod Norley's space rule. Sensing a strong resistance from Wyatt, demigod Norley was surprised, which only grew into disbelief learning it was the celestial force. He could not believe a card master could borrow enough celestial force from the world to resist his space rule. Just like how the celestial bodies bend the space around them, Wyatt used the celestial force to break the space rule on him. However, demigod Norley's mastery of space rule was too high and it would not be easy for him to break through it. Wyatt refrained from using his celestial force because he did not want to reveal that he could generate celestial force similar to a celestial body to demigod Norley. However, thanks to Dredray's pixie dust and his celestial force, he could now borrow more celestial force from the world compared to the time when he fought against Belphegor's Worldhog incarnation. Chapter 1763 All Bark No Bite. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1641. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. Thanks to Dredray's pixie dust and his Calamity Soul Gem's extreme synchronization rate, Wyatt was able to achieve something that only the celestial bodies were known to have achieved, i.e. to exist in the physical and spiritual plane simultaneously. It could also be considered as a permanent version of entering the one with the world state both physically and spiritually. In the presence of demigods demigod Norley, however, Wyatt pretended to enter the one with the world state both physically and spiritually to borrow card world's celestial force. In the current situation, Wyatt using his celestial force or directly borrowing the celestial force from the world would only cause demigod Norley suspicious. Considering demigod Norley was labeled the mad scientist by other founding fathers of the current government, Wyatt believed he should not do or show anything out of the ordinary that could attract his curiosity toward him. Unwanted curiosity was good for nobody. Jill was a perfect example of this. If only he had refrained from showing off in front of her in the S-rank dungeon that had formed under the several E-rank field dungeon, by improving the item that she invented using an ancient array formation to alert her of dungeon formation in her surroundings. Her body was infatuated with Wyatt's Calamity Soul Gem, and with this incident, her mind had fallen for Wyatt's big brain, creating the present crazy Jill. Wyatt no longer wanted to attract more crazy in his life, therefore he had refrained from showing off or even using celestial force the moment demigod Norley used his space rule on him. If not for demigod Norley taking it too far, Wyatt did not plan to react to his provocation. But in this world, showing even a little weakness was a sin. Interesting, the report did read that you used celestial force against the devil, but seeing you use it in person I finally see why you were able to fight toe-to-toe with a devil that whipped out nearly 24 highly trained card demigods with ease. From the looks of it, the report submitted to the central government doesn't do any justice to your latent capabilities. With this strength it is not surprising that my friend lost the bet, demigod Norley said, watching Wyatt use borrowed celestial force to resist his space rule. If Wyatt was able to borrow and use enough celestial force from the card world to resist his space rule when in the card master realm, then demigod Norley could only imagine how much celestial force Wyatt borrowed from the card world when he had borrowed the power of the devil and reached the strength of card demigod to fight against the Mohawk devil. It had to be astronomical, enough even to threaten him, he speculated. This was why he sang praises of Wyatt. Demigod Norley could not help but be impressed by Wyatt once again. According to him, no other card master in the entire card world would be able to achieve what Wyatt had achieved even if they were given the power of card demigod. He believed that being able to borrow a large quantity of celestial force from the card world and borrow power equal to a card demigod from the devil was part of Wyatt's ability and capabilities. With this, he believed that soon Wyatt would not only be equal to him in terms of intellect but also strength. While Wyatt struggled to resist his space rule with the borrowed celestial force, demigod Norley looked at him in satisfaction. The more he looked at him, the more he felt pleased with him. So much so that he was even considering changing his mind about Wyatt and giving him his approval to date his daughter. However, he knew these things could not be rushed. For now, he should be satisfied with the fact that Jill was no longer grieving and confident enough to pursue what her heart wanted. As his daughter, Jill will conquer Wyatt one of these days. Dad, I can't believe you would lie to my face. Unhand Wyatt this instant, Jill demanded of her father. Noticing Wyatt enter one with the world state both physically and spiritually and borrow the world's celestial force, how could she not know that her father was up to no good again? Old man, I will remember this. Wyatt was not able to entirely negate the space rule trapping him, but he managed to bend the space rule locking his jaw. Thanks to this, he was finally able to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. His mind. Wyatt's remarks in this situation were not because of his ignorance but a result of his careful consideration. From demigod Norley's actions since he arrived, Wyatt noticed that Norley showed a lot of restraint on his part, especially as one of the most powerful beings in this world. So far all demigod Norley had done was intimidate Wyatt, but he did not hurt a single hair on Wyatt's body. This was the case even before Jill arrived. This showed that he did not want to hurt or kill Wyatt, which could only mean that the Southern royal family was holding up their end of the bargain. Wyatt wondered if Field Marshal Heatsend did not show because she did not have to. Listening to Wyatt call him old man again, demigod Norley understood Wyatt was deliberately provoking him, having figured out that he would not harm him. Therefore, before easing his space rule on Wyatt, he locked eyes with Wyatt and said, "Kid, you are really lucky that you have the Southern royal family looking out for you. If it was someone else, with this kind of attitude, you would not have survived long under them." Listening to demigod Norley's words, Wyatt confirmed his guess about why Field Marshal Heatsend did not show herself. It wasn't necessary since she knew Wyatt was not in any form of imminent danger. Chapter 1764 Long-Term Partnership. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1658. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. With demigod Norley easing the space rule trapping Wyatt, Wyatt could now move freely in a confined space. Feeling congested and imprisoned, Wyatt tried using the borrowed celestial force to bend the space rule and make more room for himself, but he found that the space rule trap would not budge. This was not the limit of the celestial force Wyatt would borrow from the world, but he did not want to reveal his limit to demigod Norley, so he turned to the white snake that slept through all this on his shoulder like an unshakable boulder. However, understanding that little beam would not act until he was in immediate mortal danger, Wyatt looked at demigod Norley and asked, "What do you want? Have I not been clear already?" "No, actions have spoken your intent loud enough. This is not about Jill but VR universe," demigod Norley revealed as he entirely undid the space rule trapping Wyatt. Though finally free, Wyatt frowned learning that demigod Norley wanted to talk to him about VR universe. If it was some other time, Wyatt would not have wasted his time listening to what he had to say and would have directly rejected him. But now that he knew every action of demigod Norley within the knowledge of Field Marshal Heatsend, he knew it signified that she had permitted demigod Norley to talk to him about the VR universe. This meant that she felt that demigod Norley had some worth listening to. "What about VR universe?" Wyatt asked demigod Norley, trusting Field Marshal Heatsend's judgment. By now even the poor who received a free VR slime card from you also guess that the only reason you are giving the card for free is that you stand to make a killing by taxing the currency exchange. Demigod Norley informed Wyatt that the world has seen that he was not doing charity by giving them free VR slime card. "So what? I never claimed I was a saint," Wyatt replied casually because he knew this day would come. Haters were always going to find a reason to hate. "Nothing." Demigod Norley closely observed Wyatt's reaction and was surprised to find that the boy was not affected in the slightest by what the people thought of him. Especially when he took the trouble to help them by giving them VR slime cards for free when the royals and nobles were willing to pay a fortune for each card. Though Wyatt might be taxing the VR universe's currency exchange and what he would earn from it would be astronomical in the long run, it would be nothing compared to the entire value of the free VR slime cards he had given out so far. Not to mention the card's soul energy digestion ability was priceless. However, he was not only giving it out for free, he did not flinch when the people were ungrateful toward his generosity. Wyatt gave Demigod Norley a blank stare, understanding that the old geezer was evaluating him. Wyatt had long realized this, but he did not care for it until now when Demigod Norley's eyes spoke his evaluation of him. Since his eyes were sparkling, Wyatt guessed that the old geezer had a high evaluation of him. Wyatt shook his head in dismay because what he was void of had happened. Demigod Norley's curiosity about him had morphed into interest. Wyatt sighed, wondering what sin he committed to be entangled by this crazy father and daughter duo. Kid, it seems you have already guessed my intentions. So I take it you are open to working together with me, Demigod Norley said with a wide grin. It was too late for him to build his faction to the level of other masters' factions, but if he were to be carried by the young gun here, Demigod Norley believed that it would not be impossible. Sure, as long as you give me satisfying terms, I do not see why. What do you have to offer? Wyatt said, looking at eager Jill. She was the most enthused to see Wyatt and Demigod Norley work together. My daughter said that you are searching for a partner to distribute your free VR slime card to the students and commoners in the other 4 regions. How about me? I have a widespread and trustworthy connection across the 5 regions. Especially, the universities across the 5 regions. Demigod Norley offered his help to distribute free VR slime cards to the students and commoners in all the regions except the southern region, as the southern royal family was already handling it. What do you want in return? Wyatt was looking for a more trustworthy distributor to spread his VR slime cards across the other 4 regions, especially the central region. Demigod Norley would make a perfect partner, but he was still on the fence about partnering with him without knowing what he wanted out of this partnership. I will do it for free. Let's consider it as a trial run. If you are satisfied with my service, you know how to find me. Demigod Norley proposed that he was going to distribute VR slime cards across the 4 regions for free as a trial run of their partnership. Quote. Wyatt did not immediately agree to Demigod Norley's proposal, as he still did not understand what Demigod Norley was trying to gain from this partnership. He could not see what angle Demigod Norley was playing here. He wondered if he was doing it for Jill. Kid, you got quite an interesting project going on in those towers of yours. I see a huge market for them. Demigod Norley revealed that he was looking for a long-term partnership and hoped to collaborate with Wyatt on his other products, especially the slime fairy cards Cindy was leading. It seems I will have to increase the security of the R&D department. But, sure, a long-term partnership sounds good. You got yourself a deal, old man, Wyatt replied with a subtle grin. Chapter 1765. Who is better? Date the 16th of April 2321, time 1711, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. The reason Wyatt agreed to Demigod Norley's proposal was mostly because of his status. He believed that with someone as influential and powerful as Demigod Norley personally overseeing the distribution of the free VR cards, there would be less resistance and trouble from the central government and the top 10 universities who were planning on creating their version of VR universe. Other than this, Wyatt wanted to expand his information network to every corner of the 5 regions as fast as possible, which would be possible with the influence of the Demigod Norley on the universities and colleges in the other 4 academic cities. Especially the central academic city, which was dominated by the top 10 universities. Wyatt's goal was to spread his information network across every corner of the world, including the Empire, before the 7 Princes of Hell faction launched their invasion of the Card World. With his information network fully functioning, he can respond properly to the demon invasion. Therefore, when Demigod Norley offered to do it for free, Wyatt readily jumped on his offer. Haha, good. If you had agreed I was planning to flood the market with a similar product. Demigod Norley was pleased with Wyatt's decision to partner with him without much persuasion. So in a moment of smugness, he revealed the leverage he had prepared in case Wyatt denied the partnership between them, trying to show Wyatt that he had everything under his control from the start and was not planning to take a no for an answer. Old man, don't kid yourself. You could never create a similar card. A subpar card maybe, but it would never be my card's competition. Wyatt found it funny that Demigod Norley believed he could create a card similar to the Slime Fairy card. If not for his soul pupils coming up with the card recipe for a card like Slime Fairy card would not have been possible. Aren't you full of yourself, kid? Demigod Norley was triggered hearing Wyatt's words and added, "Don't forget most of the card creation techniques taught in the universities were developed or modified by me. Let me tell you, there is no part of the card creation history without mentioning my contribution to it. Fuck, when I started learning card creation, your ancestors weren't even born. Dad, leave it, you got what you wanted." Jill interrupted her father midway before he said something that could potentially ruin this partnership. As the greatest beneficiary of this partnership, she felt that she was obligated to protect it. "Jill, tell him, I can create a better card than him." Demigod Norley asked Jill to vouch for him. Believing that anybody in the card world would agree that he could create better cards than Wyatt. "What kind of card are we talking here?" Jill asked, though she preferred to not get involved, but it seemed like neither her father nor Wyatt would back off. Someone had to mediate between them before this escalated. Quote. Demigod Norley suddenly went quiet as he did not know how to answer his daughter since the card in question was a vulgar card. But then he thought, that was not the problem here. Jill should have said that he could create a better card than Wyatt without any hesitation. Instead she asked which card. This could only mean that Jill believed that Wyatt was better at creating some cards compared to him, who has been practicing card creation for thousands of years and has many card creation techniques named after him. Demigod Norley suddenly felt betrayed. "Dad, don't take it personally. I need more details to be the judge here." Jill was not being partial towards Wyatt. She believed that her dad was the greatest card creationist of all time, but his contender Wyatt wasn't some nobody. He was the guy who created the freaking VR universe and the first card for soul energy digestion. They both were equally great in their respective fields. "That's it, the deal is off. It's time for me to show the world my greatness again and show arrogant kids like you the meaning of being humble. Kid, I will not only create a similar card but launch it, but also conquer the entire market share even before your little startup is up and running." Demigod Norley took it personally. His pride would not allow this. He freaking wrote more than half of the books kids these days learn on card creation. He could not believe that a kid who had just become a card apprentice was a better card creationist than him in any given field. "Dad, what's gotten into you?" Jill panicked listening to her father call off the partnership with Wyatt he was pushing for and swearing to become Wyatt's competitor instead. She could not fathom how things went south so quickly. "Fine. You do you. Since the deal is off, there is nothing else to discuss between us. I will take my leave now." Wyatt turned to leave. Demigod Norley would make a good distribution partner in the other 4 regions, but that was too much power gathered under a single person's whim. It was for the best that Demigod Norley withdrew the deal now. If had done this later, the aftermath would have been disastrous. All those free VR cards would have been stuck in his hands. Besides, Wyatt did not want to be partners with someone so petty and insecure. "Boy, mark my words," Demigod Norley yelled, wanting to get the last word only to hear his beloved daughter yell at him, "Dad, shut up. Wyatt, don't leave. Wait. Wyatt, don't go. Wait, please listen to what I have to say." Jill rushed behind Wyatt, hurriedly caught up to him, and persuaded him to listen to what she had to say. "This better be good," Wyatt asked Jill in annoyance, noting to ask the Southern royal family for a good teleportation card and comprehend space rule when he was free. Chapter 1766. Volunteer date the 16th of April 2321, time 1734, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. "Dad, Wyatt's free VR cards can change the world for good, and with your help, that change can occur faster. The distribution of the free VR cards is bigger than the petty difference between you two. I am not asking you to give up on proving that you can create a better than Wyatt. You are free to do that while helping distribute the free VR cards to commoners and students worldwide. Please do not let those commoners and students suffer because of your big egos." Jill whooped up a subpar but reasonable speech on the spot, begging her father and Wyatt not to halt the progress of the world because of their egos. "Fine, but you will have to oversee all of it. I will be busy with my new project." Demigod Norley promised not to implicate innocent lives because of his curiosity and god complex. However, creating a pleasure card did not fall under it as long as no lives were harmed in its creation process. Since his promise, Demigod Norley always felt like a neutered dog. He no longer had an interest in taking up regular projects after playing with the taboo for so long. He had lost his appetite for regular, except for Jill. Nothing else actually excited him. So he began to build his new life around Jill, but this was the first time in decades he felt excited about a normal project. This was mostly because he had found a worthy rival in Wyatt. Demigod Norley did plan to hitch a ride with Wyatt to the top of the new card world. However, the part of him that he believed to have been neutered suddenly surfaced and took control. It did not allow him to throw down the gloves. He wanted to be part of the new age and not a simple passerby. Okay, I don't mind. I will take a long leave from the university. Jill nodded enthusiastically and then turned to Wyatt and asked, "What about you?" "Nope. I cannot trust someone who would be willing to steal someone else's idea and sell it as his own." Though Wyatt showed his disapproval towards Demigod Norley stealing his idea of pleasure cards, in his mind he was happy that Demigod Norley was doing that. But he did not show it on his face because he wanted Demigod Norley to give it his all to promote pleasure cards in the market. There were two main reasons apart from some minute ones why Wyatt had not launched slime fairy cards in the market, and they were: the first was that the slime fairies lacked human-like reactions and responses, which Cindy and his female calamity daughter Gems were currently working on with some help from some local prostitutes. The second reason was that Wyatt was worried that the conservative market was not ready for these pleasure cards and there would be a huge pushback, especially from the central government and royal families who use brothels to spy on their talkative clients. Wyatt has been wrecking his brain on how to launch the pleasure cards into the market without creating a stigma about them. He was planning to slowly introduce these pleasure cards in the black market and create a huge demand for them before officially launching them in the market, but now that Demigod Norley had volunteered to his subpar pleasure cards in the market before him, Wyatt could not be happier. Even if he was ripping off his idea of a pleasure card. With Demigod Norley's influence, Wyatt believed that he would handle the central government and royal families to create a place for pleasure cards in the market. And once Demigod Norley has cleared all the obstacles in the market with his subpar pleasure cards, it would not be too late for Wyatt's fairy slime cards to enter the market, and based on the variety of options and superior experience, they will easily snatch all the market share from Demigod Norley's subpar pleasure cards. On the off chance Demigod Norley's pleasure card was as good as Wyatt's slime fairy cards, then Wyatt would still have time to create a better version and launch it in the market exclusively for the wealthy who appreciate and prefer finer products over cheap prices. Having thought this through, Wyatt did not mind Demigod Norley rescinding the partnership. Though if the partnership with Demigod Norley meant that he would keep the government and royal families on the bay clearing the biggest obstacle of the pleasure cards, but it would not be for free. He would demand a huge share in the venture. So in some way better if the slime fairy cards go big, Wyatt would not have to share his fruits with others and keep them for himself. "Wyatt, don't say that. Didn't you hear him say that he will not be the one in charge of the distribution but me? You know you can trust me, right?" Jill said, trying to persuade Wyatt to agree to the deal. As this, she would have a reason to meet Wyatt on a daily basis. "You are the greediest card apprentice I had the pleasure of dealing with." Wyatt had not forgotten his dealings with Jill. This little minx was the one who said that she did not mix business with friendship when he asked her for a discount. That was then. This is different. "I am doing this for the good of the people," Jill hurriedly explained. "Boy, you know that we are doing this free, right?" Demigod Norley reminded Wyatt that they were helping him distribute the VR cards for free, while implying that Wyatt should be appreciative and grateful for their generosity. "So what, would you take up a crook's offer to help you move your things across the street?" "No, right," Wyatt said sarcastically, indirectly calling Demigod Norley a crook. Chapter 1767 Useless Snake. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1747. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. "Who the heck are you calling a crook, boy?" Demigod Norley glared at Wyatt. "Wyatt, I know my father is going to create a similar card as yours, but you have no right to call him a crook. It is not illegal or unethical to create similar cards unless he copies your card's card recipe. Sure, you thought of such a card first, but what matters is how you get it into existence. So, please mind your words." Jill came to her father's defense for the first time. "Whatever, I don't plan to give you guys the distribution of free VR cards for all 4 regions, but if you want we can discuss the central region." Wyatt did not argue, as he knew Jill was not wrong. Ideas, especially commercial ideas, were not copyrightable. However, Demigod Norley got the idea of starting a pleasure card business from him, so he had every right to call Demigod Norley a thief. Demigod Norley knew, which was why he did not deny it. How about the central region and all the universities and colleges across the other 3 regions? Jill counter-proposed. Jill believed that Wyatt's VR cards would change the world for the good. By becoming the distributor of the free VR cards in the central region and the colleges around the 3 regions, she would not only be helping the people but also have a reason to pursue Wyatt. That was like hitting 2 birds with a single bullet, so she could not help but be proactive about this deal. Thanks to her father's contribution to the current education system of the 5 regions except for the top 10 universities, Jill could easily get access to any university and college in the 5 regions. As for distributing the free VR cards to the remote regions of the other 3 regions, Jill believed those regions' royal families would be best suited for that task. Deal, I will call you when I have drawn up the contract and prepared the cards. Until then, goodbye. Agreeing to Jill's proposal, Wyatt left without waiting for Jill's response. His heart would not settle until he had removed Handsome Fox's hypnotic suggestion seed from Susan's body. Okay, Jill said to Wyatt's back. She did not plan on taking more of Wyatt's time, knowing that it would only annoy him further. The nerve on that guy, can you believe it? Demigod Norley commented and then added, come on, Buttercup, let us go home. Daddy needs to create a new card recipe ASAP. Dad, you two had finally agreed on something, did you have to ruin it? Like every woman, Jill too wanted her father and the love of her life to get along. What do you mean I ruined it? He was the one who arrogantly said that my cards were subpar compared to his. Demigod Norley exaggerated the facts to help his defense. Dad, I was right here. Besides, what are you doing in the first place? Jill asked. Now that Wyatt had left, she planned to get to the bottom of things. She guessed the gist of it, but now she wanted to know if she guessed right. I was here to propose a partnership. For a card master, that boy is hard to find, Demigod Norley explained, then immediately changed the topic, saying, the new Prestige Armor card collection is out, let us check it out. Daddy will buy you anyone you like. I know what you are trying to do, but sure, I also want an SSS rank beautician card, Jill demanded. She was too cheap to buy these things with her own money. Previously, since she had no interest in men, she avoided these kinds of cards, but now that she was stuck in a one-sided love, she decided to put in some effort. Not that she was not beautiful, but she wanted to go above and beyond to impress her crush. Sure, one thing your father doesn't lack is money, Demigod Norley bragged as he teleported his daughter and himself out of the southern region. On his way back to the new TSR Guild headquarters, Wyatt contacted one of his Calamity Daughter gems on the compound to enter the Blood Rock Caves and fetch Corey from the Seed World. Arriving at the compound, Little Beam, who was resting on Wyatt's shoulder, hurried to Corey's side, and reducing her size, she wrapped around her wrist. Approaching Corey, looking at the white bangle at her wrist, Wyatt commented, useless snake. Wyatt, how dare you call Beam a useless snake? She guarded your life with hers, Corey immediately defended her pet. Guard my life? She did nothing but pretend to be asleep. Thankfully, I was not in any real danger. Wyatt had still not forgiven Little Beam for not helping him deal with Demigod Norley's space rule. Maybe you were not in any real danger, that was why she did not feel the need to act. Corey continued to defend Little Beam. In her eyes, Little Beam would never disregard her commands. Forget it, how is Susan doing? Wyatt asked in concern. She has not regained her consciousness since I knocked her out. For now, her condition appears to be stable, Corey answered. Fine, you stay here and keep the snake busy. I will go help Susan. Wyatt hurried to the basement of the TSR Guild Tower. Wait, I am coming too, Corey cried, and turning to Little Beam she ordered, Beam, go secure the perimeter of the city. Wait, before she leaves, tell her to stay away from Field Marshal Heatsend and not to mess with her in any circumstance, Wyatt advised Corey, worried that Little Beam would pick a fight with Field Marshal Heatsend. Wait, what is Field Marshal Heatsend doing here? Shouldn't she be guarding the way beyond with my parents? Corey asked in surprise. She wondered if the Field Marshal was here who was looking after her parents. Chapter 1768, repressing date the 16th of April 2321, time 1819, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Eastern Sector. Corey did not believe that the Field Marshal personally babysat her grown-ass parents at the way beyond. What she meant was, if the Field Marshal was here, then who was deterring the Supreme Beings from attacking the southern base at the way beyond? She is here to protect me. Besides, I am sure someone else has filled in for her at the way beyond, Wyatt consoled Corey. After learning what her parents were doing at the way beyond, Wyatt felt for them and reciprocated his appreciation of their sacrifice to their only daughter. Protect you? How many demigods are they planning to send to protect a single card master? Has the royal family forgotten that there are other important things that take priority too? Corey did not mean anything by this. She was just worried for her parents who had been stationed at the way beyond even before her birth. Calm down, the royal family knows what they are doing. Besides, the other demigods have already left for another mission. It is just Field Marshal Heatsend guarding me now, Wyatt explained and then added, come let us check on Susan. Wait, I will instruct Little Beam properly. Corey repeatedly warned Beam to avoid Field Marshal Heatsend as she patrolled the city's surroundings. Corey knew Beam was strong but also knew that there was a reason why the Field Marshal Heatsend was called one of the top 10 strongest in the card world. She was incredibly strong. Receiving Corey's orders, Little Beam reluctantly left Corey's side and went to patrol the city perimeter. Getting rid of Little Beam, both Wyatt and Corey hurried to the Blood Rock Cave. Entering the Blood Rock Cave, they did not immediately enter the seed world. Wyatt checked on Bloodette to find that she continued to remain unresponsive and that there was no progress in her condition. Wyatt was beginning to feel that this was not because of the backlash of the dungeon seal but Bloodette's body which was trying to repress her painful memory. Courtney. Courtney was a huge part of Bloodette. They both share a common rune and they have a pact between them. It was impossible for Bloodette to entirely forget about Courtney. Bloodette's subconscious trying to remove the painful memories was just Wyatt's one of many assumptions. He planned to test it out right after he had helped Susan. So leaving comatose Bloodette under the care of one of his true clones, Wyatt entered the seed world with Courtney. Wyatt, you are back. Entering the seed world, Wyatt was immediately greeted by Dreadray. As soon as Wyatt arrived outside the seed world, she became aware of his arrival, so she waited to greet him after he entered the seed world. Yes, Wyatt answered Dreadray with a gentle smile and then asked, did these two bother you? No, Park and Corey are fun, Dreadray replied enthusiastically. Her words caused Wyatt to take a glance at Park and Corey. He found it hard to believe that they were fun to be with. But since Dreadray enjoyed their company, that was all that mattered. What took you so long? Corey Park asked. I was tied up dealing another pair of crazies. I am here now, aren't I? Wyatt answered Park, wondering if in this life too he was a crazy magnet. Since more than half the people he had acquainted with in this life acted crazy, he believed that might be the case. Did you just call us crazy? Corey asked, only to hear Park say, leave it sweetie, only crazy people go around calling other people crazy. Sure, you call a girl a few years older than you your mother, but I am the crazy one. Wyatt rolled his eyes at Park and Corey before approaching Susan, who was peacefully lying on a floating island. Should I wake her up for the procedure? Corey asked. No, this is better. I thought the reason was acting recklessly before was because of the hypnotic suggestion implanted in her. Otherwise, she was not the type to make things more difficult than they already were. With her unconscious, it will be easier for me to proceed with the procedure. Wyatt answered. He was purposefully vague with his answer because he did not want them to wonder how did he know for sure that the hypnotic suggestion seed in Susan's body had been triggered without conducting any tests. Sure, but mind your spiritual sense. If you try to take advantage of Big Sis Susan's unconscious state, then I will freaking kill you on the spot, Corey warned Wyatt. She has been through Wyatt's procedure, so she knew that it was very intrusive. She was conscious, so she could monitor Wyatt's actions were limited to cure the disease and not extended to satisfy his fetish. But unlike her, Susan was unconscious, giving Wyatt the free rein, which was why she warned Wyatt to act ethically and not try to take advantage of the situation. You do not need me to tell me how to do my job. I have always been ethical and professional when it comes to my job. Wyatt asked Corey to shut up as he took his job seriously and always remained ethical and professional. Sure, I will take your word for it. But remember, I and Park are watching your every move. Corey acted tough. She had no choice but to take Wyatt's word for it. Do whatever you want, but do not disturb me. I am about to begin the procedure now. Wyatt was happy for Susan that she had a friend like Corey in her life, but Corey was damn annoying. Wyatt began to use his soul pupils to map the roots of the hypnotic suggestion seed in Susan. They were longer and stronger than the leftover roots he found in Corey's body, which was given since the roots in Corey's body were only the remains of the original hypnotic suggestion seed. Chapter 1769 Traditional Minded. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1835. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Wyatt, hold up. Park, who was silent till now, suddenly spoke up. Didn't I say not to disturb me? Wyatt frowned in annoyance. He accepted this from Corey but not Park. This subspace is within the dungeon seal, so I believe that Handsome Fox's ability should not affect Big Sis Susan in here. Park has been contemplating this for long, doubting herself, believing that would have known this if it were. But then she decided to go with her understanding. She too, like Corey, was very opposed to the idea of Wyatt using his spiritual sense on unconscious Susan. You're mistaken, only the tracking part of his ability will not work in here. As for the hypnotic suggestion, it has a conditional trigger to it. It will activate as long as the conditions are met regardless of the location. Blooded is an example of this. Besides, I believe Susan's hypnotic condition has been triggered, explaining her out-of-ordinary behavior. Was I not clear earlier? Wyatt did not hide his displeasure as he answered Park. Quote. Listening to Wyatt's detailed explanation, Park was embarrassed. If not for her flame body, her face would have turned red of embarrassment and shame. Shaking his head, Wyatt said, "Guys, I know you two are thinking of Susan, but you guys need to trust me. She is my best employee. I would not do something like that to her. Just think of me as a medical card apprentice. Can you two do that?" Wyatt did not get angry at Corey or Park because they were worried for Susan. Any concerned friend or family would have reacted the same way. But he expected a little more openness from Park. After all, she was a demoness who survived in the Dark Realm for nearly a century. Her reaction may be because the person here was someone whom she considered as her mother. Corey's gaze alternated between unconscious Susan and Wyatt before she reluctantly uttered, "Fine." As for Park, surprisingly, she remained quiet, causing Wyatt to frown. He tried to be understanding of their concerns. He even went as far as to address those concerns of theirs and assure them, but she still could not bring to trust him. Even Corey was puzzled to see Park hesitate and asked, "What's wrong?" "Even though I don't like him, I trust him to be professional and ethical. It is not about Wyatt that I am concerned about. I am concerned about our mother. You know she is traditional-minded. I don't know if she will be okay when she learns of this." Park explained that the root of her concern was not with Wyatt but with Susan. She did not bother to hide the fact she believed Susan to be her mother by continuing to call her big sis. "Oh, I did not even think about that." Being pointed out by Park, it finally dawned on Corey that Susan might not agree with the cure prescribed for her problem. Wyatt also nodded in understanding. How long it took Susan to come to terms with her feelings for him because of their age and status gap compared to Jill, Anna, Luna, and Anne, who were old enough to be his grandmas. He too was not sure how Susan would react if she knew that he used his divine sense on her. She did boldly kiss him, which seemed to be a one-time deal, as she only gained the courage to do so because she thought he had died, and afterward she would not even dare to be alone in the same room with Wyatt. I hate to say this, but Park, I don't think she would mind if it's Wyatt. If had to be somebody, then she would prefer Wyatt. After all, she does have a thing for him, Corey uttered, scratching the back of her head. She could not believe that she said those words. "You are right, I should stop overthinking this. Removing the hypnotic suggestion implanted in her takes priority," Park said, making up her mind, and then added, "If neither of us tells her, then she won't know." Corey and Park exchanged a look and nodded in agreement, then turned to Wyatt for his consent, but to their surprise, he grinned, saying, "I must be the luckiest dude alive, to have would-be stepdaughters who are willing to help me check the goods before I invest more time in pursuing their mother." Listening to Wyatt's words, Corey and Park blinked in bafflement, awakening from the daze. Corey yelled, "Who the fuck are you calling your stepdaughters? What the fuck do you mean by checking the goods? Believe it or not, I will castrate you right here." "I am kidding, relax. Geez, you gals are no fun," Wyatt hurriedly explained, seeing both the Coreys lose it. All the annoyance that had built up because of their constant interruption finally vanished. "I don't trust him a single bit," Corey announced to Park, who kept glaring at Wyatt, and said, "Wyatt, that joke was not funny. For you maybe, but I thought it was hilarious. The look on your faces was priceless." Wyatt laughed aloud. Dredre, who had just returned from finishing her regular rounds of her forest, had no clue what they were talking about. After all, the reproduction in pixies and humans was entirely different. "We do not have any other choice. He knows that and is taking full advantage of it," Park replied to Corey. If she was not concerned about Wyatt taking advantage of unconscious Susan with his spiritual sense, now she was. "You two clowns go continue your discussion somewhere else, and remember, next time either of you disturbs me I will not be polite." With a wave of his hand, Wyatt separated the space, isolating him and the unconscious Susan from the rest. If not for Dredre's sake, Wyatt would have kicked both of them out of the seed world. Chapter 1770 Success. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 1847. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Getting rid of the nuisance, Wyatt looked at the defenseless unconscious Susan. She looked so pure and peaceful. Looking at her curvy body, he would be lying if he said he was not tempted. However, Wyatt was not the one to give in to his urges, otherwise he would never have been able to make it so far even with his talent and overpowered origin card. Every moment of his life was dedicated towards productivity ever since he realized that the chill life he fantasized about needed a strong and undefeatable foundation to be built on. Wyatt slowly moved the bangs covering Susan's face, and looking at her jade-white forehead, he had the urge to caress it and kiss it, but he did not, as he was not here as Susan's lover but medic. Right now his priority was to rid her of the hypnotic suggestion influencing her. Susan's condition was more serious than that of Corey's. Wyatt would have to thread work carefully here, as the hypnotic suggestion seed in Susan's body was in the active state, not the dormant or remnant state. In the active state, the seed was more sensitive and had more power to do everything to achieve its objective. Meaning it would fight back more fiercer than the roots in Corey's body. Having mapped Susan's soul pathway to trace every root of the hypnotic suggestion seed spread across them, Wyatt had allotted Hive AI to come up with an efficient way for him to shift the active seed onto the blood curse substitute of Susan. While Hive AI was busy stimulating the efficient way for Wyatt to transfer the active seed from Susan's soul pathways, Wyatt drew a drop of blood from Susan and began to create a one-time use blood curse substitute card. After creating the card, Wyatt found that the Hive AI was still not done with its task. So he decided to check on it and see what the delay was. Going through all the simulations Hive AI had run so far, Wyatt realized that the reason why it was taking so long for the Hive AI to come up with an efficient way to transfer the active hypnotic suggestion seed in Susan was because of its high sensitivity. The high sensitivity of the seed made it very difficult to transfer it out of Susan's body, mostly because of its enormous size. The roots of the seed had spread across most of Susan's soul pathways. Because of the size, there was bound to be a small error when transferring, which would easily be caught by the seed. Hive AI tried various methods to reduce this error to zero, but it was not humanly possible. However, Hive AI soon found a solution. It was for Wyatt and his mutated consciousnesses to divide and conquer the seed with their multiple spiritual sense. For this to work, they will have to work in perfect sync. Thanks to the Hive AI, it was easier for Wyatt and his mutated consciousness to use their spiritual sense in sync. Soon Hive AI had come up with the perfect plan and assigned Wyatt and his 10 mutated consciousnesses their individual tasks. Then, under the assistance of the Hive AI, Wyatt and his mutated consciousnesses mobilized their spiritual sense, vibrating it at the same frequency as Susan's soul pathway. Then they simultaneously used their soul pathway to cover the part of the seed assigned to them. All 11 of them were able to time their action thanks to the assistance of the Hive AI. Activating the blood substitute card, all 11 of them began to transfer the seed into it at the fastest pace possible while being careful. Hive AI suspended all its other activities and monitored and assisted the 11 of them in their endeavor. After a few stressful minutes, Wyatt and his mutated consciousnesses achieved the impossible. They managed to transfer an active seed from Susan's body into her blood curse substitute. Holding the card in his hand, Wyatt sighed in relief, but then his eyes glowed with a strong thirst for vengeance. Now that Susan was in the clear, it was time for him to hunt down the bastard responsible for this. Blooded and Courtney still had the roots in their body, but Wyatt could not leave Handsome Fox alone till he found a way to save Courtney and rescued her. He had no idea when Handsome Fox planned to strike him next. He could not be in a constant state of alert, so he had to take Handsome Fox out. He took him out. As for Blooded and Courtney, Blooded was inside the dungeon seal and Courtney's whereabouts were out of this world, so they were safe from Handsome Fox for now. Having decided on his next course of action, Wyatt placed Susan's blood substitute card in his card holder, and taking one last look at her peaceful sleeping space, he combined the space with the main space. Noting the change, Corey and Park immediately rushed to Susan's side and checked her. They were not subtle about checking that her clothes remained the same way before Wyatt separated the space. Seeing that her dress was not touched, Park turned to look at Wyatt and asked, "How did the procedure go? Was it a success?" "Yes, it was a success," Wyatt answered. Then added, "I am heading out to take care of some business. You guys keep Dredre and Susan company." "Where are you going? Don't you want to talk to Susan?" "Not that I care, but she was worried about you." Realizing that Wyatt did not take advantage of defenseless Susan, Park returned to her usual self. As for Corey, she was repeatedly checking Susan's state with her spiritual sense, showing that she did not trust Wyatt one bit when it came to Susan. The code can be redeemed by 10 different users with 10 FPs user. You can find the redeem center at profile redeem. Less than ABDHYHDM 6HX6FJTCA greater than chapter 1771 star for eyes. Date the 16th of April 2321 time 1955 location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Don't worry, this won't take long, I will be right back, Wyatt answered Park before leaving the Seed World. Exiting the Blood Rock Cave, Wyatt headed to the top of the tallest tower in the compound. Then activating his soul pupils he looked into the sky. Soon he found a mass of humanoid-shaped soul pathways with an incredible amount of soul energy levels sitting on a cloud. That should be the field marshal, Wyatt thought, though she was masking her presence in realm, in front of his soul pupils it proved useless. The reason Wyatt was looking for the field marshal was obvious. As a card master his strength was not enough to make use of the tracking curse to track the handsome fox, even if his blood curse rune was at the ultimate tier. It was especially considering that with his cautious nature, handsome fox might have taken precautions against tracking skills. If Wyatt were to try and track handsome fox by himself, then he would definitely fail to track him and most likely alert handsome fox that someone was trying to use his abilities to track him. Therefore, Wyatt decided to recruit the help of Field Marshal Heatsend, who held the title of Top 10 Martial Artist. If it was her, she should be able to follow Wyatt's plan and track handsome fox, making it past his anti-tracking precautionary measures. Holy shit, Wyatt suddenly cussed, seeing the soul pathways related to eyes in the massive soul pathway belonging to Field Marshal turn into a pair of stars and glance at him. Wyatt was caught off guard by this change and was scared silly. He had never seen anybody's soul pathways do this. The soul pathways belonging to the eyes morphed into a pair of radiant stars. Language boy, an elegant but commanding voice rang in Wyatt's ears. Surprised, Wyatt turned to look back, but there was no one there. How was that possible, since he distinctly felt the voice come from behind him? Then, thinking of something, Wyatt immediately looked into the sky in the direction where Field Marshal was seated on the cloud. However, he could not spot her where he had previously seen her. Yet once again he heard the elegant voice in his ears, "Your eyes are more beautiful and wondrous than described." Wyatt hurriedly turned back, and once again he was greeted by nothing but air. His brows frowned as he wondered if the Field Marshal was toying with him. He was uninterested in playing hide and seek with an old lady. "Your Highness, please do not tease this junior. Don't give up before trying." Field Marshal Heatsend was not playing with Wyatt but testing the capabilities and limits of Wyatt's eye ability. Even card demigods could not spot Field Marshal Heatsend if she decided to hide, but Wyatt spotted her location accurately despite being a mere card master. What was more appalling was that he had stared into her eyes, yet somehow he remained unaffected. Not many in lower realms lock eyes with her and remain unaffected. This was why she could tell that Wyatt's eyes were more extraordinary than they were given credit. A small suspicion grew in Field Marshal Heatsend's mind about Wyatt's eyes. She had read in Wyatt's dossier that his eye's ability was because of his origin card aura sight, which had inherited from his mother by contracting her silver grimoire. The description of the aura sight was vague, but it was described as an ability that allowed the user to see the aura of everything. Field Marshal Heatsend felt it explained how Wyatt could spot him but how he was unaffected despite locking eyes with her. To explore this she decided to test Wyatt. Wyatt once again heard the voice come from behind him. This time he did not turn behind because all his 10 mutate soul consciousnesses and Hive AI were covering his blind spots from every direction. However, to his surprise, none of his mutate soul consciousnesses were able to spot anything. Begging the question of where was the voice coming from, Wyatt tried to retrace the path of the voice, but the trail vanished into void. This was truly mystical, worthy of Field Marshal Heatsend holding the title, Top 10 Strongest in the World, he thought. "Your Highness, can you conduct your tests some other time? Right now, I need your help," Wyatt informed. Wyatt was fully aware that Field Marshal Heatsend was playing hide and seek with him but trying to gauge the capabilities of his aura sight, aka soul pupils. Wyatt was also curious about her eye ability, especially about how her eyes were able to turn into stars, but now was not the time. He had a much more serious matter to address. "I am listening." Field Marshal did not show herself but instead said that Wyatt could talk to her while trying to find her. Wyatt shook his head, but then understanding that he wanted her help he decided to follow her arrangement. "Your Highness, it is about Handsome Fox." "Handsome Fox, the guy who attacked your friends during the Southern Capital incident. Yes, Your Highness. What about him? I think I have a way to find him. With your help, we might be able to track his whereabouts, Wyatt explained to Field Marshal Heatsend without going into details. That is well and good, but right now my task is to protect you and your friends. I will take it to my niece, she will send someone to handle this case. Hand over whatever you have discussed to them. Field Marshal Heatsend did not indulge Wyatt. She prioritized her current mission more than catching Handsome Fox. Your Highness, I need your help. If I wanted someone else I would have contacted Anne and not sought you. Wyatt rejected Field Marshal Heatsend's proposal. Chapter 1772 Due Process Date 16 April 2321 Time 20:08 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Wyatt was not surprised to see that Field Marshal Heatsend proposed that they follow the proper protocol. But he found her attitude toward Handsome Fox frustrating. She did not seem to consider Handsome Fox a threat that required her to personally solve. Similarly, if not for the sudden visit of demigod Norley, she would not have personally stepped in to guard him. Just like in the Southern Capital, she was stationed to guard the Dual Gate dungeon and not him. It's not like Wyatt blamed Field Marshal Heatsend for prioritizing the Dual Gate dungeon's safety over his. He understood her logic. Wyatt had the protection of the Timeless Array formation covering the Southern Royal Palace grounds. Meanwhile, the Dual Gate dungeon was defenseless. If not for Wyatt choosing to walk into the trap laid by the central government and Morningstar University, with the protection of Timeless Array covering the Southern Royal Palace grounds, his safety was guaranteed. If one were to look at it this way, it was Wyatt who owed the Southern royal family an explanation. However, he had already informed them of his actions and warned them to make enough preparations. In that incident, neither party could point fingers at each other. However, now Wyatt believed that Field Marshal Heatsend was making a mistake by not considering a threat high enough for her and instead planning to mobilize the relevant department. Field Marshal Heatsend was not wrong here. As a leader, she could not shoulder everything. She should learn to rely on her subordinates and trust them to come through. As someone who knew how much of a threat Handsome Fox could be to him in the Southern region, it was Wyatt's duty to provide Field Marshal Heatsend the facts and help her come to a correct decision. Here, Wyatt could not continue to expect Field Marshal Heatsend to just trust his words and get on board with his whims, because as someone who held the title of being one of the top 10 strongest in the world and the rank of Field Marshal, she held many responsibilities. Not to mention she had to set an example to all by following and trusting the due process. Otherwise, everybody will start taking matters into their own hands. Vigilantism was good in stories, but in reality, it was not good for society. If the people felt the need for vigilantism, then it was a sign that the current society and leadership were lacking. Kid, there are proper procedures to address matters like this. If the personnel feel that I need to take action, then I will do so. So don't worry. Field Marshal Heatsend was not angered by Wyatt's words, rather she saw it as ignorance and impatience of his young age. She was one of the few who felt that people saw him as an overachieving teenager with great potential rather than the hope of the South. She thought people were burdening him with their expectations of him. Your Highness, I am worried that following the due process will alert the enemy. Wyatt spoke his mind, hoping to persuade Field Marshal Heatsend. He spoke to the clouds, having already given up on trying to find Field Marshal Heatsend. Wyatt, you know the meaning of the words you just spoke, right? It means you are suggesting that the authorities from the royal palace cannot be trusted. Are you aware of the gravity of such words, especially to me? Field Marshal Heatsend's elegant and warm voice turned indifferent. She could tolerate Wyatt's rudeness and lack of proper manners, but not this. Yes, Your Highness, I do, Wyatt said with a serious voice. Just from the voice of the Field Marshal, he felt his goosebumps stand erect. The indifference in her voice was unsettling. Wyatt wondered if he should gone through Anne or Colleen instead of directly approaching Field Marshal Heatsend. Then you better have a valid reason for your claims or else you are in huge trouble, Field Marshal Heatsend said, having decided to stop giving Wyatt special treatment. Since Wyatt was the hope of the South, it was her duty that this hope grew up straight and not crooked. Your Highness, since you heard of Handsome Fox, I am guessing you might have also heard of his ability. Wyatt pointed out Handsome Fox's ability. I did. Demigod Leo has checked the soul pathways of the demigods stationed here during the Southern Capital incident and found the roots in them. Confirming your assumptions about his abilities. From so far from what we know, it has been classified as a fearful ability, since it could even brainwash a demigod without them having any idea about it. Are you perhaps claiming that there are victims of Handsome Fox's ability within the royal palace authorities? Field Marshal Heatsen frowned her brows. Field Marshal Heatsen's husband's junior brother had warned the royal family about Handsome Fox claiming that he could be another matron-like existence. However, when they tried to cross-check their findings with Clown Mask, they found that she did not know of Handsome Fox. It was as if Handsome Fox did not exist in the alternate future vision of the Clown Mask. This was astonishing for the royal family since most of the things that Clown Mask had proposed had sooner or later come true. Hence their trust in her future vision was strong, but the fact that Handsome Fox went unnoticed made them undermine him, leaving the southern royal family undecided on the thread leave of Handsome Fox. Now that Wyatt was calming the same thing, Field Marshal Heatsen had to make a decision on the spot, because if Wyatt was right, then following the due process would only be counterproductive and she might lose the chance to permanently solve a high-profile threat like Handsome Fox. Making a quick decision, she said, "Your concerns are valid, but to convince me you will have to do one more thing." Chapter 1773 Wits Over Cards. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 2023. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. What is it, Your Highness? You name it, Wyatt asked eagerly. Nobody could be more eager than him to kill Handsome Fox. Not only did that bastard harm his friends but also sold the card world to the greediest devil of the dark race. He had pushed the world into a second demon war. Someone like him did not deserve to live. Good, find me and I will help you out. Seeing that Wyatt did not even bother to search, Field Marshal Heatsen felt like a fool trying to test Wyatt's aura sight card's capability. However, she planned to help Wyatt out even if he failed to find her. The point of this was that she just wanted Wyatt to participate and entertain her curiosity about his origin card. Your Highness, I don't know how these two are related, Wyatt asked, while he noted that Field Marshal Heatsen might have grown suspicious of his origin card. If not, he has to seriously consider whether it was him or every powerful being he runs into had a few screws loose. Enough with the questions, you have a minute to find me, Field Marshal Heatsen announced, leaving no room for Wyatt to argue. Fuck, Wyatt cussed in his mind. He was in a dilemma, wondering if Field Marshal Heatsen was doing this based on a whim or if she was suspicious of his origin card. If it was because of her whim, he did not mind showing off to Field Marshal, but if she was suspicious, he would rather take a step back and find another helper. His soul pupils were his core secret. He would rather deal with Handsome Fox some other time than reveal it to the world. The minute time limit created pressure on Wyatt, putting him on the spot to make a fast decision. Wyatt reeked his mind trying to make a decision. Stakes were high. There was a reason why Wyatt did not have his other consciousnesses searching for Field Marshal Heatsen while he was persuading her. It was because he knew that once he spotted her with his eyes, her eyes would also notice his gaze like earlier. There was no doubt in Wyatt's mind that Field Marshal's eyes were extraordinary. He would be a fool if he denied it even after seeing their soul pathways morph into stars. Screw it, Wyatt decisively made a decision that was to find Field Marshal Heatsen without using his soul pupils. This way he could enjoy the good of both worlds. He will not have to worry about revealing his soul pupils and also gain Field Marshal's help to catch Handsome Fox. Now the million-dollar question was, how was he going to do it, with a few 10 seconds at his disposal? Without much thought, Wyatt resonated his body to the hum vibration of the world, instantly entering the one with the world state physically and spiritually. This was just a show for Field Marshal Heatsen so that she would not realize that Wyatt existed in both spiritual and physical planes simultaneously. Entering the one with the world state physically and spiritually, Wyatt began to use his spiritual sense to search for the location where Field Marshal Heatsen's spiritual channel connected to the spiritual plane, such that based on its location he could map the Field Marshal's location in the physical plane without using his soul pupils. This method Wyatt had learned from Agent Forger. After having achieved the state where it could exist on both physical and spiritual planes simultaneously, Wyatt had the idea to mimic Agent Forger's instantaneous teleportation type ability. With his body reconstruction and myriad demon transformation skills, it would not be difficult for him to achieve it as long as he practiced a little. However, recently he was so busy with Handsome Fox that he did not have the time to try it. With the help of his spiritual sense, Wyatt scanned the surrounding spiritual space and soon he spotted a tiny opening in the spiritual realm. He did not probe it, just observed, but to his surprise, it reacted to his spiritual sense and released a stronger spiritual sense. Wyatt hurriedly withdrew his spiritual sense and returned to the physical plane 1 to hear Field Marshal Heatsen say, it seems you have learned a thing or two from your battle with Agent Forger. Psy Field Marshal Heatsen's sigh was out of disappointment. She was not disappointed in Wyatt, she was disappointed in Anna and Anne. All three of them fought against Agent Forger, but the one to learn a valuable lesson from that battle was not the card emperors capable of going toe-to-toe with card demigods when fused, but a card master. Field Marshal was not disappointed that Fusion Anna and Anne lost to Agent Forger, she was disappointed that they did not learn anything from their loss. Especially considering that if Wyatt had not waged his life and intervened, they could have died in the hands of the enemy. The fact that Anna was the next ruler made it more disappointing. She could only blame her brother and his family for spoiling the heir to the Southern throne. Returning to the physical plane, Wyatt gazed at the location Field Marshal was hiding and said, "Yes, Your Highness. The battle with Agent Forger was very productive, I learned a lot from that battle. By the way, does this consider me finding you?" "Yes, it does. Will you look at that, you found me with a few minutes to spare." Field Marshal's voice did not have any hint of displeasure, rather she seemed to be happy that Wyatt found her using his wits. Field Marshal had no reason to be displeased, as she did not condition him to find her using his origin card. Not to mention, this also concluded her suspicion about there being more to Wyatt's Aura Sight origin card. If there was nothing to hide about this origin card, he would have first tried to find her with his origin card, and then if he failed, use his brain to find her using her spiritual channel's connection to the spiritual plane. It was clear to her Wyatt did not want to use his origin card with her scrutinizing it. Chapter 1774 Dream of Every Man. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 2035. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Your Highness, how do we proceed with Handsome Fox matter? Wyatt had a smile pasted on his face, convincing Field Marshal to help him. It was indeed an achievement to be proud of. After all, she was one of the top 10 strongest in the card world. You have a plan, don't you? No need to stand on ceremony around me. Don't let the status difference overwhelm you or worry about hurting my ego. I don't mind following competent people even if they are weaker than me. As long as the mission is successful, nothing else matters. Field Marshal Heatsen, despite her rank, now once used to be a soldier. For a princess to be a soldier was not easy. She was used to similar situations countless times before and understood that objective mattered over all else. Your Highness, it would be a lot easier to communicate if you were to present here. Field Marshal Heatsen did not reveal herself after Wyatt found her, wondering if she forgot. Wyatt reminded her. She might have not noticed, since she could see him while it was inconvenient for him to continue to talk to the clouds. Luckily he was on the top of the tower, otherwise, people would think that he was crazy talking to himself. "No, I don't trust your eyes. They seem to be the dream of every man," Field Marshal Heatsen complained. She had her speculations about why Wyatt was unaffected despite having locked eyes with her. One of them was very obscene. If it was true, then Wyatt would be the enemy of every woman, father, brother, husband, and lover, but envy of every horny pervert. Listening to Field Marshal's words, Wyatt felt a chill on his back as he understood Field Marshal Heatsen had already concluded that there was a problem with the royal family's information on his origin card. But he calmed himself down, thinking it was fine as long as she did not ask him about it. "Your Highness, please be rest assured I would not dare." Wyatt did not deny her because her divine sense was constantly monitoring him. Lying would do him no good. From his experience, the more he tried to explain, the more he would look guilty, i.e. useless. He was prepared to reveal his origin card and prove his innocence. "You are indeed a lucky fellow to get such an origin card, but it would not be half as amazing if not for your big brain." Curbing her curiosity and disgust, Field Marshal did not probe into Wyatt's origin card, but did subtly hint to him not to worry, as the card would be of less use without him using it. "Thank you for praise, Your Highness, but I need you to perform a tracking curse, so it would be convenient if you were present." Wyatt sighed in relief, seeing that Field Marshal did not ask him about his origin card and even assured him that his secret was safe with her. "Kid, don't push your luck. I am being very generous here. Just tell me what you need my help with." The top 10 strongest of the card world were afraid to appear in front of a card master. She did not want to put herself in a position where she would want to kill Wyatt. She had various methods to block senses and perception, but she was worried that Wyatt could see through them too. Her worries were legitimate. If Wyatt's eyes spotted her hiding in the clouds when the divine sense of some rookie demigods failed to, what could they spot when she was right next to him? She did not want to take any chances. Quote. Wyatt was speechless. It seemed the more he kept quiet about his origin card, the more the misunderstanding Field Marshal had about his origin card grew. His soul pupils allowed him to see through the soul pathways, not clothes. However, if he were to use his soul pupils partially, i.e. see through the soul pathways of the clothes, and with that out of the way, what was left was, Wyatt dare not think about the forbidden ability when covered in Field Marshal's divine sense. Wyatt suddenly thought back to when Corey and Park also talked to him in a similar tone, causing Wyatt to wonder if today was not his day. It appears as if today the universe was out to label him as a pervert to every woman he came across. First Corey and Park, now Field Marshal. Luckily for him, Field Marshal was generous enough to not force him to reveal his origin card info. But he could not help but wonder if she did not ask him about his abilities' effects because she did not want to compromise his privacy, or if it was because she was afraid to learn that his origin card could compromise her privacy. Now this was nerve-wracking. Wyatt, don't waste my time. Let us be done with this and not meet until absolutely necessary, Field Marshal Heatsend called out to Wyatt, warning him not to meet her unless it was necessary. Wyatt shook his head helplessly, understanding that nothing he said would change Field Marshal Heatsend's opinion about his origin card, that was, unless he was willing to share the soul pupil card's info with her. Only then will her heart be at ease and be comfortable around him. Wyatt did not make the mistake of thinking for a second that Field Marshal Heatsend was afraid of him. Just because the elephant doesn't want to step on the ant doesn't mean that the elephant was afraid of the ant. In this instance, Wyatt agreed with what demigod Norley said. He was lucky that the Southern royal family was backing him. Had it been someone else in Field Marshal Heatsend's place, Wyatt did not think that they could resist the greed of his origin card, even though it was a speculation that it was capable of wonders. Heatsend family was filled with incompetent brutes, but they were loyal and honorable. Chapter 1775 Curse Arts. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 2047. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Except for Lorenzo and Luna, those from the main Heatsend family actually lusted after what rightfully belonged to Wyatt. They did heckle him over the shares and stuff, but that was business. Unlike Lorenzo and Luna, who planned to lock him in some dark basement and use him as their slave on their very first meeting. Come to think of it, Lorenzo and Luna were like two peas in a pod. However, the younger generation was worse than the older one. Though Lorenzo was not honorable, he showed loyalty toward the Heatsend family, whereas Luna showed neither one of those qualities in her. Wyatt wondered how someone as honorable as Field Marshal Heatsend was with Lorenzo. Was she just honoring her marriage with him, or did the opposite attract each other? Your Highness, please trust me. Wyatt could only ask Field Marshal to trust him. I trust you. That is why I am still willing to help you. Wyatt, don't waste time. What do I need to use tracking curse on? Field Marshal Heatsend did not want to associate with Wyatt any further, as she had determined that Wyatt's eyes were capable of something she dared not think of, for fear that she might subconsciously react and kill Wyatt. What bothered her, even more, was whether she should update info on Wyatt's origin card in his dossier to warn others of what his eyes could be capable of, or she should stay silent about it to protect Wyatt's current lifestyle. A few seconds passed and she decisively reached a decision. Using her diamond grimoire, she began to update the Southern royal family's dossier on Wyatt. But think about it for a second, she added high security clearance to access this information. Meaning only those at absolute peak of the hierarchy in the royal palace would be able to access this information. Meanwhile, Wyatt cussed himself for being hasty. He should not have tried to reach out to Field Marshal Heatsend on his own, instead tried to reach her out through Anne or Colleen. Wyatt wasn't at fault here. How was he supposed to know that Field Marshal Heatsend also had an amazing pair of eyes on par or strong enough to see through his soul pupils? Especially when many demigods on whom Wyatt used his soul pupils on did not find any oddness with his eyes. Some powerful ones like demigod Norley and Agent Forger noted that Wyatt's eyes were more capable than they thought, but none ever came close to what Field Marshal had uncovered. Thankfully it was Field Marshal, whose honor was everything to her, who was suspicious of his origin card, so Wyatt could brush it off as a valuable lesson to not use his soul pupils recklessly on people stronger than him. But if it was someone else, then Wyatt might not be alive until now to think that he had learned a valuable lesson today. Your Highness, from Handsome Fox's actions so far it can be deduced that he is very cautious by nature. Therefore, he might have taken precautions against tracking curses. I was wondering if your curse art is higher, if we should arrange for an SSS rank tracking curse. Wyatt expressed his concerns over Handsome Fox having strong cards to block curse tracking. If Field Marshal Heatsend was not well versed in curse art, he would buy an SSS rank tracking curse from Devil Merchant Code. No need, one of my ancestors had a knack for curse arts. The ring on your finger is one of his creations. He was worried his significant other would be targeted by his rival, so he created it for her and used it to confess his undying love for her and ask her to spend their life together. So from then on it has become a tradition in the main Heatsend family for the higher of the throne to use the ring to propose to their partner. Along with the ring, the ancestor created many other strong curse cards that can be used for different purposes. We're in luck, as it happens one of those curse cards can be used for tracking. So hand over the medium for the curse and sit back and watch the wonders of our ancestors at work. Field Marshal Heatsend narrated the story behind the dummy ring. However, it was not certain if she was conveying the significance of Anna giving Wyatt the ring. Regardless of what meaning Field Marshal Heatsend had behind narrating this story to Wyatt, he was going to ignore it unless Anna herself were to tell the same to him. Because it did not matter what other people thought or said, what really mattered was what Anna thought. She said that she was giving the ring to him for his protection, so Wyatt was going to trust her and not let other people's words interpret Anna's good intentions as something else. Wyatt then took out Corey's Blood Curse substitute card containing the roots of Handsome Fox's ability. If they were not enough to track Handsome Fox, then he would use Susan's Blood Curse substitute containing the active seed and roots of Handsome Fox's ability. But before handing the card to Field Marshal, Wyatt demanded, "Your Highness, I would prefer if we were in a party during the tracking." Field Marshal Heatsend did not reply. She thought over Wyatt's demand. Thinking that it was just tracking Handsome Fox and nothing dangerous, she decided to agree to Wyatt's request. Then soon Wyatt's grimoire received a party invite from Field Marshal Heatsend's grimoire. Accepting Field Marshal's party invite, Wyatt extended Corey's Blood Curse substitute in the air since he had no idea where Field Marshal Heatsend was hiding now, saying, "Your Highness, this card contains the roots of Handsome Fox's ability, please use the tracking curse on it." "All right." With Field Marshal's voice, the card vanished from Wyatt's hand. Seeing this, Wyatt felt Field Marshal was being a little unreasonable. He was trusting his life to them, but she could not trust him to not use his soul pupils on her. Well, should he be satisfied with the fact that she did not ask him what he saw the first time he used his eye ability on her? He wondered if she thought she was far from him and hidden in clouds so he did not violate her privacy. Regardless, he was grateful that the Field Marshal was not holding him accountable for that incident. Not to mention the can of worms, him using his eye ability on the woman from the royal family. The more Wyatt thought about it, he felt that Field Marshal's actions were moderate. The worst part was that Wyatt, himself, felt like he had nothing to complain about. This was the negative ethics of Earth right here, which taught boys from a young age that they don't hit girls and weren't allowed to ask what if girls hit them first. "Wyatt, I am having a hard time tracking the roots in the card." Field Marshal Heatsend was in a dilemma. She was having difficulty differentiating the roots from the soul pathways. Though Field Marshal was not a master in card creation or array mastery, she was well versed in both of them and had a decent grasp over soul pathway deduction. Thanks to her divine sense being able to use divine insight in her unique eyes, she was better than most diamond-grade card creationists and array masters out there. However, she was still having difficulty trying to differentiate the roots from the soul pathways. This caused her to wonder how good was Wyatt at soul pathway deduction to differentiate the roots from the soul pathway, especially considering he was using the spiritual sense of a card master unlike her who was equipped with divine insight in her unique eyes. Wyatt was surprised to hear Field Marshal Heatsend say that she could not differentiate soul pathways from the roots. This immediately caused him to compare his soul pupils with her unique eye ability, but he did not celebrate, believing that Field Marshal's unique eyes had different abilities compared to his soul pupils, which were good at uncovering the soul pathways, but otherwise, they were pretty much useless. Just like how Agent Forger's right eye allowed her to navigate the spiritual panel and communicate with the world's will without any fear. So comparing his unique eyes with Field Marshal's unique eyes would not be fair. Especially considering that the soul pathways of her eyes morphed into stars. Wyatt hadn't seen anything like that so far. Please share the grimoire attack page with me. I will help you pinpoint the roots so you can accurately use your curse card on it. Wyatt and Field Marshal both were happy that they formed a party beforehand. Yes, Field Marshal partially shared the grimoire attack page with Wyatt so he could help her use the curse card accurately on the roots of Handsome Fox's ability. Chapter 1776. Tracking date the 16th of April 2321. Time 2047. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Since Field Marshal only shared her grimoire attack page partially with Wyatt's grimoire, he could only use Corey's Blood Curse Substitute card equipped in it. The Blood Curse Substitute was a patsy made of blood curse, meaning power created using Corey's blood as a medium. Its soul pathway arrangements were similar to that of Corey. This was why the roots of Handsome Fox's ability never realized that they had been transferred to a substitute and were no longer in the original Corey. So Field Marshal Heatsen trying to find the roots in the Blood Curse Substitute cards was very much similar to her trying to find the roots in original Corey's body. Therefore, it was not surprising that Field Marshal Heatsen, who was not a professional card master or array master, was having difficulty distinguishing the roots from the soul pathway. Giving Wyatt partial access to her grimoire attack page, Field Marshal Heatsen's eyes monitored Wyatt's eyes, feeling that this moment was perfect for her to test Wyatt's unique eyes. She had a feeling if she could use her attack-type unique eyes to support her in card creation, then Wyatt too would be able to use his support-type unique eyes to help him with card creation. Knowing that Field Marshal Heatsen had developed a suspicion about his origin card, Wyatt did not dare to recklessly use his soul pupils and decided to use it when necessary. So gaining partial access to Field Marshal Heatsen's grimoire attack page, he did not immediately activate his soul pupils to help her pinpoint the roots apart from the soul pathways in the card to use her curse card on it. Rather, he had the Hive AI access his memory and help him map where he had transferred the roots into Corey's Blood Curse Substitute. Soon, with the help of the map provided by the Hive AI, Wyatt traced the roots in the soul pathways of Corey's Blood Curse Substitute without using his soul pupil, solely relying on his spiritual sense like a regular golden grade card creationist. After confirming the roots traced by Wyatt in the soul pathway of the Blood Curse Substitute card were precise and accurate, Field Marshal Heatsen was baffled. She could not comprehend how Wyatt was able to tell the roots apart from the soul pathway just using his spiritual sense. Though Wyatt's spiritual sense was stronger and purer than other card masters, his achievement remained a riddle to her because she was not able to achieve the same with spiritual intent assisted by her unique eyes. Even with the help of Wyatt's trace mark, it was still very difficult for the Field Marshal to tell the roots apart from the soul pathways. She had to look for it very carefully. Even with Wyatt's trace mark as a reference, she was afraid to blink because she was worried she would lose track of the roots. Even with assistance from Wyatt's trace mark, differentiating the root from the soul pathways proved very stressful on Field Marshal's spiritual intent. She wondered how her husband's junior brother and Wyatt were able to do it without any assistance. Not only had Wyatt differentiated the root from its victim's soul pathways, but he had transferred it into the victim's substitute with the foresight of using it to track the enemy. Even her husband's junior brother had not thought of it. Field Marshal could not help but marvel at Wyatt's presence of mind and foresight. She sighed repeatedly in her heart, thinking that none of the royal children were Wyatt's match in any field. Then shook her head, thinking comparing Wyatt to royal children who have seen no struggle in life would belittle Wyatt's struggle to achieve so much despite being an orphan with a humble background. "Your Highness," Wyatt called out, seeing that Field Marshal was taking too long to locate the roots despite the assistance of his trace mark. "Yes, I located the roots. Now I will be using the tracking curse card," Field Marshal Heatsen announced as she gave Wyatt access to partially view her grimoire attack page as she used the tracking curse card on the roots in the soul pathways of Corey's Blood Curse Substitute. Field Marshal had to precisely use the curse on roots to use it as a medium to track Handsome Fox, to whom the roots belonged. If she were to by mistake use it on the soul pathways, then the curse would track Corey, to whom the Blood Curse Substitute belonged. Still, the result of the curse would be inconclusive since Corey was in the Blood Rock Cave dungeon seal, which was in a separate space and protected by a strong dungeon seal. The result of tracking her would only be inconclusive, just like how Yin Widow was not able to track her demigod Redfall when he was in the dungeon seal. Moment of truth, Field Marshal muttered as she used the tracking curse card of her ancestor on the roots. Soon the curse card's info began to note down a set of coordinates. "Got you," Wyatt exclaimed, seeing the coordinates, and then asked, "Your Highness, where is this?" Before the Field Marshal could, the curse card's info began to write a second set of coordinates. Seeing this, both Wyatt and Field Marshal Heatsen were puzzled, wondering how can a person be in two places at the same time. Then the card began to write a third set of coordinates, causing Field Marshal's frown to grow deeper. As for Wyatt, he grew calm, understanding what was happening. "Do you know what is happening?" Field Marshal asked Wyatt, seeing that his turbulent expression suddenly turned calm. "Yes, the curse is tracking the roots. That is every victim Handsome Fox has used his ability on, Wyatt answered with a very tranquil voice. Witnessing Wyatt's tranquility as she heard his explanation, Field Marshal also calmed down. Believing that Wyatt must have something else up his sleeve, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to be this calm after seeing his only bet to track Handsome Fox fail. "So, what's your next plan?" Field Marshal asked, believing Wyatt must have another plan. "To mark these coordinates on the map, this way we can figure out which region he is more active in," Wyatt replied. He did not plan to disregard these coordinates as he found a lot of value in them to find Handsome Fox. "That is it." "No, there is a plan B, but first let us see plan A to the end." Wyatt did not let his emotions towards Handsome Fox dictate his actions. He understood finding Handsome Fox would require him to think clearly. "Okay." Field Marshal nodded in understanding. Then she gave the curse card access to the confidential world map in her grimoire and shared access to view it with Wyatt. "This is better," Wyatt said as he viewed the confidential world map marked with red dots by the curse card. The red dots were none other than the location of the victims containing roots in them. As Wyatt viewed the map, he noticed that there was a slight difference in brightness in each red dot marked on the map by the curse card. He asked Field Marshal about it. "Your Highness, why do the red dots marked by the card have a varying brightness?" "The brightness signifies the realm of the target being tracked by the card," Field Marshal answered. "That's handy." Wyatt had also noticed that the red dots can be divided into 11 levels of brightness. Now that he knew they signified the realm of the target being tracked, he could not marvel at the foresight of the Heatsend ancestor who created these tracking curse cards. Small details like this separate the true master from the regular master. After a few minutes, the curse card finally tracked all the people with roots in them and marked their location on the map. Looking at the finished map, Field Marshal replied, "It seems that guy is mostly active in the central capital like the rest of the crooks." Surprisingly, the old geezers did not take notice of him yet. "Yes, but he is from the northern region," Wyatt announced, surprising the Field Marshal. "How can you tell that by seeing this map?" Field Marshal asked in disbelief. "Notice the red dot in the northern region. As a whole they are dimmer than the rest of the red dots and mostly gathered in a single place. If you check the coordinates of these red dots in the Grimoire network you will find that all these red dots are mostly in cemeteries," Wyatt explained. "There were only 9 realms in the card world power system, but the red dots have 11 sets of brightness." "What did the other 2 sets of brightness signify then?" "The mortal and dead targets." "I see." Field Marshal nodded, understanding what Wyatt was hinting at. Chapter 1777 Handsome Fox's Conspiracy. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 21:06. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Most of the marked targets in the northern region were dimmer compared to those in the other region. Particularly a third-rate district in the northern region had a lot of targets. Based on the brightness of these targets in that district of the northern region, these targets were either dead or regular mortals on their deathbeds or low-level card apprentices. If one were to assume, it would be justifiable to guess that Handsome Fox has honed his ability in that district of the northern. He might have been a low-level card apprentice at that time, considering that all these targets were either mortals or low-level card apprentice. Then, following the map marked by the tracking curse, from that particular district to the northern capital there was a trail of marked targets with increasing brightness. The brightness of the marked target grew periodically from Handsome Fox's assumed native district to the northern capital. Based on the previous assumption, one could assume that Handsome moved from his native district to the northern capital as his realm increased, leaving a trail of victims in his path. Building on the previous assumptions, it can seem that Handsome Fox was about the card overlord realm when he entered the northern capital. After that, the trial got complicated to deduce as the remaining targets were mostly higher-level card apprentices. But it was certain that his activity in the western and eastern capitals was the least. It was the highest in the central and northern capitals, surprisingly moderate in the southern capital and way beyond. "Wyatt, you might be onto something. Just by seeing the number of low-level targets marked on the map, you tell that the northern region has many low-level targets compared to the other regions. The eastern region and the western region barely have any low-level targets. But it is concerning to see that there are many low-level targets in the southern region, though the number is nothing compared to those in the northern region and the central region, but all these low-level targets in the southern region are only focused in the southern capital." Following Wyatt's assumptions, Field Marshal found that she could now understand the map. It had so much information on Handsome Fox and his activities, just like Wyatt said. "If I were to guess, This might be how Handsome Fox was able to time his attack on Sky Blossom City right during the Southern Capital incident. Still, I would increase the protection of the Dual Gate dungeon. We cannot rule out the possibility that he is planning to use these low-level targets to attack the Dual Gate dungeon. Wyatt warned Field Marshal that Handsome Fox might be targeting the Dual Gate dungeon. My thoughts exactly. I have forwarded the map to Lieutenant General Spencer asking her to monitor the targets marked by the tracking curse card. Field Marshal replied. She was quick to act because she had no idea if or when Handsome Fox going to attack. If he were to, with her gone, this would be the most optimal time for him to act. One could not be more careful about these things. Please ask Lieutenant General Spencer and her teams to be on guard for Handsome Fox. If he gets to even one of her soldiers, it will not be hard for him to achieve his objective, Wyatt advised the Field Marshal. Wyatt did not doubt that Lieutenant General Spencer was capable of going against Handsome Fox's ability, because if she and her original teams couldn't, then the Southern royal family would not have chosen them to guard the Sky Blossom City, knowing that someone like Handsome Fox was after Wyatt and his friends. Though they were useless against Demigod Norley, the fact that they did not retreat in the face of certain death was a testament to their strong will and courage. Lieutenant General Spencer and her team are all professionals. They can take care of themselves, but I will forward your concern to her and the team. Field Marshal felt that Lieutenant General Spencer and teams stationed at the Sky Blossom City would appreciate knowing Wyatt's concern. Later she added, "It seems I owe you one." Field Marshal Heatsend acknowledged that if Wyatt had followed the proper channels to track Handsome Fox following her advice, then it would have been too late for them to take caution against Handsome Fox's conspiracy in the Southern Capital. Sure, but we need trustworthy and capable card apprentices to spy on the targets in the way beyond. I have a strong hunch that Handsome Fox is hiding there. Wyatt's hunch was from his visit to one of Handsome Fox's bases in the unexplored area of the way beyond. Wyatt believed that one of the targets might lead them to the actual hideout of Handsome Fox in the way beyond. Field Marshal Heatsend frowned listening to Wyatt's claim that Handsome Fox was hiding in the way beyond, because from the map it appeared that Handsome Fox was very active in the central capital, so it was most likely that Handsome Fox was in the central capital. However, the Field Marshal still decided to follow Wyatt's hunch because he was not wrong so far. I will talk to my niece about it. I am sure she has a few people to spare. Because of Wyatt, the Southern royal family was very busy doing different important projects. With the threat of Matron and Handsome Fox, they could only mobilize trustworthy people to these projects. So right now they were stretched thin on subordinates that were both capable and trustworthy. Hence, Field Marshal hesitated before agreeing to follow up on Wyatt's hunch. "This is it, let us move on to Plan B," Wyatt announced after his Hive AI had copied the world map in detail, especially the way beyond and its explored lands. This information was not something someone could get their hands on even if they were willing to pay a hefty price. "Hopefully, this will help us find Handsome Fox. Then we can avoid going through all this trouble to find him," Field Marshal said. Chapter 1778 More questions. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 21:23. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. "Here, I have already traced the routes in the soul pathway," Wyatt said, holding out Susan's Blood Curse substitute card. The card soon vanished from Wyatt's hand. Equipping the card, Field Marshal exclaimed, "This one is bigger and more energetic than the last one." "Yes, this one is alive. So, please take precautions when you use your tracking curse card on it, as it might alert Handsome Fox that someone is using it to track him." Wyatt cautioned Field Marshal to be careful. "Relax, my ancestors' curse cards are top tier. The target will not even know that they have been cursed," Field Marshal assured Wyatt as she proceeded to use her tracking curse card on the nexus of roots in the soul pathway arrangements of Susan's Blood Curse substitute. The nexus was none other than the germinated seed of the hypnotic suggestion Handsome Fox had planted in Susan. Using the tracking curse card on the germinated seed, Field Marshal gave it access to the confidential map in her grimoire. Then the card began to mark the map. Seeing that it marked more than one location and did not plan on stopping anytime soon, Field Marshal Heatsend shook her head in dismay. Soon, the once empty map was filled with numerous marks. In some areas, the map borders were no longer visible because of the cluttered marks. This time around, the marked targets were a few times more than the number of the targets marked by the previous curse tracking. "Fuck," Wyatt blurted in shock, looking at the map which was filled with marked locations. "Language, little man," Field Marshal corrected Wyatt. She too was surprised to see that the targets marked this time around were a few times more than the previous search, but she did not understand what the big deal was. What is that bastard up to? Wyatt ignored Field Marshal as now his mind could only try to understand what Handsome Fox was planning. Field Marshal frowned seeing Wyatt continue to use coarse words, but noticing that he was physically present staring at the map but mentally absent, she thought Wyatt might have discovered something devious. After waiting for Wyatt to gather his thoughts, she asked him, "What is going on?" "Your Highness, the targets marked by the cursed are all the victims who are actively under Handsome Fox's control at present," Wyatt answered with a grim face. "How can this be? Based on the number of the locations marked, he has a large army at his disposal, spread across the 5 regions in the Empire. Not to mention those in the unexplored area of the way beyond," the Field Marshal exclaimed in disbelief even though the evidence was right in front of her. "Based on the brightness of the marks, most of them are high-level card apprentices. The number of demigods under his control is close to a small army." Wyatt pointed out the obvious to the Field Marshal, thinking that she might have not taken it in considering the shock from his previous statement. "How is it that a big organization like this went unnoticed until today? What are those geezers in the central capital doing? Have they been slacking off because of decades of peace?" Field Marshal yelled in rage, overcoming the helplessness she felt seeing the strength Handsome Fox had gathered under him across the 5 regions, Empire, and the way beyond. In front of him the matron, supreme leader, and emissary of the light looked like children. Field Marshal wondered how someone like him did not show up to struggle for power in Clown Mosque's alternate future vision. Unless he helped the 3 mischiefs in their conquest from the background. If that were true, then why did he not show up when Abba Windsor overthrew the 3 mischiefs? Or did he show up after Clown Mask died? Like Wyatt, Field Marshal also had the full knowledge of the alternate future seen by Clown Mask. Therefore she had enough info to widely speculate Handsome Fox's intentions. Especially the fact that Handsome Fox did not show himself during the power struggle. After all, from the looks of it he seemed to have the power and means to take the bigger piece for himself. Then suddenly Field Marshal felt a chill, thinking, if the variable named Wyatt did not appear, then Handsome Fox might not have shown himself. Even if he did, none would come close to the point of revealing him like Wyatt was right now. If not for the vision, Clown Mask would not have rebelled, and none of this would have been possible. In a way, the Supreme Leader had dropped a stone on his foot. "Your Highness, forget about Central Capital and the founding leaders. I think you need to focus on the Southern Capital. The number of high-level card apprentices under Handsome Fox's control in the Southern Capital is concerning," Wyatt pointed out to Field Marshal to not let the shocking discovery of Handsome Fox's spy army overwhelm her. She should stop focusing on the Central Capital and instead focus on what's going on in the Southern Capital. "It seems the Southern Capital will not be peaceful anytime soon," Field Marshal said, going through the number of locations marked in the Southern Capital, each representing the victim under Handsome Fox's control. Most of these victims were high-level card apprentices, causing the Field Marshal to worry about whether any of these victims held important positions in the Southern Capital management or the Royal Palace. If they did, then it will soon spew a huge disaster. If not for her finding this out thanks to Wyatt's foresight, the royal family would never have realized what hit them. Handsome Fox finally made his move. The more the Field Marshal thought about this, the more she was concerned. Handsome Fox was starting to look more of a priority compared to the matron and the Supreme Leader, since at present both of them could not target demigods. However, Handsome Fox had a small army of demigods under him, making him more of a threat to the southern region than either of the 3 mischiefs. Chapter 1779 Hypnotizing an entire race. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 21:32. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. While Field Marshal had her worries and speculations about Handsome Fox and his hypnotized army, Wyatt also had his speculations about the same. One question bothered them: why did Handsome Fox not appear in the Clown Mosque's alternate future to participate in a power struggle? Wyatt had many guesses about this, but the one that seemed most likely was that Handsome Fox might have become Devil Merchant and left Card World before the 3 mischiefs overthrew the central government and the 4 royal families. Or he had no intention of being a part of the power struggle, since he was planning to leave the Card World after becoming a Devil Merchant. Even now, Handsome Fox has no interest in the Card World. He not only sold its rights to the 7 Princes of the Hell faction for benefits, but also joined them to invade it. In Clown Mosque's alternate future vision, Handsome Fox did not have the opportunity to do this because without Wyatt, Belphegor would not be interested in Card World, nor would the Devil Merchant Code reduce the price of the rights to the Card World by 50% to any demon Devil Merchants native to the Card World. Wyatt felt this assumption was the most reasonable and plausible. The wildest theory Wyatt could think of was that Handsome Fox might have found an opportunity in the unexplored part of the way beyond, curbing his interest in the 5 regions in the Empire if any. If this were true, seeing how Handsome Fox sold the Card World to Belphegor, Wyatt believed Handsome Fox was yet to happen upon this opportunity in the unexplored part of the way beyond. When he finds it, he was going to regret selling the rights to the Card World to Belphegor. Of course, all of these were just assumptions, but they helped Wyatt imagine what's the worst that could happen such that he could prepare for such possibilities to a certain degree. This was necessary considering the army of hypnotized high-level card apprentices Handsome Fox had spread across the 5 regions in the Empire. What was Handsome Fox planning to do with such a huge army? This question bothered Wyatt, especially when he wondered why Handsome Fox himself killed his 4 teammates to get his hands on their merchant token when he could get some demigods from his hypnotized army to take care of it for him. However, this question also added merit to Wyatt's previous assumption that Handsome Fox's teammates were hiding from each other, so cunning Handsome Fox made use of Wyatt as a reason to gather all 4 of his teammates in the Sky Blossom City and kill them all for their merchant tokens. From the looks of it, Handsome Fox seems to be one of the people who benefited a lot from Wyatt crossing over to this world. Handsome Fox thanked Wyatt for that by trying to kill him, putting an end to his sudden streak of luck. "Did you notice that?" Field Marshal suddenly exclaimed, noticing a change in the map marked by the tracking curse card. "I did," Wyatt replied. He too noticed that suddenly not 1 but 10 more targets were marked by the tracking curse card in a single location on the map. Each of the marks had a high brightness, representing that all 10 marks were high-level card apprentices. Not to mention 2 of them. Do you think Handsome Fox is in that location? Unfortunately, it is in the eastern region. If it were the way beyond our southern region, one would visit it right now, Field Marshal said in regret, as she now considered the priority threat to the southern region even more than the central government and matron. Considering how cautious he is, I don't think you would be able to meet the original him if you went there, as I believe he must be using an incarnation to do his bidding, Wyatt replied, speaking from his experience having faced Handsome Fox's undead incarnation in his secret hideout. However, after witnessing 10 new targets pop up suddenly, Wyatt realized that Handsome Fox was preparing for the demon invasion. This prompted Wyatt to believe that the reason Handsome Fox did not have his army of demigods hunt down his 4 teammates was that he had built this army in the past few days after he joined Belphegor's faction. There was no way Handsome Fox could be under the radar after hypnotizing so many high-level card apprentices across the 5 regions in the Empire. Someone was bound to notice his actions. Just like how the central government happens to be aware of the matron and supreme leader, but they do not consider them serious threats, as neither of them had demigods in their organization. It took them less than a day to uncover Sansa Baylor's secret identity once they investigated her after the betrayal of demigod Baylor and Henrix. The only reason Handsome Fox was able to stay out of everyone's radar was that he did not create a large secret organization like the Circle or the Paw clan. As it was almost impossible to cover the tracks of a large organization, however, a small group or an individual was a different story. 5 more? What is this guy trying to do? Hypnotize the entire human race into his puppet? Field Marshal blurted, seeing 5 new marks pop up in a single location on the map. This time, however, it was not in the eastern region but the western region. Noticing this, Field Marshal glanced at Wyatt with an impressed look and said, "You were right, he is indeed using his incarnations to do his dirty work." Field Marshal marveled, wondering how someone as young as Wyatt could accurately tell how someone he had never met would behave and react just based on a few clues, especially considering that this someone was a notorious card demigod who had managed to keep his existence hidden for centuries. Chapter 1780 Lifting the Ban. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 21:48. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. While the Field Marshal was impressed by her young partner, Wyatt, however, was not happy that his assumption was correct. Seeing the rate at which Handsome Fox was implanting and activating his hypnotic suggestion seeds in the high-level card apprentices, it could only mean that Handsome Fox was indeed recruiting high-level card apprentices in preparation for the demon invasion. With Handsome Fox's hypnotized army assisting them, Belphegor and his faction might achieve what their predecessors could not: conquer the card world. Just the thought that the demon invasion might succeed and the card world would be destroyed for its will fragments caused shortness in Wyatt's breath. Your Highness, Handsome Fox is no longer just a threat to me. He is now a threat to the entire card world. You need to share the information we have gathered so far with the other royal families and the central government as soon as possible. We need to find him and kill him before he grows strong enough to face the allied forces. Just as Wyatt spoke these words, another mark was marked on the map by the tracking curse card. This time it was a card demigod. You are right, but it is not my place to decide this. This time we have to follow the due process. But don't worry, the person in charge happens to be my niece, so you can expect an update soon, Field Marshal replied calmly. She was so calm that she even made a joke. Guess this was her way of dealing with stressful situations. Please be as discreet about this as possible, because this is the only advantage we have over Handsome Fox. If we lose even this, then it will be harder for us to deal with him, Wyatt warned Field Marshal to tread lightly. However, Wyatt did not hold his breath on the help from the four royal families and the central government to band together and hunt down Handsome Fox, knowing that it would take time for them to do something about it. After all, it would take a lot of time for them to cross-check any information provided to them by the southern royal family. Not to mention that not everyone would react the same, and it will take more time for all of them to reach a decision. Okay, Field Marshal nodded, knowing the gravity of the situation. At the rate at which Handsome Fox was hypnotizing the high-level card apprentices across the 5 regions in the Empire, soon he would have an army that could rival the Southern Watch, and later one that could stand toe-to-toe with the Allied forces. The Field Marshal prepared to leave to make a report to her brother, niece, and husband. But before that, she paused and asked Wyatt, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Yes, I would like you to lift the ban on my people from leaving Sky Blossom City. I need them to go to the northern region to visit the possible native district of Handsome Fox and collect information on his victims. I believe they can find something common in those victims connecting to the identity of Handsome Fox," Wyatt requested, explaining his reason behind it. Wyatt could just recruit new Calamity Daughter gems and send them to the northern region, but decided to follow the proper procedure because after recent incidents he had come to appreciate the Heatsend royal family and their efforts to help him to their limits. Just the fact that they were willing to make Field Marshal Heatsend serve as his full-time bodyguard was unbelievable. Wyatt believed that the Field Marshal would leave after dealing with demigod Norley, but he was wrong, and he could not be more happy to be wrong about it. World's top 10 serving as his bodyguard was just unbelievable. He still could not believe that the Southern royal family made the Field Marshal his full-time bodyguard. Though he was worried about the Field Marshal seeing through his secrets, he felt safest now ever since he arrived in this world. Since the Southern royal family was so sincere toward him, Wyatt did not mind playing nice. "You sure you want to send your people to the northern region? Because once they are outside the southern region there isn't much we can do to ensure their safety. So why don't you leave this to the proper authorities? I will ask them to share their findings with you." Field Marshal explained to Wyatt that his request was not necessary since the authorities would be doing exactly that and he could just borrow their findings. "Your Highness," before Wyatt could argue and make his case to persuade the Field Marshal to change her mind, she interrupted him saying, "I will lift the ban, do what you want, but don't say I did not warn you." "Thank you," Wyatt replied with a light smile. "Now that you have my contact ID, contact me like a regular card apprentice." Field Marshal Heatsend reminded Wyatt to not use his unique eyes on her before leaving. Wyatt did not know if the Field Marshal had left, but he headed to Van's office planning to give him further instructions on sending a few capable sinners he recruited to investigate the possible native district of Handsome Fox in the northern region. He planned to give them a few Puesto Calamity Soul gems to hide them across the southern region and the northern region. If needed they can use it to summon him to their location. This way Wyatt can actively participate in the investigation. Wyatt believed that his investigation in the northern region would be successful. This was why he did not mind the Field Marshal taking both Blood Curse substitute cards containing the roots and seed of Handsome Fox's ability with her. Not to mention she needed them as proof against Handsome Fox. After all, it will be hard for them to convince the Allied forces to hunt a ghost without proper evidence. Chapter 1781 Repair Date the 16th of April 2321 Time 2209 Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave. After instructing Van, Wyatt headed back to the Seed World. On his way there, he checked up on Bloodette. The clone taking care of her with the help of the Hive AI had determined that Bloodette, despite her realm dropping to a mere card student, had physically recovered, but mentally she had Yet to recover losing Courtney has taken a huge toll on her. As a result, her physique was trying to heal her trauma by erasing Courtney from her memories, which was contradictory since both shared a bond beyond simple memories. However, thanks to this, Wyatt finally understood why Bloodette did not have any memories of her past before she was sealed in the dungeon seal. Her physique might have erased them since they were too painful for her to remember. To lose centuries worth of memories, Wyatt wondered what kind of tragedy had Bloodette been through prior to being locked in the dungeon seal for her physique to take such drastic measure. For an immortal like Bloodette, a physique that could erase traumatic memories was helpful, but in this instance, it was harming Bloodette by forcefully continuing her coma to erase her memories related to Courtney, which was impossible since the rune shared between them did not allow it. Due to the clash between her physique and shared rune, Bloodette's coma was prolonged even though she had recovered. So if Wyatt wanted to awaken Bloodette, then he would have to either stop Bloodette's physique or help it erase the shared rune between Bloodette and Courtney. It would be easier to help Bloodette's physique, but Wyatt could not choose that, as their shared rune was how Bloodette knew Courtney was still alive. If it were to be erased, then they would lose the one thing they had to track Courtney's well-being and possibly search her. Leaving Wyatt with only one option: stop Bloodette's physique. But doing so would be harmful to Bloodette in the long run. After all, that function was part of Bloodette's physique for a reason. So Wyatt thought that instead of stopping her physique, what if he let it believe it had erased Bloodette's traumatic memories? This way they both get what they want without harming Bloodette. To do that, Wyatt would have to decipher Bloodette's soul pathways and their arrangements, especially those associated with her memories and physique, in order to deduce a way to trick her physique into believing that it had done its job. Bloodette was one of a kind. Her physical body, though humanoid, was unlike the physical bodies of the Card Apprentices. In the case of the Card Apprentice, Wyatt had Hive AI deduce soul pathways and arrangements long ago. It was helpful when he helped Lucy Robert remove her brain tumor. Even with the help of Hive AI, mapping the soul pathways and arrangements of a being was very time-consuming. Therefore, Wyatt left that task to his clone, who was keeping watch on Bloodette anyway. Since Hive AI would be doing all the work, he was not needed here. If the researchers who were still busting their asses off trying to map the entire soul pathway system of humans heard Wyatt's inner thoughts right now, they would feel their life was pointless. Having instructed his clone, Wyatt headed into the seed world, planning to heal his soul following the new method Hive AI had developed using the numerous soul healing and division books from the Infinity Library as reference. It was not like Wyatt had been putting off healing his soul; he never had the time. But now that he finally had some free time, Wyatt decided not to put off healing his soul, remembering the helplessness he felt facing Devil Mutdia, Handsome Fox's corpse incarnation, and demigod Norley. If his soul was healed, he could enter his curse incarnation form to hold his ground rather than depending on his pseudo-immortality to calm his nerves. Not to mention the new method developed by the Hive AI using the knowledge of different races on soul division as reference has a lot more promise and a few extra functions that Wyatt was looking forward to. With them, his overall strength would increase exponentially, and his strength in his curse incarnation form would also increase, since he might be able to possess more curses. Wyatt, welcome back. Entering the seed world, as usual, the first to greet him was Dreadray. After all, with the authority of the seed world, she could sense Wyatt's presence outside it. If not for the ominous atmosphere of the Blood Rock Cave, she would have come out of the seed world to receive him. "Hi, Dreadray." Returning Dreadray's greeting, Wyatt turned to look at Corey and Park, asking, "Susan, isn't she up yet?" "Any problem?" "No, she is just asleep. We did not dare to disturb her. Since this is the first time since you left for the capital she has gotten a proper sleep. Besides, she looks so peaceful," Park answered, informing Wyatt that seeing Colleen kidnapped him, Susan had lost sleep over him, even though they kept in touch frequently. Since Corey and she were Susan's roommates, they knew. "I see," Wyatt nodded in understanding. He did notice signs of exhaustion when removing the germinated seed from Susan's soul pathways, but he disregarded it as a symptom of her being under the influence of Handsome Fox's ability for a long time. Before proceeding to find a spot to start repairing his soul, Wyatt turned to Dreadray and asked, "Dreadray, did the wide search yield any result?" "No, Wyatt. By now the array has been through 60 to 70% of the Infinity Library. So the chances of the search yielding any result is slim, but you should not give up. Something might turn up," Dreadray answered Wyatt truthfully and asked him to not give up yet. Chapter 1782 Merchant Recommendation. Quota date the 16th of April 2321. Time 22:39. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed world, no worries, I will wait. Though Dredre's words were not optimistic, Wyatt decided to wait for the wide search to complete because he had no other option. What happened to Courtney was unheard of. There was not much Wyatt could do in this regard but wait and hope something might show up. You carry on with your work. Saying that, Wyatt found a floating island away from Dredre's floating island where Corey and Park had built a shack for Susan. This way he could repair his soul with little disturbance. Wyatt, just then, Park called out to Wyatt. Halting his stride, he asked, "What is it?" "I was wondering, what are you planning to do with your merchant recommendation quota?" Park's intentions could not be more obvious. She was eyeing Wyatt's merchant recommendation quota that every demon merchant receives per decade. "I was planning to give it to Susan." Wyatt wasn't lying. He indeed plans to help Susan become a demon merchant. If before he had a few misgivings about this decision, now that the card world already has a devil merchant and another demon merchant, he no longer felt that way. "I see," Park replied with a mix of reactions. Should she be happy for her mother, or should she be disappointed that even in this life, she did not have the opportunity to become a demon merchant? "How about if you gather the funds, I will help you buy 3 demon merchant tokens. What do you say?" Wyatt did not see any problem in helping Park become a demon merchant, especially now that he has a large faction of demon merchants targeting him in the card world. "You would do that for me?" Park asked in surprise. Having tried to procure merchant recommendation quotas in her past life and failed, Park knew what this meant and genuinely appreciated Wyatt's help. "Yes, why not?" Wyatt replied nonchalantly. Later, he proceeded to ask, "You must know how costly each demon merchant recommendation quota is, right? Are you sure you can gather funds to buy 3 of them?" "Don't worry about that. Little Beam is rich and she has saved my past life valuables, so I can manage." Park replied that she was secretly rich. "Oh, good for you. I will inform you if I find any demon merchant recommendation quota for sale." Wyatt nodded, wondering how much wealth had Park saved in her past life and how many treasures Little Beam collected over a few centuries of its lifespan. Wyatt could not help but look at Corey, who was playing with Dredre, in envy. Her origin card would not only give her incredible strength and otherworldly knowledge but also massive wealth along with strong and loyal subordinates. If not for the fact that she had to go through an identity crisis every time her origin card underwent baptism, it would have been an ideal origin card. "What are you looking at?" Corey asked Wyatt, finding his gaze linger on her. Shaking his head, Wyatt replied, "Heaven does take care of drunks and fools." "What are you talking about?" Corey asked in confusion. A second later, she thundered, startling Dredre, "Wyatt, are you calling me an idiot? If you have to ask, should I repeat myself?" Wyatt scoffed at Corey and proceeded to his floating island. "Dalton Wyatt, are you trying to pick a fight with me?" "Come, I am not afraid of a fight," Corey yelled, scaring startled Dredre away. Seeing this, throwing a threatening glare at Wyatt, Corey hurriedly explained herself to Dredre, saying, "Dredre, I was minding my business. It's Wyatt who is picking a fight with me. I was just replying to his provocation. I did nothing wrong. Please trust me." "Did you have to do that? It was so hard for her to get along with Dredre after you bad-mouthed her earlier." Park looked at Wyatt with a judgmental gaze. "I did not bad-mouth her to Dredre, I just spoke the truth," Wyatt refuted. However, he could not look her in the eyes, as he was indeed guilty of trying to sabotage any chance Corey had in befriending Dredre since Corey's first meeting with Dredre. Quote. Park just continued to glance at Wyatt judgmentally. "I am not going to apologize for feeling a little jealous of Corey's origin card," Wyatt blurted. In the heat of the moment, Wyatt revealed his honest thoughts. Embarrassed, he ignored Park and left in a hurry. "You are telling me the great Dalton Wyatt felt jealous of Corey's origin card, am I hearing correctly?" Park exclaimed, and then shaking her head she continued to say, "This proves that no matter how knowledgeable you are, you're still a teenager. Don't be shy, this makes you more human compared to the godlike picture of yours the people have described in the Grimoire network." "Yeah, whatever." Wyatt hurriedly separated the space, isolating himself from Park. Wyatt, himself, was shocked seeing how honest he was about his feelings to Park of all people. If it were Susan or Anne, he would understand, but Park. He could not fathom why he would do something like that. Then he realized that he was so honest with his feelings and actions in the presence of Corey and Park because he had gotten comfortable around them. They were no longer just his acquaintances or friends but close friends. In this card world, only Corey and Park knew most of his secrets, not even Susan or Anna knew him as much as these two did. Wyatt was speechless, understanding that an identity loon and a ghost were his close buds in this life. Without him knowing, these two had found a chuck in his iron heart and lodged themselves in it. Fuck, Wyatt cussed aloud. Then, clearing his mind of various thoughts, he calmed himself to get started with his soul repair. However, just then his demon merchant codex notified him that he received a message from the devil merchant code itself. Chapter 1783 Gigi the Pixie. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time 22:57. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR. Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Dear Demon Merchant, your appeal has been processed. The evidence submitted by you is enough to set a date for trial. The accused Blight Brood Club has been informed and chosen to settle. If the victim Infinity Library, exec, chooses not to settle, a trial will be held. Please choose settle trial. Note: if both parties are unable to reach a settlement after choosing the option settle, then they can still proceed with trial. Learning the message from the Devil Merchant Code was about his appeal, Wyatt marveled that the Devil Merchant Code had acted fast considering the big time zone difference. Reading the message, Wyatt's eyes shone brilliantly, seeing that his plans for the Blight Brood Club were going smoothly. He expected the club to choose to settle it behind doors instead of going to trial, because Wyatt not only had solid proof against them, but he had a bigger background. The 7 Princes of Hell faction was nothing compared to Infinity Library. It was a wise choice on Wyatt's part to become an executive VVIP member of the Infinity Library at the risk of rubbing the Librarian Jr. the wrong way. If not for their fear of Infinity Library, the Blight Brood Club would still take their chances going to the trial instead of trying to settle it peacefully, even though Wyatt had solid proof of their crime. Because even if convicted, they could convince the Devil Merchant Code to take it easy on the verdict by making a sizable offering to it. This would not work now, because regardless of what they offered to the Devil Merchant Code, it will never take their side against Infinity Library, especially if the Infinity Library were in the right. Not to mention, if they lose the trial, the Devil Merchant Code would give them the most harsh verdict just to please the Infinity Library. These were the few privileges the Infinity Library enjoyed for being one of its biggest offerers. Therefore, the Blight Brood Club had no choice but to try and settle with Ezra instead of letting this matter go to trial, where they were guaranteed to be penalized harshly. Settle. Wyatt chose to settle instead of going to trial, even though the trial would favor him, because the trial would not be able to give him what he was after. The Devil Merchant Code would punish the Blight Brood Club with the harshest verdict, but as of now, Wyatt had other important goals that took priority over seeing the 7 Princes of Hell being punished. Dear Demon Merchant, you chose to settle. As the victim, please specify the venue and time for the settlement discussion. Note: if you cannot think of a venue, Devil Merchant Code will provide one. Venue: Infinity Library Exec. VVIP Lounge in Inter-Realm City. Time: right now, Wyatt answered. Dear Demon Merchant, your choice of venue and time has been informed to the accused. Please wait to receive an update from them. Note: if the accused fail to give an update in time, they will be held in contempt. Though he planned to repair his soul right now, the settlement took priority because Wyatt could not give Belphegor and his devil friends time. The more time they have in their hands, the more likely that they see through the facade of Ezra Fulhar. Wyatt was willing to bet his life that Belphegor and his buddies were doing everything in their power, even cashing in their old favors, to learn about Ezra Fulhar and his mysterious background. By now they might have caught on to the fact that Ezra Fulhar was just a pseudonym used by the young Chaos Dwarf, and going crazy knowing that they fell for the most basic trick in a demon merchant's book of tricks. It did not matter to Wyatt if they realized that Ezra Fulhar was not a real name, as long as they did not realize that the person they were dealing with not only did not have the support of an elder Chuaz dwarf, but he was not of Chuaz dwarf race. If they did, then he had a problem, because that would decrease Ezra's deterrence. Someone from a powerful race would not pretend to be of another race or tribe regardless of the reason, as it would be disrespectful toward their race and tribe. The natives of the Dark Realm took serious pride in their races and tribes. They would not tolerate any form of disrespect to their race and tribe. The consequence of them learning this was very serious, because then they would have other options open to them, such as seeking help from other exec VVIP members to seek leniency from the Devil Merchant Code. In the worst case, Blight Brood Club might even seek a Chaos Dwarf with exec VVIP membership for help, using the fact that their rival pretended to be a Chuaz Dwarf to con them. The Chua's dwarf would agree since this would be the best way for them to send a message to all, especially the Dark Realm's black market, which was crawling with fake Chua's dwarf products. However, all this can be avoided if Ezra's Chaos Dwarf Act was not revealed, as no one in their sane mind would be willing to offend an elder Chaos Dwarf who also happens to be an exec. VVIP member of the Infinity Library. The fame and prestige the Chaos Dwarf realm held in the Dark Realm were equal to those ruler class factions. The most talented Chaos Dwarfs exclusively worked for the ruler class factions. So many would jump on the opportunity to help a Chaos Dwarf. This was mostly why the Blight Brood Club was so docile and behaved right now. Otherwise, following their usual style, they would not only go to trial but do everything in their power to harass Ezra and make his life a living hell. Just as Belphegor was doing in Wyatt's case. If not for Handsome Fox being backed by Belphegor, he would not be as big threat as he was being right now. Dear Demon Merchant, the accused has agreed to meet you at your choice of venue and time. Note: please do not miss the settlement decision. Otherwise, you will be held in contempt. Receiving the update from the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt prepared to head to the venue. To meet the negotiators from Blight Brood Club. Hopefully, one of them was Devil Mutdia, which would make it easier for Wyatt to control the negotiation. But considering that the club was in this deep mess because of his actions, the chances of that happening were near zero. Thinking that he was asking too much, Wyatt shook his head as he found a comfortable spot to enter the Sector DSO 909 of the Inter-Realm City. Arriving there, he was greeted by the fountain and the busy crowd. He joined the crowd and headed to the center of the sector where the most luxurious branch of the Infinity Library in Sector DSO 909 was present, instead of going to the usual one in the Rookie Mall. Entering the Infinity Library, Wyatt was immediately greeted by an emerald green pixie. Welcome to Infinity Library, esteemed member. I am Gigi. It seems you are assigned a designated exclusive book guide pixie. But it appears, your book guide is not available. Hello, Gigi. Dreadray is helping me with my stuff in my world. Therefore, she is unavailable currently. So, I will be in your care today. Interrupting Gigi, Wyatt explained to her why Dreadray was not available to make things as clear as possible so that it would not affect Dreadray later. I see. Then I will be your temporary book pixie guide. Gigi nodded in understanding and then asked, so, how may I be of your service today, esteemed guest? Gigi, you can just call me by my name, Dalton Wyatt. Wyatt informed Gigi. He could never get used to being called an esteemed guest. He guessed that since he was a VVIP member now the Pixies were more respectful and fearful of him. However, he preferred them to be themselves around him because these little cuties were the best medicine for depression and stress. Especially their jolly smile and giggles, they were like divine chimes to one's ears. Sure, Wyatt, Gigi replied. Looking at Wyatt's genuine smile, she too began to relax around him. Gigi, show me to the exec. VVIP lounge and I am planning on entertaining a few guests, is it okay? Wyatt informed Gigi, asking if it was okay for him to entertain a few guests at the exec VVIP lounge. If he had some time, he would not mind making small talk with Gigi, especially about Dreadray and her well-being away from her tribe. Sure, Wyatt, I will book a box for you so that you can entertain your guest without any interruption and disruption, Gigi proposed. However, this was mostly because she did not want Wyatt and his guest disturbing other members. Chapter 1784 Guests arrive. Devil Gall Kin. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library. We are guests of Ezra Fulhar, supposed to meet him in the exec VVIP Members Lounge. A humanoid devil with tiny amber feathers for hair and a small hook beak for a nose informed his designated book guide pixie of the two pixies. The other was his boss's designated pixie. He did not dare to order around his boss's pixie. Let me check, the pixie said with utmost professionalism, knowing that his client liked less talk and more efficiency. After doing his due diligence, the pixie reported, I see a box booked under the name Ezra Fulhar. It seems he is expecting you. Let me guide to the box. All right. The amber-feathered devil nodded. Soon, the devils and their designated pixies arrived at their destination and were received by an emerald green pixie. Please come in, my client is waiting for you. The devils nodded and headed into the box, to find a dwarf enjoying a large jug of spirit beer. Noticing the half-filled jug, they guessed the dwarf had been waiting long. The feathered devil frowned, seeing that the demon master realm dwarf did not get up to greet him and his boss when they entered the room, and commented, "Yes, the rumors about Chaos Dwarf having no manners were true." The dwarf did not spare a glance at the feathered devil or his companion, instead reached the bottom of his spirit beer jug in a single gulp and slammed the jug on the tabletop, startling the devils and their pixies. Then he yelled, "Refill." "Right away," Gigi said cheerfully, and with a snap of her finger the large jug was once again filled with cold spirit beer to the brim. During the wait, Gigi finally loosened up by getting to know Wyatt and his pseudonym Ezra. All pixies were a race of gossip mongers, but the Infinity Library had a strict privacy policy, so Wyatt was not worried about letting Gigi in on his secret. Currently, Wyatt was playing the part of an arrogant chaos dwarf, Ezra. He decided to play out the most common but true stereotype about chaos dwarfs among the other dark races that he could find on the Inter-Realm network, since the Infinity Library did not have a book on this particular topic. Wyatt felt that this was necessary, since whoever the Blight Brood Club would send this time to negotiate would not be an idiot like the manager of the Blight Brood Club, Mok'Tool, who did not stop to think that a chaos dwarf might dare to target and scam their club for all they got, so he should be careful while singing the contract. If Mok'Tool was caught off guard in a moment of ignorance, whoever would come to represent Blight Club now would not make the same mistake. They would be fully prepared to do anything to destroy Ezra's appeal against them. Taking a sip of his refilled spirit beer jug, while whipping the beer from his mouth, he said, "Manners. Isn't it bad manners for guests to not introduce themselves and instead complain about their host? You two better use your true names. I do not have the patience to play games with guys." The amber-feathered devil was about to explode swearing at the arrogant chaos dwarf, but calmed down seeing his boss signaling him to stop. "Speaking of true names, what is your true name, Master Ezra?" The other humanoid devil with cow horns and dressed in a black suit with a white shirt and red vest asked. The chaos dwarf finally stopped indulging in his spirit beer and took a glance at the two devils, then proceeded to call them by their true names, Devil Galkin and Belphegor. "It seems that your faction is as dumb as the streets say. I am Ezra Fulhar." Seeing that the chaos dwarf knew their true name, Devil Galkin's expression froze for a second, but it returned to normal immediately. As for Belphegor, he was not surprised that the chaos dwarf knew him and his subordinate, as he believed that the chaos dwarf was targeting him. As for Blight Brood Club, it was just his tool to get to him. As soon as the 7 founders became aware of the incident, seeing the name Ezra Fulhar signed on the contract, all of them immediately guessed that the chaos dwarf's target was Belphegor, as Ezra was his most commonly used pseudonym. Now that a chaos dwarf has used the same pseudonym to get back at them, even a 5-year-old could guess that the chaos dwarf was after Belphegor. Though Belphegor had figured out that the chaos dwarf's target was him, for the life of him he could not remember when he offended a chaos dwarf. Belphegor was arrogant and ambitious, but knew not to mess with the pseudo-ruler class race like the chaos dwarfs, who took their grudges very seriously. Just remembering what happened to the dark races that wanted to enslave the chaos dwarf race, Belphegor felt a chill on his bones. When he felt so deeply about chaos dwarfs, how did end up offending one? "There is no Fulhar tribe in chaos dwarf race," Belphegor stressed his words. "Aren't I right in front of you?" Ezra claimed that he was the proof that there exists a Fulhar tribe in chaos dwarf race. The law about using a pseudonym to sign a contract in the Devil Merchant Code was very loose. One might even say non-existent, since all devil merchants use it to trick the natives of the realms they visit. The only way to protect against this was to be alert while signing the contract. Every devil merchant never expects this to happen to him until they slip up, and it does. This was why Wyatt purposefully used Belphegor's most popular pseudonym and was not scared of him figuring it out. Chapter 1785 Negotiation begins. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounges. Devil Belphegor knew better than anybody that the laws against using pseudonyms to sign contracts were non-existent in Devil Merchant Code. Still, it did not mean that the demon merchant could be blatant about it. As long as he got the chaos dwarf to agree his name was not Ezra Fulhar, this case, like in all courts, would be thrown out as the victim doesn't exist. Belphegor also knew that it was a long shot for him to use this, since if the chaos dwarf was cunning enough to use a pseudonym in the first place, he should know not to agree to having used a pseudonym. However, at the risk of embarrassing himself, he had to try, since you never know for sure until you try. Tisk. Devil Galkin clicked his tongue in annoyance. He did not know why he was here. When he asked his boss Bulheger, he was ordered to be himself. If he were to truly be himself, he would like to reach across the table, grab the dwarf by his hair, slap him around until he was satisfied, and then kill him. However, this was Infinite Library. Such actions would not work out well for him, his tribe, or his faction. So he had to curb his rage and try to behave. Ezra eyed both the devil before beginning to enjoy his spirit beer, knowing that negotiations cannot be done hastily or straightforward way, especially with a devil for an opponent. It was going to be a long day. He might as well relax and enjoy himself, as he had been swapped with this or that since the Southern Capital incident. Seeing that the Chaos Dwarf was in no hurry to commence the negotiation, Belphegor frowned, as he had no idea why the dwarf was doing this and what he wanted to gain by doing this. Without knowing this, if Belphegor were to begin the negotiation, then it would be like shooting arrows at the enemy in the dark. He will not be the enemy but only reveal his position to the enemy. So he turned to his designated pixie and ordered, "Get me 2 large jugs of your finest spirit beer." The Belphegor's pixie panicked, as in the exec. VVIP lounge. The guest could only access the lounge's amenities and facilities with permission of the exec. VVIP member that invited them. Knowing Belphegor's pride and his relationship with Ezra, she did not know how to inform Belphegor about this without being scolded by him. Though Infinity Library protected their pixies from harm inside the Infinity Library, an individual pixie were stronger than their demon devil merchant clients, so they were not worried about being harmed but being verbally and emotionally abused. They took their job seriously, and being scolded for every little thing made them depressed so much so that might commit suicide if not for them living with their tribe. The Infinity Library was helpless against this. It could ask the customers to behave but could not micromanage them. This was why both Dredre and Gigi were surprised to meet someone like Wyatt. Get them what they want but they will be paying for it. Their orders. Ezra came to Bulheger's designated pixie's rescue, not wanting her to become a casualty in his war. He did not dare to show too much emotion while doing this, worrying that Belphegor would find a way to exploit it. Belphegor's pixie nodded at Wyatt gratefully, and with a snap of her finger she conjured 2 large jugs of spirit beers identical to the one in Ezra's hands before Devil Belphegor and Galkin on the table. The tense atmosphere in the box eased as the 3 began to chug their beers in an awkward silence. Gigi, who looked a stratified look on the 3 of them as they chugged the spirit beers, was confused and asked Wyatt, breaking the awkward silence, "Isn't the beer bitter in taste? How are you able to drink so much of it? It's for grown-ups. You will not understand. Why don't you order a spirit dew on me and join us?" Ezra did not bother to explain to Gigi why he liked the spirit beer and instead asked her to join them, grabbing a spirit dew. "Everything in the Infinity Library is free for us pixies, but I appreciate your offer," saying that Gigi conjured a spirit dew, found a comfortable spot on Ezra's broad shoulders, and began to enjoy herself. The other 2 pixies began to glance at Gigi with mixed feelings. They were both happy for her and envied her. Ezra did not dare to involve himself with them because, as the Galkin and Belphegor's designated pixies, they were stuck with them. Showing any form of kindness now to them would come back to haunt them for the rest of their time as Galkin and Belphegor's designated pixies. These 2 devils in particular were not above taking out their anger on these pixies. For someone who has not lived a century to call himself a grown-up, what a joke, Galkin commented as he continued to sip his beer with his humanoid mouth. It appears his beak was mostly for decoration. Refill. Ezra continued to ignore Devil Galkin and focused on his beer. He did not have time for a clown who did not know that the negotiation had already begun. Ezra wondered if Belphegor bought this clueless clown for entertainment. Refill. Galkin yelled louder than Ezra, startling his pixie, who immediately refilled his jug with spirit beer. Belphegor, unlike his competitive subordinate, continued to drink spirit beer at his pace, monitoring every little detail about Ezra. The longer he watched the dwarf, the more he believed the dwarf's attention was on them and their actions than the beer in his hand. Chapter 1786 Tough Love. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Belphegor could not shake the feeling that the Chaos Dwarf was monitoring their every action while pretending to be engrossed in enjoying his spirit beer. Belphegor took his intuition seriously and did not doubt it for a second. So he wondered how the Chaos Dwarf was monitoring them constantly when he had barely glanced at them since they arrived. Belphegor recalled the card demigod saying that the Chaos Dwarf had a strong spirit item, so he wondered if the Chaos Dwarf had other spirit items that could allow him to monitor them without actually looking at them. Convinced with his theory, Belphegor scrutinized the Chaos Dwarf's spirit body in the box, but he found nothing that closely resembled a spirit item. Failing to find any evidence to support his assumption, Belphegor did not doubt his intuition but instead grew wary of the young Chaos Dwarf in front of him. He did not dare to look down on it. When he first arrived in the exec VVIP member box, Belphegor was happy that the Chaos Dwarf was alone and not with his elder. At that time he felt like it was good news, not only because it showed that the elder Chaos Dwarf did not attach importance to his matter, but also because he felt that the young Chaos Dwarf was overestimating himself after fooling them once. But now he did not feel that way. The Chaos Dwarf had not overestimated himself but come prepared. Especially seeing how the young Chaos Dwarf was not reacting to Galkin's numerous provocations. The reason he brought the hot-headed Galkin to this important negotiation meeting was to annoy the opposite party and throw him off his game, but the Chaos Dwarf was not falling for it. Despite the Chaos Dwarf's strong front, the Chaos Dwarf could not hide his fondness for the pixies. Even Galkin noticed this, let alone Belphegor. Seeing this, Belphegor had an idea that this Chaos Dwarf was part of a rare breed in the Dark Realm, a breed that had a soft spot for the weak and helpless. This amused Belphegor as he figured out that the reason why he was not able to recall where and when he offended a Chaos Dwarf was that he never did offend a Chaos Dwarf. The young Chaos Dwarf in front of him might be targeting him because he had offended someone the dwarf cared about. All races and tribes in the Dark Realm worshipped the strong and loathed the weak. Similarly, they believed that only the weak would defend and show compassion to the weak. No wonder the elder Chaos Dwarf did not care about this matter. Otherwise, the elder would come for their heads after knowing they tried to enslave their junior. Belphegor wondered, was this the elder Chaos Dwarf's way of imposing positive reinforcement on his junior through tough love? Like tempering will make steel stronger or something. Discerning that the elder Chaos Dwarf will not get involved as long as they do not go overboard dealing with their junior, Belphegor felt relieved, because if the elder were to choose to involve themselves in this matter, no games would work. They would not have much choice but to agree to whatever the elder Chaos Dwarf demanded, begging them to show mercy. Despite so many thoughts going on in his head, Belphegor indifferently enjoyed his spirit beer at his pace, blatantly monitoring the Chaos Dwarf's every action, as he did not have a spirit item to spy on him like the Chaos Dwarf did. Even a low-tier spy-type spirit item was too expensive. Belphegor felt it was a waste of money since beings with sensitive spiritual energy could notice its presence as he did. He would rather invest in a defense-type spirit item like the spirit suit he was currently wearing. Is this Belphegor's commonly used form? Wyatt wondered, enjoying his beer. He was not foolish enough to believe that Belphegor's true form was a humanoid with the twin horns of a cow. However, Wyatt was surprised to see that Belphegor preferred to dress in an expensive suit-type spirit item. In the Inter-Realm City, it was rare to see beings wearing spirit items. Most just shaped their choice of dress with their spiritual power, just like they shaped their spiritual body. So he wondered if Belphegor's suit was one of those fancy defense-type spirit items with different forms. Wyatt considered if he should order a defense-type spirit item for Ezra from the Devil Merchant Code. It would be a good addition to Ezra's image of an arrogant second-generation Chaos Dwarf. Wyatt soon discarded this notion, as he did not plan to use his Ezra persona again after he managed to get what he wanted from Belphegor today. Not to mention, spending so much on a temporary persona would be a waste of money. The quietness in the exec VVIP box continued to prevail as the two devils, a demon, and a pixie enjoyed their drinks while the other two pixies stood at ease waiting for any further orders from their designated clients. They too wanted to enjoy a spirit dew like Gigi, but the Infinity Library did not allow them to be willful during work hours, even though they could take and use anything in the Infinity Library for free. Tisk. Galkin irritatedly looked at the Chaos Dwarf. He was not the one to enjoy silence but thrived in chaos. He would choose torture over silence because silence was like torture to him. He felt that his spirit beer's taste diminished due to the silence. Someone like him was not suited for these meetings. He would rather be in a losing war desperately trying to turn the tides than be here another second. At first, when Belphegor invited him to the settlement discussion, he believed the faction was finally recognizing his contribution, but now he felt like Belphegor was punishing him for always whining about not including him in important meetings despite his large contribution to the prosperity of their faction. Chapter 1787 Damned Fly. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. You damned fly, why is my spirit beer tasting funny? Are you giving me the fake stuff? Galkin yelled in rage, slamming his half-empty jug on the table while his feathers radiated like the embers of a lava. Galkin had no problem with the spirit beer, he was rather uncomfortable with the silence. This, Galkin's pixie was jumped in fright, being yelled at by Galkin. He did not know how to answer his client because he was serving him the same stuff as the other two pixies were serving their clients. Are you saying that the Infinity Library sells fake spirit beer? Ezra shifted his gaze from the bottom of his beer jug and glared at the amber-feathered bastard. Galkin suddenly went quiet, listening to the Chaos Dwarf, as he could not think of words to defend himself. He just wanted to relieve his frustration on the little pixie like he always does, but did not expect the Chaos Dwarf to use his words against him. He was hot-headed, but he also knew that anything he said now would be used against him by the Chaos Dwarf. Just as Galkin was wrecking his mind to climb out of the hole he dug himself in, he heard an encrypted soul whisper from his boss, "Apologize." Listening to the encrypted soul whisper, Galkin looked at Belphegor in disbelief, then his eyes grew resolute, conveying that he would rather die than apologize to the Chaos Dwarf. "You fool, apologize to the Infinity Library, not the dwarf," Belphegor sternly explained to Galkin through an encrypted soul whisper. Listening to this, Galkin was dumbfounded, but soon masking his embarrassment with a cough, he said, "I apologize. I did not mean any offense to the Infinity Library." "Then what did you mean?" Ezra asked, intensely glaring at Galkin. He was indeed trying to blow this matter out of proportion. However, Galkin was not as dumb as he thought. The devil knew when to shut his loud mouth and bow his head. But Ezra did not plan to leave this matter here. Otherwise, he would have to wait for Belphegor to crack and initiate the negotiation. That wasn't happening, as neither was willing to show their hand by taking the lead. Ignoring the Chaos Dwarf, Galkin quietly picked up his jug and sipped the spirit beer. Then he said, "Oh, this is the best spirit beer I know. I seem to have been hasty earlier. It's good to hear that the spirit beer is to your liking, esteemed devil merchant." Galkin's pixie smiled and responded, hearing Galkin's weak excuse. With the pixie forgiving Galkin, Ezra could not pursue the matter further unless he was willing to reveal that he was the exec. VVIP member, not his elder. Which would be a shocking reveal, but he would risk Belhepker wondering if Ezra had an elder who was an exec. VVIP member of the Infinity Library backing him. That was too big of a risk. So, Ezra had no choice but to give up this matter. With this spat laid to rest, the exec. VVIP member box once again retained its awkward silence. With the scare from earlier, Galkin was now more cautious with his actions and words because he finally became aware that the negotiation had already begun. Catching with what was happening, Galkin felt like a spectator watching a grandmaster-level chess competition. The tensions were high, as were the stakes. "Refill," Ezra said to Gigi, who did not instantly fill his jug with spirit beer, instead recommended him, "Why don't you try something new like the spectral grass blade dew if you have had your fill of this bitter stuff?" "Will I get drunk with it?" Ezra asked the little pixie. "No, but it tastes refreshing," Gigi replied, only to hear Ezra say, "Then I will have a refill of your finest spirit beer." "If you want to get drunk, then you can try a glass of spirit mushroom dew," Gigi recommended another drink, ignoring Ezra's demand. She wanted her friend to try the drink she liked and hoped that he liked it too. "Then a glass of spirit mushroom dew," Ezra ordered. Gigi cheerfully responded, snapping her tiny fingers, "1 glass of spirit mushroom dew." Soon, a vine glass filled with clear red water conjured in front of Ezra on the table as the spirit beer jug vanished. Ezra skeptically looked at the glass of dew before picking it up and gulping it down in one go. Then clenching his face, he said, "Damn, that is sweet." Belphegor and Galkin looked at the dwarf in shock, knowing that a glass of spirit mushroom dew was too much to handle even for a devil's spiritual body, let alone a demon master's spiritual body. Not to mention, the dwarf emptied the glass in a single go. They wondered if the dwarf was here to negotiate or get wasted. "Did you like it? Did you like it?" Gigi asked Wyatt with great expectation. "It's too sweet for my taste but not bad," Ezra answered. Seeing him answer without stuttering, both the devils were shocked, wondering how a demon merchant's spiritual body was able to handle an entire glass of spirit mushroom dew. While Belphegor nodded, thinking, as expected of a chaos dwarf, Galkin was not willing to be outdone by a demon master in drinking. So emptying his jug, he slammed it on the table, yelling, "Get me a glass of spirit mushroom dew." Here, Galkin's pixie snapped his finger, conjuring a glass of spirit mushroom dew, replacing the empty jug of spirit beer. Galkin immediately picked up the glass but hesitated to drink it. However, seeing the dwarf order another glass of spirit mushroom dew, he no longer hesitated and emptied the glass in a single gulp. Chapter 1788 Shit-Faced. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Do you want a refill, esteemed devil merchant? Galkin's pixie asked Galkin, seeing his empty glass. Galkin grudgingly looked at his pixie, tightening his grip on the glass. If not for the glass being a spirit item, it might have shattered under the pressure. Refill. Listening to the dwarf order his 10th refill, colors drained from Galkin's intoxicated face. Then he looked at the young chaos dwarf in disbelief, as the dwarf had ordered 2 refills more than him, yet he appeared as sober as when they met. No matter how much spirit mushroom dew the dwarf drank, he did not show signs of being drunk, while Galkin was shit-faced. The devil found it hard to believe that he could not keep up with a demon master. Not willing to be outdone by a junior, Galkin bravely nodded at his pixie and ordered, "Refill." Okay. Galkin's pixie instantaneously refilled the Galkin glass with spirit mushroom dew. However, Galkin did not immediately, rather hesitate. Dumbass, he is a chaos dwarf. Their toddlers prefer liquor over breast milk. Only an idiot would be foolish enough to compete with them in a drinking match. Just give up while you are still sober, Belphegor ordered Galkin to end his foolish notion of competing with a chaos dwarf in a drinking match using an encrypted soul whisper. Chaos dwarf or not, he is a demon master. How can I, a devil, be defeated by a demon master? Galkin was unwilling to admit his defeat against the dwarf. He would rather die than become a joke who lost to a demon master in a drinking game. You fool, continue at your own risk, but I advise you, if you back down now, your defeat will be graceful. So, stop before you throw up and disgrace yourself. For someone who took his pride seriously, Belphegor did not seem to respect or care to understand his underling's pride. If he did, then he would not have said, "If you back down now, your defeat will be graceful," to his loyal subordinate of all people. Belphegor, himself, should know better. There was no gracefulness in defeat. A defeat was a defeat, just that, nothing more, nothing less. Galkin ignored Belphegor and drank the refilled glass of spirit mushroom dew in a single gulp. He respected Belphegor and would lay his life for the faction, but as a strong and prideful devil, some things he could not let go of for anybody, be it his boss or the faction. He had to do this for himself. Hiccup. Emptying his glass, Galkin let out a hiccup, showing that he was drunk. Our refill. Hiccup. Galkin stutteringly ordered his pixie to refill his glass. His pixie, complying with his orders, snapped his fingers, refilling his glass with spirit mushroom dew. Seeing Galkin was not able to keep a straight face or speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Properly. After his 9th glass of the spirit mushroom dew, Belphegor did not react, but rather took a small sip from the spirit beer he had ordered when he arrived. While the dwarf and Galkin drank a couple jugs of spirit beer and a few glasses of spirit mushroom dew, Belphegor's initial order of spirit beer was almost half empty. He did not let himself get swept in his subordinate's competitive spirit. To quote his words, "Only an idiot would be foolish enough to compete with Chaos Dwarf in a drinking match." Refill. Ezra ordered another refill. This was his 11th refill of spirit mushroom dew. The dew's intoxication effect was strong, but Ezra's spiritual body was stronger, comparable to that of a newborn celestial body, thanks to Dredra's pixie dust. So, Ezra could drink another 10 glasses of this spirit mushroom dew and remain unaffected by its intoxication effect. Not to mention he hadn't mobilized his mutant consciousness. Therefore, despite being a devil, Galkin did not stand a chance against Ezra in a drinking game. Ezra was happy to notice that his plan to use the most common stereotypes about Chaos Dwarf in his act was panning out. From the changes in Belphegor's spiritual body's subtle micro-expressions, it was apparent that he seemed to really believe that his opponent was indeed a Chaos Dwarf. Belphegor did not seem to doubt Ezra's identity as a Chaos Dwarf in the first place, but it was important for Wyatt to establish a strong perception in Belphegor that he was a Chaos Dwarf. Such that if anyone were to ask Ezra to prove he was a Chaos Dwarf, Belphegor would vouch that Ezra was indeed a Chaos Dwarf. This was very important for the negotiation between Ezra and Belphegor, because what Ezra planned to ask of Belphegor was not something a Chaos Dwarf would ask. So it might cause Belphegor or his henchmen to doubt if Ezra was really a Chaos Dwarf. Once such a doubt arises, it could soon grow into a suspicion that took down Ezra's entire act. Therefore it was important for Ezra to establish that falsifying his name was the only lie he told. Listening to the dwarf ask for another refill, shit-faced Galkin trembled, holding a glass of spirit mushroom dew. The word refill seemed to have become his worst nightmare. However, he still forced himself to empty the glass of spirit mushroom dew in his hand. Reaching the middle of the glass, Galkin's spiritual body dissipated from the exec VVIP member box and his glass fell to the floor. With a snap of his fingers, Galkin's pixie cleaned Galkin's mess and excused himself. Since Galkin was no longer here, his work here was done. My subordinate has always been a lightweight. Please excuse his lack of manners, Belphegor gracefully apologized in place of Galkin. Chapter 1789 Miscalculation. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP members lounge. Galkin's spiritual body dissipated because he was completely intoxicated and no longer maintained the shape of his spiritual body. As a result, the Devil Merchant automatically threw him out of the Inter-Realm City. This was not its first rodeo. If the Devil Merchant Code did not take such drastic measures, the streets of the Inter-Realm City would be filled with clouds of intoxicated spiritual bodies. After all, spiritual liquor was more stronger and additive compared to any physical liquor out there in the myriad realms. Listening to Belphegor's excuse, Ezra shook his head in regret and said, "Pity, it's hard to find a good drinking companion these days. Devil Merchant Belphegor, will replace your friend and accompany me for a few drinks, my treat." The corners of Belphegor's mouth twitched as he barely suppressed himself from yelling out in rage. Galkin, that idiot. He ruined everything, Belphegor thought. Because of Galkin, Belphegor was in a position where he would either agree to Ezra's request and get wasted like Galkin, as he did not have the confidence that he could hold more liquor than Ezra. Or he rejects Ezra's request and comes across as a punk-ass bitch. As much as Belphegor wanted to humble the Chaos Dwarf, he did not dare get intoxicated because that would affect his decision-making when they discussed terms. Then Belphegor noticed that the longer he took to answer the dwarf, the smugness of the dwarf grew more apparent. With this, Belphegor lost it, and instead of answering the dwarf, he emptied his spirit beer in a single sip and then slammed the jug on the table, yelling, "Get me a glass of spirit mushroom dew." "Now you are talking," Ezra cheered, hearing Belphegor order a glass of spirit mushroom dew. Why wouldn't he? Belphegor walked right into his trap. Refill. Belphegor immediately emptied the glass of spirit mushroom dew his pixie had conjured and ordered a refill. Seeing this, Ezra cheered louder. Listening to Ezra cheer, Belphegor glanced at him and said, "Are just going to cheer or join me?" "Ha ha ha." Ezra laughed, seeing Belphegor's attempt to provoke him. Emptying the glass in his hand, he replied, "You don't have to remind me, refill." Seeing Ezra drink and order more spirit mushroom dew, Belphegor's eyes twinkled. He was not being rash when he agreed to Ezra's request. Instead, it was a calculative move on his part. Since his arrival into the exec VVIP member box, the dwarf had drunk a couple of beers and a dozen of spirit mushroom dew. So, Belphegor believed that no matter how much tolerance the dwarf had built up for spirit liquor, he would last for another 10 or dozen glasses of spirit mushroom dew. Belphegor knew his limit was about 15 or so glasses of spirit mushroom dew, so he came up with a dubious plan. The plan was that Belphegor would accompany the dwarf till it was intoxicated and no longer in control of its element. Then he would finally take the lead in negotiating terms with the dwarf. Inebriated, the dwarf would not know heads from tails, let alone negotiate with Belphegor. According to Belphegor's calculation based on his observation, it would take another 5 or 6 glasses of spirit mushroom dew for the dwarf to be intoxicated. Belphegor believed he could handle a half dozen glasses of spirit mushroom dew with ease. While he was still sober, he would get the intoxicated dwarf would be barely able to sign the words, "I withdraw the appeal against Blightbrood Club," on a contract. Belphegor did not dare to take it far for fear of the young dwarf's elders. Confident in his plan, Belphegor accompanied the dwarf for a couple of drinks. But to his dismay, the dwarf did not appear to be drunk after drinking his 18th glass of spirit mushroom dew. That was when Belphegor realized that he had miscalculated and began to slow his roll. Soon the dwarf ordered his 20th refill, yet he appeared as sober as when Belphegor first saw him. Belphegor finally felt the despair Galkin felt. He wondered what was the dwarf doing with so much spiritual energy. Even if he had a strong tolerance to spirit liquor, shouldn't his spiritual reserves be full of spiritual energy and overflowing considering the amount of spiritual liquor he had consumed? When the dwarf had consumed an entire 24 glasses of spirit liquor yet looked sober as the bright sunny morning, Belphegor no longer continued with his charade and looked at the dwarf in disbelief. He felt that the dwarf in front of him was the liking example of stereotypes of the Chaos Dwarf race. Belphegor wasn't the only one. The two pixies in the box felt the same way. Neither of them had met a client who drank so many glasses of spirit mushroom dew and still sat erect. "What happened? Did you have enough already?" Ezra asked Belphegor, seeing he wasn't even pretending to drink his glass of spirit mushroom dew. "Yes, how about we talk about the appeal?" Belphegor replied without thinking. Amazed and impressed by Ezra's drinking capability, he forgot about his pride. He wholeheartedly believed the stereotypes surrounding the Chaos Dwarf race. Especially, the one that claimed that an ocean of liquor would not last the Chaos Dwarfs a day. Suddenly Belphegor's face turned hideous, remembering his own words, "Only an idiot would be foolish enough to compete with Chaos Dwarf in a drinking match." "Ha ha ha, sure, let us do that," Ezra laughed smugly. Then, as he was about to place his empty glass on the table in front of him, he placed it a centimeter out of the edge of the table in the air. As a result, the glass fell to the floor. Seeing this, Belphegor's eyes twinkled. Chapter 1790 Drunk. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Before the glass could reach the floor, it vanished in thin air thanks to prompt Gigi reaction. "That's my girl, nice save," Ezra cheered and complimented Gigi, masking his embarrassment. Being complimented by her friends, Gigi held her head high while her fellow pixie adored her from afar. From the pixie's eyes, it was apparent that she considered Gigi her hero for getting complimented by her client. Understandably, since getting complimented by their client was a scarce sight for pixies. The traditional devil merchants native to the Dark Realm have done a number on these pixies for them to get this excited over a simple compliment for all their hard work. They were a pitiful race. Maybe this was the result of them incorporating their cage into their lifestyle over their thousands of years of enslavement. Belphegor quietly continued to monitor the Chaos Dwarf. From the dwarf's slip-up earlier, he had already determined that the dwarf was drunk, yet kept going just to save face, which was not unheard of among the dark races. Take Devil Galkin for example. Belphegor wondered how the dwarf was able to keep a straight face and talk properly when he was so drunk that he could not place a glass on the table that was right in front of him. Years of practice, he thought. As a devil, he too indulged in drinking, but the dwarf's drinking capabilities amazed him. The more Belphegor monitored the dwarf, the more felt that his guess was right. The dwarf was drunk but acted sober. This caused him to wonder if he overestimated the dwarf. Shaking his head, he reminded himself not to underestimate his opponent. Trying to test the field, he asked the dwarf, "It is unheard of for a dwarf to be named Ezra. Is there a story behind why you were named that?" Ezra quietly stared at Belphegor for a few seconds before answering him, "Nope. There's no story." Belphegor nodded with a light smile. He determined that the reason the dwarf took so long to answer him with 4 simple words was that the dwarf was taking his time to process his question and think of a proper answer. Similar to a drunk trying to sound sober. A sober person would need so much time to answer a simple question. With this, Belphegor determined that the dwarf was truly drunk and not pretending to be drunk. However, had the dwarf answered him immediately in a stuttering voice, Belphegor would have determined that the dwarf was pretending to be drunk. This deduction of the Belphegor was based on a wise saying he had heard about Chaos Dwarves, which went like this: "How do you tell a sober Chaos Dwarf apart from a drunk Chaos Dwarf? You don't, because Chaos Dwarves are always drunk." The young dwarf's current state reminded Belphegor of this. Belphegor believed that whoever spoke these words was truly wise. Belphegor now had confidence that he could get the dwarf to settle at his terms or even withdraw the appeal for next to nothing. With this mindset, he asked the dwarf, "What will it take for you to settle?" Ezra answered after carefully thinking it over, "I don't know, you tell me. How far are you willing to not let this matter go to trial? How about I get the 2 devil merchants to apologize to you for their actions in person, then will you be willing to withdraw your appeal?" Belphegor felt that as long as he satisfied the dwarf's ego, the dwarf would happily settle and withdraw his appeal. "An apology is not enough, I want their heads," Ezra demanded with a stern voice. Listening to Ezra's demand, Belphegor frowned and thought, there was no way the dwarf thought that I would give up 2 devil merchants over this matter. Devil merchants held more value than any regular devil or demigod. They were a potential stock. With 2 devil merchants, his faction could produce 2 demon merchants every decade. Losing 2 devil merchants would be a huge loss to the faction, especially now when they were planning to invade a realm. Therefore Belphegor did not consider Ezra's demand for a second. "Do you have to go that far? After all, we all are from the same realm. I agree that what they did to you is wrong, but killing them over it would be cruel. The punishment will not fit the crime." Belphegor did not immediately reject the dwarf's demand but rather tried to reason with him. Feeling that there was no need to be aggressive as the dwarf was drunk and could be influenced by a few soft words. Being aggressive would only make matters worse. "Wrong, they wanted to enslave me. Had I not come prepared that day I would be enslaved by them. I want their heads, nothing more, nothing less." Ezra's voice grew colder as he spoke. Gigi, who was next to him, could feel his anger. For the first time since he met the dwarf, Belphegor too felt something else other than indifference. Seeing the dwarf like this, he knew that this matter would not end with a simple apology. However, as a proud devil merchant, he believed he could wear a drunk chaos dwarf down. "I agree, those fools deserve to be killed for what they have done. But nothing happened, you are safe now. Do not let your anger for them dictate your actions. Nobody has to die over this." Belphegor agreed with the dwarf to give him the feeling that he was on his side. This way the dwarf would be prone to listen to what he has to say. If he were to aggressively reject the dwarf's demand, then the dwarf in his drunken state would react more aggressively and demand a trial, which Belphegor was trying to avoid at all cost. "Nothing happened. I was attacked in a foreign realm by your subordinates. They freaking tried to enslave me and you dare say nothing happened? If you feel that way, then there's no need to continue with the discussion. Let us meet at the trial." This time Ezra answered immediately, displaying rage. Listening to rage in Ezra's voice, the cunning light in Belphegor's eyes grew brighter, as he gathered that, thanks to his drunken state and rage he was feeling, the dwarf was no longer acting on reason but emotion. This was good for Belphegor because now he would be able to control the conversation. If the dwarf were to act with reason, that would not be possible. If Ezra were to follow reason, then he could get the Blight Brood Club for every penny they had. However, if he were to follow his emotions, then there was still hope for the club. Now it all depended on Belphegor and whether he was able to influence the drunken emotional dwarf. Seeing how the dwarf did not take this matter to trial when the devil merchant code offered him and instead chose to try and settle, Belphegor was stunned. Because by reason the dwarf had the Blight Brood Club in checkmate, any other demon merchant in his place would choose to proceed to trial. Now talking to the dwarf, Belphegor knew why he chose to try and settle. It was because the dwarf was driven by emotion right from the start. Turns out that the dwarf did not hold the Blight Brood Club accountable for the actions of Muthdia and Handsome Fox. The dwarf did not want to punish the Blight Brood Club, the 2 culprits that tried to enslave him. At least those dumbasses did something right, Belphegor thought, believing that Muthdia and Handsome Fox did throw the faction under the bus with them. This lessened his anger towards them. "I apologize, I did not mean it that way. I just was trying to say that 2 wrongs do not make right. Just because they did something wrong does not mean that you should get your hands dirty. By this, I don't mean we should forgive them. I believe they should be punished according to the crime." Belphegor did not hesitate to apologize to the dwarf to persuade him to give up his intent to kill Muthdia and Handsome Fox. "Instead, try to think of another way to punish them. I do not care about all that. I want them dead. If you and your faction plan to continue to protect them, then I don't mind going to the trial and holding the entire Blight Brood Club accountable." Ezra did not listen to Belphegor's reason and continued to demand Devil Muthdia and Demigod Handsome Fox's head for their crime. After a pause, he added, the only reason I am not going to the trial is that the Devil Merchant Code will not individually hold them accountable but the entire Blight Brood Club. By that, those two will easily slip through the cracks. I want them to suffer. Now you decide, are you willing to sacrifice the Blight Brood Club for those two? Chapter 1791 Hypocrisy. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Belphegor knew the dwarf was not bluffing. If he were to go to the trial, not only would the dwarf win by landslide but all the members of the Blight Brood Club would be banned by the Devil Merchant Code for 3 weeks minimum. That was just the punishment. As for the compensation, the club would have to fork out a small fortune. A 3-week ban from the Devil Merchant Code would not only affect the Blight Brood Club but all the demon devil merchants of the 7 Prince of the Hell faction, since they were all members of the Blight Brood Club. Canceling their membership from the club now would not help them, since the ban would be placed on everyone who was a member of the club when the appeal was submitted to the Devil Merchant Code. The 3-week ban would prove crippling for the faction's finances, since they had just emptied their treasury to buy the rights to the card world from the Devil Merchant Code. The loss would be substantial, and to recover from it they will have to advance their card world invasion plan without proper preparations. Therefore Belphegor could not afford to go to trial. Today, one way or the other, he was going to make the dwarf settle. Choice is yours, Urza said sternly, folding his hands and leaning on the couch. Being threatened by the dwarf, Belphegor frowned, thinking, these dwarfs are a stubborn race. Even drunk, this dwarf is proving difficult to persuade. However, believing that the dwarf being drunk favored him, Belphegor continued to excuse the dwarf's rude attitude toward him and kindly continued to persuade him while pretending to agree with him. This was because Belphegor was convinced that the dwarf was intoxicated. He did not doubt it. I too do not want to risk the club for those two. However, they have contributed a lot to our faction. If I give up on them when they are in trouble, how will I explain it to the rest of the faction members? I know you were wrong, but please try to understand our dilemma too. Belphegor, who was constantly agreeing with the dwarf, now slowly switched the narrative, asking the dwarf to understand their struggles, subtly implying that the dwarf was the one who was being unreasonable here. I think your friends and subordinates would prefer to prioritize the safety of their faction over risking it all just to protect those two useless goons. Ezra refuted Belphegor and showed no signs of changing his demand or even easing it. Belphegor shook his head, pretending to be helpless, and said, regardless, as a leader I cannot give up on my members. Aren't you honorable? Quit the act. I have done my homework. I learned that the foreign devil merchant has just recently joined. When did he have the time to contribute to your faction? Ezra blurted in rage. Belphegor was surprised that Ezra knew such detail about the faction, but considering that he had access to the resources of an elder chaos dwarf, it made sense. However, seeing the dwarf slowly get loose-lipped around him, Belphegor smirked, believing that soon he would wear down all the defenses of the dwarf, and then getting on close terms to him he would manipulate him to do his bidding. I will be honest with you. The foreign devil merchant had made a huge merit by helping us with the rights to a high-level realm for a 50% discount. His contribution to the faction cannot be overlooked, Belphegor explained to the dwarf with a serious face. I have heard about the realm you are talking about. It's the foreign devil merchant's native realm, isn't it? You are trying to protect a traitor who was willing to sell his native realm. What makes you think that tomorrow he will not sell your faction? Ezra scoffed at Belphegor and his stupidity in protecting a traitor who sold his homeland. His home is the 7 Princes of Hell faction, and as one of the princes it's my duty to protect every member of the faction. Belphegor continued to act the part of an honorable leader. According to him, Handsome Fox was not a traitor for betraying the card realm, as the 7 Princes of Hell faction was his new home. Ha ha ha, Ezra laughed aloud at Belphegor's hypocrisy and said, my point exactly. Today the 7 Princes of Hell faction is his home, tomorrow he will belong to another faction. Belphegor, if you grow a scorpion in your backyard you cannot expect it to not sting you. So it best if you cut off the rotten parts before it's too late. My hands are tied regarding this matter. If you come after those two you will have to face us all, please. Understand, Belphegor was no stranger to acting, but today he had outdone himself. Belphegor did not want the dwarf to go to trial, yet he did not compromise with the dwarf because the dwarf in his drunk state had already revealed to him that it did not want to trial too. According to Belphegor, Going to trial was the only leverage the dwarf had, but due to its stupidity, it had revealed to him that he would rather not. Since Belphegor knew that the dwarf was avoiding the trial, he did not mind pretending that he had no problem going to trial if push came to shove. To make the dwarf feel like that leverage in his hand was not enough to threaten Belphegor. This way the dwarf would have no choice but to decrease his demand sooner or later. As a seasoned manipulator, Belphegor knew when to push and pull, so he would not push the dwarf too much so that the dwarf would suddenly change his mind about going to trial. He will play this game until he gets the dwarf to settle for next to nothing. During this discussion, never once did it cross Belphegor's mind that he was only hearing what the dwarf wanted him to hear, not what the dwarf let slip in its drunken stupor. He was so convinced that the dwarf was drunk that even someone cautious and cunning like him did not doubt that the dwarf was acting just like him. The code can be redeemed by 10 different users with 10 FPs user. You can find the redeem center at profile redeem. Less than ABDHYHDM 6HX6FJTCA greater than Chapter 1792 compensation date the 16th of April 2321 time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. You know what, if you are going to be so stubborn, let us meet at the trial, Ezra said in a rage, seeing that no matter what he said Belphegor was not willing to give up on the two devil merchants to save his faction the trouble. That is what you want, sure. You do what you have to do and I will do what I need to do, Belphegor replied calmly, knowing that the dwarf was bluffing to get him to cave. Since he had figured out the dwarf's game plan, Belphegor was going to show the dwarf he had messed with the wrong people. Belphegor has not forgotten the fact that it was the dwarf who picked a fight with them. The dwarf dangled himself in front of them as bait, knowing that they would take the bait. Belphegor was clear that the dwarf had other intentions behind this and currently hiding behind this appeal. Therefore he was sure the dwarf would not go to trial over this. Do you think you can save those two devil merchants from me? I already know about the devil from the Dia clan. As for the foreign devil merchant, sooner or later I will get his true name, and once I do, that would be his last day alive, Ezra declared recklessly, revealing that he was not totally dependent on this settlement discussion to deal with the two devil merchants. He had made other arrangements. What do you mean? Belphegor was happy to see that the dwarf was getting more and more talkative, but he could not help but frown hearing the dwarf's ominous words. You know what I mean, Ezra replied arrogantly with a sneer, looking down on Belphegor in his useless struggle. Are you threatening my faction members? Belphegor glared at the dwarf. Meanwhile, he secretly used his devil merchant code to contact a fellow founder, informing him to ask Muthdia to hide in the Card Realm along with Handsome Fox and ban all inter-realm transportation to the Card Realm. You said it, not me, Ezra responded playfully. While his eyes asked Belphegor, yes, what are you going to do about it? Why I will submit an appeal to the devil merchant code, Belphegor yelled, pretending to be helpless. Sure, go ahead, I will submit a defamation appeal to devil merchant code. Let us see whom the devil merchant code supports. Ezra blatantly said that the devil merchant code was going to support him no matter what unless Belphegor had proof to back his appeal. You are abusing your power, Belphegor cried in desperation. You are no stranger to abusing power, right? The Seven Prince of Hell faction's reputation precedes it. Especially, you devil merchant Belphegor. Ezra looked at Belphegor with eyes filled with scorn and disgust. Seeing this, Belphegor was enraged by he could not show it, as his flawless act so far would be for nothing. So he did not let his rage break his character and continued to stay in his character to the very end. Despite his rage, Belphegor observed and learned a lot about the dwarf. All his assumptions about the dwarf so far were proving to be correct. Especially from the dwarf's recent words, it was clear that the dwarf was targeting him for someone or something else. Belphegor was now convinced that from the start, the dwarf's target was not the Blight Brood Club, Devil Muthdia, or demigod Handsome Fox, but himself. The appeal to the devil merchant code and demand for Devil Muthdia and demigod Handsome Fox's heads was all a ruse to get to him. Now it was clear to Belphegor that the dwarf planned to use the Blight Brood Club, Devil Muthdia, and demigod Handsome Fox as leverage to get him to do something. Understanding this, Belphegor felt his rage toward the dwarf vanish. Instead, in his mind, the dwarf was nothing but an idiot. Now that Belphegor knew what the dwarf was after and how he planned to achieve his goal, Belphegor planned to give the dwarf a strong sense of satisfaction while actually giving him next to nothing in exchange for withdrawing the appeal and then sending him packing. Belphegor could see everything play out in his mind and he could not help but sneer at the dwarf. If not for the dwarf's strong backing, Belphegor would have taught it a lesson, but he knew better than to make a pseudo-ruler class enemy. Just the dwarf was proving such a difficult enemy thanks to the resources of the Elder Chaos Dwarf backing him. He could not imagine what the Elder Chaos Dwarf was capable of. For now, Belphegor planned to swallow his anger. Belphegor knew when to retreat, and that was the reason why he was able to live so long in the Dark Realm despite having so many enemies. Regardless of what you say, I can't give you the 2 devil merchants of my faction, that is my bottom line. Belphegor continued to stay in character, knowing the dwarf was after him and would not go to trial. I am not asking you to. Someone is paying Devil Muthdia a visit. As for the foreign devil merchant, sooner or later I will know who he is, and then someone will pay him a visit. Seeing Belphegor continued to repeat the same thing again and again, Ezra decided to give him a push by implying that he had hired a hitman to kill Devil Muthdia. Belphegor glared at the dwarf for an entire minute before compromising. Call off your men, I am willing to compensate you for your losses. Tell me, what is it going to cost me for you to leave them alone? Belphegor knew the dwarf wanted something from him, but he did not know what it was. So, despite having moved Muthdia to safety in the Card Realm, he pretended as if the dwarf had cornered him to learn what the dwarf was really after. Chapter 1793. Land lease. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Compensation, I like the sound of it. Give me the heads of those 2 devil merchants. As compensation, then I will leave your faction alone. Seeing Belphegor finally bring up compensation, Ezra did not immediately reveal what he wanted from him but continued to be stubborn. He too, like Belphegor, did not want to break his character of a drunk, arrogant chaos dwarf. After all, his target was Belphegor and not some 5-year-old kid. I have already told you that is not possible. Ask something else. Otherwise, there is no point in this settlement discussion. Let us just have a trial, Belphegor said confidently, knowing that the dwarf did not want a trial. This was the advantage of knowing the opponent's needs and bottom line in a negotiation. The stupid dwarf in his drunk stupor just blabbed everything to him. Belphegor was not a saint and did not mind using it against the dwarf. TCH. Ezra clicked his teeth in annoyance, seeing that Belphegor would rather have a trial than give up the 2 devil merchants. If you do not have anything to add, then I will take my leave. Belphegor did not hold back and continued to push Ezra to the corner. Right now the entire negotiation was under his control. As long as he did not harm the dwarf's bottom line, he could get the dwarf to dance at his fingertips. Are you sure you want to have a trial? You do know that when I win the Blight Brood Club, all its members will be banned from using the Devil Merchant Code for a minimum of 3 weeks. Ezra reminded Belphegor of the consequences of losing the trial, seeing that he was not afraid to have trial. I know, but I have my principles. I cannot give up on my subordinates to escape trouble. I know the reputation of I and my faction is not good, but everyone knows that my faction sticks together. We take care of our own, Belphegor said righteously. If someone did not know what Belphegor did to Corey Park, his adoptive daughter, they would think for a bad guy he was okay since cared for his own. I guess there is honor among thieves, ha ha ha. Ezra laughed at Belphegor's hypocritical righteousness. The fight between the 7 Princes of Hell faction and Corey Park was well known in the Dark Realm. After all, that was when the Belphegor and his friends established themselves in the Dark Realm. Belphegor ignored the dwarf and impatiently looked toward the door of the exec. VVIP box as part of his act to show the dwarf that he did not mind leaving anytime. He could feel that the dwarf was frustrated, finding that the leverage he had prepared was having the effect he desired on him. With this, Belphegor knew he had the dwarf cornered, and soon the dwarf would not have any choice but to start singing. Since you are not willing to give me the heads of those 2 devil merchants, I want something of equal value, otherwise let us just meet in the trial, Ezra said with a stern voice. Making it clear to Belphegor that he was not going to settle for anything less than the value of 2 devil merchants. Finally, something I can work with. Since you have proposed this, you might as well tell me what you think is equal to the value of 2 devil merchants. Belphegor nodded his head, agreeing to the dwarf proposal. In his mind, he sneered at the dwarf, seeing it knee to his pressure. I do indeed have something in mind, the lease of the Blight Brood Clubhouse in the main part of Sector DS0909. I think that lease is an equal trade for 2 devil merchants. Since Belphegor asked him to state his price, Ezra did not hesitate to ask what he felt was a fair exchange for 2 devil merchants. The lease of Clubhouse, are you out of your mind or do you think I am a fool? The clubhouse is located in the main part of the sector DS0909. Its lease is worth a lot more than 2 devil merchants. Not happening. Ask something else. Belphegor looked at the dwarf in disbelief and wondered if the dwarf was not after him but truly the lease of the clubhouse. Thousands of years ago Belphegor and his friends bought the lease to the land on which the Blightbrood clubhouse was built at a dirt cheap rate. They were able to do so because nobody knew that in a few centuries, it would become the main part of the sector DS0909. Since then the rate of the lease of the surrounding land has skyrocketed by 100,000 times. They were lucky. Many have offered and threatened them to exchange for the lease but they rejected it without hesitation. Many were even willing to buy the lease for the current lease rate since the land was at a pristine location and any kind of business would thrive there. But they could not get it because the faction never showed willingness to sell the lease regardless of the threats and riches promised to them in exchange for the lease. This was why Belphegor reconsidered his assumption about the dwarf's target. After all, it made more sense that the dwarf went through all this trouble for the lease of land on which the Blightbrood clubhouse was built than him. Especially considering that he and the dwarf had no grievances before. Realizing this, Belphegor felt like he gained clarity but also a sense of urgency grew within him. He wanted to get the dwarf to reach a settlement before the forces behind the dwarf intervened. The confidence and playfulness in Belphegor's mind now vanished and he had his game face on. Chapter 1794 Sincere. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Aren't you being greedy? I know what you pay for the lease, it is nowhere near the value of 2 devil merchants, Ezra said with a sneer. No, that is not happening. The rate of the lease is what makes the lease of the land on which the clubhouse is built more valuable. If I transfer the lease to someone else then they too will continue to enjoy the dirt cheap rate of the lease. This is why the lease of our land is the most coveted in the main area of the sector DS0909. Instead of giving it to you I might as well gift it to a ruler class faction and have them solve our troubles. So please know your lane before you talk next time, Belphegor said with a stern voice. He no longer acted soft or pretended to be on the dwarf's side. He broke his character having changed his plan of attack. The long game Belphegor had planned to wear down the drunk dwarf was no more. He planned to cash in and leave before some other variable popped up. Knowing that he knew that the dwarf was after the lease of the clubhouse land he believed that things were not as simple as he had believed earlier. Is that a threat? Ezra asked Belphegor in a very calm voice. It took him a while to adjust to the sudden change in Belphegor's approach. Yes, it is if you choose to interpret it as such. Let me make it clear, if I am forced to make a choice, I would rather choose mutual destruction over surrender. Belphegor threatened the dwarf that he would exchange the lease of clubhouse land with a ruler class faction in exchange for taking care of the dwarf and the forces behind him. Ha ha ha, I knew you were crazy. Fine, tell me, what do you think is an equal exchange for the life of 2 devil merchants? Ezra laughed, seeing Belphegor no longer pretend to be a Boy Scout and reveal his true self. 1 devil merchant recommendation token, that is more than enough to exchange for the lives of 2 devil merchants, Belphegor replied, proposing to the dwarf what he thought was an appropriate exchange for the lives of 2 devil merchants. This was a lot more than what Belphegor was previously planning to offer the dwarf in settlement as compensation. If not for Belhepker's feeling that there was a huge conspiracy behind the dwarf targeting him, he would not have been willing to part with a devil merchant recommendation token. You kidding, right? In what realm do you think a devil merchant recommendation token is equal to the lives of 2 devil merchants? Ezra yelled at the top of his lungs as if had enough of Belhepker's bullshit. Yes, I believe it is. After all, a devil merchant recommendation token is enough for anyone to qualify as a demon devil merchant based on their realm. Then with the recommendation token they get every decade, you can produce more demon devil merchants. From the way I see it, a devil merchant recommendation token is worth more than the lives of 2 devil merchants, Belphegor explained to the dwarf with a straight face, as if he truly believed that a devil recommendation token is worth more than the lives of 2 devil merchants. Ha ha ha, Ezra laughed like a maniac, scaring Gigi and the other pixie in the box. Suddenly, his laughter came to a halt, and then Ezra said, from the way I see it, the lives of 2 devil merchants are worth more than a devil merchant recommendation token. After all, together they get 2 devil merchant recommendation tokens. Stop playing games. If you are not going to be sincere, then let's have a trial. I will see how your faction survives a year devil merchant code ban on all the demon and devil merchants of the Blight Brood Club. Ezra threatened Blifagor that he was willing to offer the devil merchant code a price to extend the banishment the Blight Brood Club and its members receive after he wins the trial. Listening to the dwarf's threat, Belphegor frowned because he knew the dwarf had the wealth and power to do what he said. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he decided to increase the compensation. 2 devil merchant recommendation tokens for 2 devil merchants, that's a fair deal. No, not enough. 30 devil merchant recommendation tokens for the lives of 2 devil merchants and a year ban from the devil merchant code. No, that in my eyes is a fair deal. Shake my hand before I change my mind, Ezra demanded of Belphegor with an authoritative voice. Ezra reminded Belphegor that the lives of the 2 devil merchants were not the only ones on the line. If he did not go through with this deal, his faction was risking a year ban from the devil merchant code for all its demon devil merchants. So, 2 devil merchant recommendation tokens were far from being a fair compensation. 30. Now who is not being sincere? Belphegor did not agree with the dwarf's proposal, even though he knew the dwarf was right, because selling the devil merchant recommendation token was one of the faction's main sources of income. This year, with their extra expenditure to buy the rights of the card world, the faction could not afford to just give away 30 devil merchant recommendation tokens, but it was way better than a year ban from the devil merchant code. If you feel like I am not being sincere, then let's meet at the trial, Ezra gave Belphegor an ultimatum. Seeing Ezra leave no room for bargain, Belphegor frowned and wrecked his mind to think of a way to persuade the stubborn dwarf as soon as possible. With every passing second, Belphegor grew anxious. Left with no choice, he proposed, instead of extra 28 tokens, how about I add the true name of the foreign devil to sweeten the pot? Chapter 1795 Belphegor's Hidden Ace. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members. Lounge. How about I add the true name of the foreign devil to sweeten the pot? Listening to Belphegor say this, Ezra shouted in mind, "God, you bitch. Ha ha ha, is this what you call taking care of your own?" Ezra asked Belphegor sarcastically. My faction's decision doesn't concern. Do we have a deal or not? Belphegor ignored the dwarf's sarcasm. He couldn't care less about what the dwarf thought of him and his faction. Now that he knew that the forces backing the dwarf might be targeting his faction for the lease of the clubhouse land in Sector DSO 909, he wanted to put this mess behind him as soon as possible. If they were to hold a trial, without any surprise, the Blight Brood Club would be held guilty and penalized with a year ban from using the Devil Merchant Code. With all the demon and devil merchants out of commission for a year, the faction will be brought to its knees financially, especially since they used all their reserve wealth to buy the rights to the card world. With no reserve wealth to fall back on, soon they will have no choice but to start selling their stuff to survive. Belphegor could foresee the self-destruction of the 7 Princes of Hell faction happening in his mind. This was considering that their enemies and other forces left them alone during their desperate times. If their enemies and other forces decided to take advantage of their desperate time and attack them, their destruction would be faster. Not even a miracle could help them at that point. Foreseeing that going to trial would only spill into a huge disaster for him and his faction, Belphegor no longer cared about trying to make sure if the forces behind the dwarf were really after his faction clubhouse's land lease, and immediately decided to get the dwarf to settle as soon as possible. Because even if by off chance he was wrong about this and overestimating the situation, even a 3-week ban would prove severe trouble for their faction, especially if their enemies and other forces take advantage of this to make a quick buck. If you said this earlier, I might have agreed, but now, I don't think the true name of a foreign devil is worth 28 devil merchant recommendation tokens. The price for this revenge is too steep, Ezra said, shaking his head, as only a fool would agree to Belphegor's proposal, drunk or not. 30 devil merchant recommendation tokens is a ridiculous number. I might as well try my luck with the trial, Belphegor said, standing up. Showing that he was not afraid of waking away. Then, taking a breath, he offered 5 devil merchant recommendation tokens and the true name of the foreign devil merchant. This is my bottom line, take it or I am out of here to prepare for a trial. The reason Belphegor was willing to give the dwarf the true name of Handsome Fox was not because Handsome Fox was worthless but because he was sure the dwarf could not harm Handsome Fox. The only reason Belphegor went as far as to convince his friends about buying the rights to the card world was because of Handsome Fox. Handsome Fox could not only get him the rights to the card world for half the price but also because Handsome Fox's unique ability could play a key role in helping his faction successfully conquer the card world when their predecessors not only failed horribly but were obliterated. Despite the importance of Handsome Fox in conquering the card world, Belphegor was willing to give up Handsome Fox's true name to the dwarf, knowing that the dwarf was planning to kill him for revenge because Handsome Fox was in the card world and the only way for the dwarf and his forces to enter the card world was under the control of their faction. So even if the dwarf knew who Handsome Fox was and where he was, the dwarf could not reach Handsome Fox. Therefore Belphegor did not mind giving the dwarf Handsome Fox's true name. The dwarf could still use a curse to kill Handsome Fox or use traditional demon, devil summoning methods to enter the card world and kill Handsome Fox, but considering the cautious nature of Handsome Fox had enough survival skills to survive them. Belphegor cannot forget the day he ran into Handsome Fox. He was one crafty bastard to deal with. For Belphegor to call someone crafty, Handsome Fox was truly a silent menace. Belphegor was impressed by this demigod, therefore he did not mind adding him to his collection. At that price, you better go and prepare for the trial. Ezra did not buy Belphegor's threat, but then he added, consider you are in luck because I have a craving for revenge. 20 devil merchant recommendation tokens and the true name of the foreign devil. Take it or leave it. Belphegor glanced at the dwarf thinking that 20 devil merchant recommendation tokens were still too much. He was amazed by how the dwarf continued to be so sharp even when drunk. He was beginning to envy the dwarf's tolerance for liquor. That price is too steep for my faction to cash. How about this, neither you nor me, let us meet in the middle. 10 devil merchant recommendation tokens and the true name of the foreign devil. Belphegor almost choked on his proposing this offer. He could not imagine parting with 10 devil merchant recommendation tokens. But it helps him get the dwarf to settle faster, so be it. In which realm is that meeting in the middle? 13 recommendation tokens and the true name of the foreign devil merchant. Take it or get lost. Ezra did not hesitate to use strong language to show Belphegor that this was his bottom line. Chapter 1796. Deal date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. 13 Devil Merchant recommendation tokens from 30 was a huge step down, but Ezra knew that he could not push a miser like Belphegor too far and he too preferred to settle as soon as possible. The longer this charade continued, the chances of his cover getting blown increased and he would be at risk of losing all he worked for so far. At times like these one had to remember their priority and not let greed blind them. Being greedy in this situation would not be helpful. Greed has been labeled as one of the 7 greatest sins for a reason. Belphegor gave the dwarf a hard glance, trying to figure out if the dwarf was bluffing, but then thinking that the devil merchant recommendation tokens would be repaid to the faction by Mutdia and Handsome Fox over a century, Belphegor shook his head saying, 13 devil recommendation tokens and true name of the foreign devil merchant, you have a deal. Good. Gigi, draw up the contract. Ezra ordered Gigi. Using the Infinity Library as the third party to draw up the contract would be more assuring for both Ezra and Belphegor. Belphegor sat down and reached for his half-empty glass of the spirit mushroom dew. By the time Gigi drew up the contract, he had reached the bottom. Thanking these lucky stars that he was able to get the dwarf to settle for next to nothing. After all, the 13 devil merchant recommendation tokens will be repaid to the faction by Mutdia and Handsome Fox with interest. As for Handsome Fox's true name, the dwarf will be furious when he learns that they had blocked the inter-realm transfer to Card World. Just thinking of this, an unconscious smile formed on Belphegor's face. Noticing the unconscious smile flashing on Belphegor's face time and again despite him trying to act indifferent, Ezra sneered in his mind. Still, it took a lot out of him to get what he wanted while leaving Belphegor satisfied and clueless about what was going on. Every action of Ezra was a carefully calculated move with a predetermined goal crafted while keeping Belphegor's mindset in mind. Ezra played Belphegor like a fiddle. He was so smooth with his manipulation that Belphegor did not even realize that he was dancing to Ezra's tune. But this was not an easy task. First Ezra got Belphegor to believe that he was who claimed to be, a Chaos Dwarf backed by an exec VVIP Elder Chaos Dwarf. Maintaining a deterrence on Belphegor and his faction such that they do not have any funny thoughts. Second, Ezra got Belphegor to believe that he was drunk, causing him to babble key information. Giving Belphegor the confidence that he could easily trick intoxicated Ezra and get him to settle for nothing. Getting Belphegor to underestimate Ezra. Third, Ezra got Belphegor to believe that the reason Ezra considered a settlement over a trial was because he wanted something that the trial could not give him. Mostly like revenge against Muthdia and Handsome Fox, or even something more serious. Giving Belfier the feeling that Ezra was emotionally motivated. Something Belphegor could take advantage of in the negotiation. By now Belphegor knew that Ezra's visit to the Blight Brood Club was no coincidence but rather a calculated move on Ezra's part. Doing this, he gave Belphegor a sense of certainty and confidence. With this, Belhepker felt secure. He no longer second-guessed what he saw or heard but just swallowed it, feeling that he had a clear sense of what and how Ezra planned to do. Giving Belphegor a sense of certainty and clarity, Ezra has dulled his senses and almost blinded him to other possibilities. Rather making comfortable in his assumptions and speculations of Ezra and his plans. Fourth, Ezra gave Belhepker a scare by revealing that he was not after Muthdia or Handsome Fox or something else but the most prized possession of the 7 Princes of Hell faction, the lease to the Blight Brood Clubhouse land. The lease of the clubhouse land was like a big diamond, it shone so brightly that it completely blinded Belphegor. He could no longer see anything else but what Ezra was showing him. Forcing Belphegor to genuinely talk about compensation and reach a settlement. Now that Belphegor was convinced that Ezra was after the lease, anything Ezra asked in compensation other than the clubhouse land lease Belphegor would willing to give a genuine thought. After all, now in Belphegor's mind, the price tag of getting the dwarf to settle was the lease of the clubhouse land. So anything less than that would be a steal and a big win. However, this was just a temporary blindness. If Ezra were to ask something else outrageous like the rights to the card world as compensation, then Belphegor would awaken from his blindness trying to figure out what Ezra was after, the lease of the clubhouse land or the rights to the card world. Once Belphegor was unable to decide what Ezra was after, the lease of the clubhouse land or the rights to the card world, Belphegor would start to reconsider all of his assumptions so far, slowly undoing the blindness Ezra had put him under. With Belphegor's vision no longer limited to what Ezra was showing him, Belphegor would immediately understand that he was being manipulated by Ezra. As a result, Belphegor would be scared of the dwarf. To regain control of the situation, he would do everything in his power to extend the settlement discussion while asking his friends to do everything to find anything and everything there was to about the dwarf Ezra Fulhar. Therefore Ezra did not ask Belphegor about the rights to the card world. He did not want Belphegor to think that he had the slightest interest in the card world. If Belphegor knew Ezra was interested in the card world, considering the timing of Ezra appearing in Belphegor's life right after he bought the rights to the card world, he would easily determine that Ezra was truly after the rights of the card world. Then they would try to figure out why a Chaos Dwarf was interested in the rights of the card world. And Belphegor would never dare to give Ezra Handsome Fox's true name. Chapter 1797 Defeated but Satisfied. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. If Ezra had shown even a little interest in the card world, Belphegor would have never considered giving him Handsome Fox's true name under any circumstances. Worrying that instead of trying to take revenge on Handsome Fox, the dwarf would try to contact Handsome Fox. Belphegor could not stand by and watch this happen. After all, Handsome Fox was the ace in the 7 Prince of Hell faction's deck to conquer the card world. If Handsome Fox changes his mind under the influence of the dwarf at the last second, then they, like their predecessors, would fail to conquer the card world and likely follow the same fate as their predecessors, unable to withstand the consequence of failure. The Devil Merchant Code's inter-realm travel rights to the card world were worth enough to empty the entire savings of the 7 Princes of Hell factions that it had saved over thousands of years. It might as well be the second most valuable asset of the faction of the lease to the Blight Brood Clubhouse land in Sector DSO-909. Belphegor would never consider using either of these two as compensation for the dwarf, regardless of the consequence of going to the trial, because Belphegor knew that either of them as a gift could easily get a ruler class force to help them out of this situation. Understanding this, Ezra never showed interest in the rights to the card world. Instead use the lease of the Blight Brood clubhouse land in Sector DSO 909 as smoke to cloud Belphegor's judgment. As Ezra expected, scared by stakes and hyped by the notion that he was right, Belphegor blindly charged ahead, walking right into Ezra's trap. Giving everything Ezra sought from this settlement discussion and even more. For the faction to cough up 13 Devil Merchant recommendations at once was a huge deal. Collecting 13 Devil Merchant recommendations would take them 13 Devil Merchants in a decade. This was not an easy task, as not all Devil Merchant will give their recommendation token to the faction has to exchange proper merits or resources for it. If a faction just took from their members for nothing, then nobody would join that faction. Therefore forking out 13 recommendation tokens at once would leave a huge blow dent in the faction treasury, especially now that it was emptied to buy the rights to the card world. Despite losing 13 Devil Merchant recommendation tokens, Belphegor was happy that he finally laid this matter to rest, because he was worried that the Dwarf's Elder was planning to use this appeal to cripple the faction, and once they were at their lowest they could make a play for the lease of clubhouse land. Though he was certain he was right about this, Belphegor did not care if he was right or wrong. He was happy to have erased any future troubles over this matter once and for all. Belphegor came to this settlement discussion prepared for a fight, even though he was worried he would have to go up against the Elder Chaos Dwarf, what conspire they were brewing, and whatnot. But once he saw the young dwarf show interest in the lease of the clubhouse land, Belphegor no longer wanted to fight, he just wanted to peacefully settle this. The only reason the faction was able to keep the lease of the clubhouse land so long was because many forces were interested in this land. All these forces had come to an unspoken decision not to covet the land to avoid a fallout. This did not mean Belphegor and his faction were in the clear. They could not use the land for any other purpose than for their clubhouse. Otherwise, considering the size of the land type, could build a whole commercial block with big shops, malls, and workspace, earning them a fortune in rent. However, because of the unspoken regulation of the surrounding forces, Belphegor and his faction were stuck with a huge-ass clubhouse right in the middle of the most expensive part of the Sector DSO 909. Belphegor and his faction indeed planned for a huge-ass clubhouse when they bought the land, but seeing the neighborhood improve at an incredible pace, they too wanted to take advantage of that, but were unable to because of their limited strength. Though the lease of the clubhouse land was a lot of trouble, it was too valuable for Belphegor or his faction to let go. So despite the trouble, they continued to hold on to it as their last straw, while planning to develop it when they had the strength to withstand the pressure of the surrounding forces. However, seeing an unknown Elder Chaos Dwarf pop up out of nowhere and target the lease of the clubhouse land, Belphegor immediately became alert, because he knew that regardless of whether the Elder Chaos Dwarf was successful in his conspiracy or not, his and the faction's destruction was given. This was why Belphegor was so docile and gunning for a settlement despite the steep cost the faction would have to pay. When it comes to the lease of the clubhouse land, regardless of who wins, Belphegor knew the faction was going to lose horribly. They could not afford this loss, especially now that they had invested so much into the conquest of the card world. Understanding what was at stake, despite the risk of all this being just him overthinking, Belphegor wanted to settle it here and now. This was what Ezra was after by having Belphegor connect the dots from the two devil merchants to himself to the lease of the clubhouse land. Ezra bluffed Belphegor into believing he was after the lease of the clubhouse land when he was actually after the key to their conquest of the card world. The best part was that it not only worked, but he also ended up acquiring 13 Devil Merchant recommendation tokens. A massive wealth for a demon merchant. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1798 Gideon Grimm. False Friends. Date the 16th of April 2321. Time. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library, Exec. VVIP Members Lounge. Are you done? Belphegor asked Gigi in sternly, having emptied his glass of spirit mushroom dew. Yes, I have shared a copy of the contract with your designated pixie. Please check and tell me if the contract needs any more modification, Gigi replied to Belphegor. She had shared the contract with Ezra and Belphegor's pixie. Going through the contract, both Belphegor and Ezra nodded at Gigi, showing that they had no problem with the contract. Now sign the copies of the contracts and share them with me so I can get the other party to sign them, Gigi instructed the two merchants. Signing the copies they had with them, both merchants shared them with Gigi, who then exchanged the copies and shared them with the merchants so they could check the second copy of the contract and sign it. Now share the contracts with me so I can notarize them, Gigi informed. After receiving the 2 copies of the contracts signed by both merchants, Gigi checked them again for any malpractice before notarizing them. Then she shared 1 copy of the contract with each merchant. Receiving his copy of the contract, Belphegor conjured 13 devil merchant tokens, and looking at Ezra he said, "Take them. Give it to Gigi." Knowing that Belphegor had some weird exclusive privileges from the devil merchant code, Ezra did not directly conduct any business with him, instead used Gigi as an intermediate. After Gigi received the 13 devil merchant recommendation token, Ezra eyed Belphegor, waiting for him to tell him the true name of Handsome Fox. Belphegor locked eyes with Ezra and then spoke up. "The foreign devil merchant that attacked you goes by the code name Handsome Fox, but his true name is Gideon Grimm." Gideon Grimm, Ezra muttered and used his demon codex to search for anything and everything related to Gideon Grimm on the Inter-Realm network. He found a personal realm network belonging to Gideon Grimm, a devil merchant native to Card World. "Know that my work here is done, I will take my leave. But before I do that, may I have the honor to know your true family name?" Belphegor was someone who held grudges, and considering that this dwarf cost him 13 devil merchant recommendation tokens, if possible he planned to return the favor to the dwarf. That would be easier if he knew the true name of the dwarf. Therefore Belphegor asked the dwarf his name, knowing that now the dwarf and he had settled, the dwarf might have let his guard down and be more open to reveal his name to gloat about his victory. "It Fulhar," Ezra replied without a second delay. Seeing this, Belphegor shook his head, thinking it must be good to be able to be so sharp despite being intoxicated, and he left the exec VVIP box without looking back. His pixie hurriedly followed behind him. As Gigi closed the box behind Belphegor, Ezra morphed into Wyatt, got comfortable on the couch, and said, "Gigi, how much do I owe you for the drinks?" Planning to pay the bill and head back to the physical plane. Now that he had a name and birthplace, it would be easier for him to put a face to Handsome Fox and hunt him down before Belphegor and his faction commence their invasion into the Card World. "First, how are you still able to talk so clearly after drinking so much spirit mushroom dew?" Gigi asked Wyatt in shock. Earlier when she saw Ezra drop a glass to the floor she thought he was done, but now Wyatt appeared as if he was sober. How was that even possible when she watched a devil merchant pass out consuming half the number of what Wyatt drank? "Let us just agree that I can hold my liquor good." Wyatt did not go into the details about how he had a high tolerance to spiritual intoxication and repeated himself, "How much do I owe you for the drinks?" Usually, Wyatt would ask the price of anything in the Inter-Realm city before ordering it, but now that his VR universe was a huge success, Wyatt no longer worried if he could afford the finest in the Inter-Realm city. "You owe nothing, it's on the house," Gigi answered Wyatt. "What?" Wyatt was surprised to hear Gigi say that he did not have to pay for the drinks. "Wyatt, you are the first demon merchant to treat me like a friend by asking me to join you for drinks. Consider this as my treat to you," Gigi explained. Since the pixie had free access to everything, they could share them with the demon devil merchants as long as they did not give away the books for free. "Wait, you don't have to do that. I don't want you to get into trouble because of me," Wyatt hurriedly expressed his concern. He appreciated Gigi's action, but he did not want to get her into trouble. "No, I will not get into trouble for this, so do not worry," Gigi assured Wyatt. "Do you other demon devil merchants know that you can do that?" Wyatt asked, because if the other demon devil merchants knew this, they would not be treating these pixies poorly. "Nope, they did not ask and we did not feel like sharing with them," Gigi replied nonchalantly. "You should tell the demon devil merchants about this, maybe then they will not go out of their way to trouble you guys and even behave." Wyatt thought that the Infinity Library might have given the pixie this privilege to help them get along with the devil demon merchants. "No, doing that will not be fair for Infinity Library." Gigi shook her head vigorously, rejecting the idea proposed by Wyatt. Listening to Gigi, Wyatt felt that the pixies were the perfect slaves, since they were willing to suffer to save a buck for their master, the librarian. Or they did not want false friends. Chapter 1799 Conflicted Susan. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 2:04. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Bidding goodbye to Gigi, Wyatt returned to the Seed World. He was torn between healing his soul and letting the Southern royal family know that Handsome Fox was Gideon Grimm. For Wyatt, finding Gideon Grimm as soon as possible took utmost importance. However, so did healing his soul. Healing the soul based on the new method developed by Hive AI was a lengthy process that could not be rushed. The new method developed by Hive AI did not just heal Wyatt's soul but helped him cultivate his soul. It was a method made specifically to help him with the soul division power system he had discovered. Out of the myriad civilizations in the cosmos, only a few civilizations could understand the benefits of soul mutation and division, and out of those few, only a fewer civilizations were lucky enough to develop a power system based on soul mutation or division. But unfortunately, they all had the misfortune of being targeted by the devils. Thankfully, the Infinity Library has preserved these civilizations' legacy in its walls. Otherwise, Wyatt would have to spend a lot of time and resources to retrace their steps to develop the most suitable method of soul mutation and division cultivation for him. If it was just about healing his soul, Wyatt could have just bought an expensive soul healing elixir from the Devil Merchant Code, but no, this process was about Wyatt taking the right step into the soul mutation and division power system. Wyatt had already stepped into this power system. He had forced his soul to mutate several times and he now had 12 consciousnesses at the card master level. Which was impressive considering that he had stumbled on this power system and had no reference except for a few monsters. But when you see what the other civilizations had achieved, it was not impressive. The knowledge of other civilizations that were used by the Hive AI was what made the soul mutation and division method developed by it incredible. Wyatt wanted to use his damaged soul as an opportunity for him to reorganize his subpar soul mutation and division power system by using the method developed by the Hive AI, just like back when he used the fact that William Bright cut his soul to get started with the soul mutation and division power system. Wyatt believed that if he played his cards right, then his strength would skyrocket by several folds. In the card world, in Wyatt's age group, nobody was his opponent, but in the Dark Realm, Wyatt did not have the confidence to go against the progenies of the ruler and pseudo-ruler class forces. If their cub were that powerful, then one could only imagine how strong the elders fostering such talents were, especially their leader. The Southern Capital incident was like a wake-up call for Wyatt. It had shown him that the card world was no longer a big enough stage for him. An important figure like demigod Norley using his daughter as a reason to get to know Wyatt was a clear indication of this. Wyatt's goalpost was no longer in the card world but in the capital of the Dark Realm. Wyatt could display the power of a devil by borrowing power from multiple SSS rank curses, and so could the progenies of the ruler and pseudo-ruler class forces by using the items given by their forces. In the end, it came to who had more cards or the most capable card. Wyatt believed that the soul mutation and division method would not only make a perfect addition to his arsenal but also a strong arrow in his quiver. Therefore he could not rush and take chances with healing and correctly restarting on the soul mutation and division power system. Considering all of that and that the finding of Gideon Grimm involved the fate of billions of people, Wyatt did not hesitate to remove the space separation only to find that Susan was awake and Dreadray arguing with her while Corey was acting as peacemaker. Meanwhile, Park appeared to be refining Corey's soul power. As Corey's ego flame, Park could use her flames to help refine Corey's soul energy, similar to how Wyatt's soul energy was passively refined by his extra consciousnesses, making Corey's origin card even more enviable in Wyatt's eyes. After all, she had a veteran demon on par with the 7 princes of hell as her nanny. Wyatt, Dreadray, who had the highest authority in the seed world after Wyatt, immediately noticed Wyatt's arrival as he lifted the space separation. So she stopped arguing with Susan over who was Wyatt's manager and immediately greeted him. With Dreadray's exclamation, Susan followed the Pix's line of sight to find Wyatt. The last time she saw him was during Laura Hill's family dispute. After that, Wyatt was forcefully taken to the Southern Capsule for his safety and did not have time to say goodbye. During the separation, they talked over the grimoire, but that was not the same as talking in person. During the Corey and Joe Hill fight, had Susan known that was going to be the last time she saw Wyatt till today, then she would not have been reserved with her feelings even if the Southern Emperor was right there next to them. However, now that Wyatt was finally in front of her, her body would not move, her mind was a mess, but her heart was excited and racing with anticipation. She wanted to yell out that she missed him, but her mouth would not open. She wanted to get close to him, sniff his smell, check his body, and ask if he was okay. But her damned body was not responsive. Susan had played this instance of meeting Wyatt in her mind numerous times. Every time she boldly confessed her feelings to Wyatt while jumping into his embrace, but she never felt the warmth of Wyatt's body nor received an answer for her confession. Susan was scared. She had finally found the courage to pursue what she wanted but was worried that she was not what Wyatt wanted. In her mind, why would Wyatt choose to be with a nobody like her when he could be with the jewel of the southern region, Anna? At first, Susan was not worried about this, but during their separation, she heard many rumors about Anna and Wyatt. Not that she believed the rumors, but she felt that the jewel of the South would be the perfect match for a diamond like Wyatt than a lump of coal like her. The whole southern region approved of Anna and Wyatt as a couple. Who was she to deny them? These were the reasons why Susan's body did not respond and her mind was a mess. However, her heart knew what it wanted, so it was excited and raced at the mere sight of Wyatt. "Susan, I missed you," Wyatt said, locking eyes with Susan. Her turbulent thoughts and emotions became apparent to him. For some who had excellent deduction skills, he could not tell what was Susan so conflicted about. "Wyatt, Susan say she is your manager. Tell her I am your manager," Dredre immediately complained to Wyatt. When Dredre learned what a manager did from Susan, she felt that she was Wyatt's manager. "Dredre, it seems you have met Susan. Consider her as your counterpart for me in the card world, but soon that is going to change," Wyatt said, not taking any sides. However, he continued to wait for Susan's reply, which was taking too long considering their relationship. "Are you mad at me?" Wyatt asked Susan, seeing the complicated look in her eyes. Listening to Wyatt's words, Susan jolted awake from her conflicted state, then she shook her head and replied, "I missed you too. But what do you mean by that will change soon? Are you planning to fire me?" Susan's tone held a self-mockery. "Why would you say that?" Wyatt asked Susan in confusion, but soon explained, "I meant that you will not only be my exclusive manager just in the card world but in the entire myriad realms, thanks to this." Wyatt summoned his grimoire and took out a devil merchant recommendation token. Gasped Corey, who was silently watching from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment knowing what token in Wyatt's hand was. Feeling Corey's turmoil, Park awakened from her practice, and looking at the token in Wyatt's hand she exclaimed, "A devil merchant recommendation token." Wyatt ignored the Corey duo and moved closer to Susan, who inquired, "What is a devil merchant recommendation token?" "It allows any being from the myriad realms to become a demon, devil merchant," Dredre answered, understanding what Wyatt meant earlier. "Dredre, don't worry, you're still my only book guide pixie," Wyatt assured Dredre, but then he remembered Gigi and felt guilty towards Dredre. Gigi was his temporary book guide pixie, but it blossomed into a good friendship. Shaking his head, Wyatt noted to make it up to Dredre later in some way. Chapter 1800 Wyatt's Hope. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 2:09. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World, Myriad Realms. Susan asked in confusion. She knew that Card World was not the only realm out there thanks to Dungeon Reversal and Demon Invasion, but she had no idea that there were so many realms apart from the Card World with sentient beings that they were collectively called Myriad Realms. "Big sis, I explained Myriad Realms to you when I told you where I am from and where I grew up. With this token, you can travel to those realms for an appropriate offering, of course," Park, who had awakened from her practice, reminded Susan. "Then it must be a costly item. Don't waste something important like this on me." Susan hurriedly rejected the devil merchant recommendation token, understanding that it was a high-level item. "Why would you say that? I promised you would be my exclusive manager. You are going to need this so that we can continue to work together. Besides, I want you to have it." Wyatt frowned as the Susan he knew would not say such words. He guessed something was troubling her. Then wondered, was she blaming herself for the handsome fox incident? "Wyatt, I appreciate your thought, but this item is too good to be used by someone like me. No, listen to me, you should give it to someone more capable who can be of actual help to you." Susan's expression suddenly turned serious and she said sternly, "Why do you feel that you cannot be of help to me?" Wyatt could no longer ignore the obvious signs. It could not be clear that something was bothering Susan. "I am a late bloomer. If not for you, I would not have such an incredible origin card or contract a silver grimoire at the card student realm like most geniuses. Everything I have is what you gave me. I accepted it all thinking that I could keep up with you and return it, but it turns out I cannot. Instead, I have become your baggage. If not for you helping get rid of Handsome Fox's influence, I almost sold your information to him. Wyatt, you are the hope who will lead the southern region and its people to glory. If not for me, you would be in Southern Palace safe and not come here risking your life. Please, I no longer want to be the one holding you back," Susan cried out. Every word she said came from her heart. She yearned for Wyatt. She was fine with yearning from afar, like a mortal yearning for the stars. The moment Susan heard Wyatt say that he wanted her to have the token so that they could continue to work together, she confirmed his feelings for her. It was true, women have an extra sense when it comes to romance. Yet even after confirming Wyatt's feelings for her, Susan did not rush into his embrace and reveal her feelings for him, because she understood the only reason Wyatt kept coming back to the Sky Blossom City was for her. She was the anchor grounding him when he should be shining bright in the lives of billions of people, improving their lives, just as he did hers. He was the miracle the South needed. She could not be selfish. Just the thought that she was in Wyatt's heart like he was in hers was enough for her to live with. Wyatt carefully listened to Susan's words and was not quick to refute. Her words hurt him, but the moment he heard her call him the hope of the South, he knew it was not Susan who was saying these words, but the media controlled by the Southern royal family. He instantly understood that this was one of the objectives Anna's mother was trying to achieve, letting the media push this narrative out into the Southern community. He could not wait to meet with her, as Colin and Field Marshal Heatsen said. He would get even with her then. Wyatt was not overthinking. Even demigod Norley wanted to kill Susan, understanding that as long as Susan was alive, Jill's relationship with Wyatt would not progress anywhere. However, he knew killing Susan was not an option, because if Wyatt knew Susan's death was in any way related to Jill, forget him progressing his relationship with her, he would come for her head. Knowing this, demigod Norley backed away. But Anna's mother was different. She might have done a thorough background search on Susan, and being the cunning snake she was, she might have guessed that the best way for her to get Susan out of Wyatt's life was for Susan to willingly choose to leave Wyatt's life. Only that way would Wyatt move on without much drama. However, she underestimated Wyatt. He was not new to his enemies using media to manipulate public opinion and get their way. Corey and Park looked at Susan in shock. Nobody knew better than them how much Susan missed Wyatt when he was in the Southern capital. Especially Corey. As someone who used everything in her books to get Susan to forget about Wyatt, she knew how much Wyatt meant to Susan. So, she could not believe that Susan would push Wyatt away. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Wyatt rushed in front of Susan, grabbed her by her shoulders, and locking eyes with her, he confessed, "If I am the hope of the South, then you are my hope. If I lose my hope, how can I possibly be somebody's hope?" Susan's eyes trembled when she heard Wyatt say this. "Do you remember the day we first met?" Wyatt asked Susan, who nodded with teary eyes. You might not know this, but the day before that I had died, betrayed by everyone I fought for and was reborn." Wyatt paused, then continued to say, "I mean, betrayed by society. I tried to commit suicide but fortunately failed." Susan looked at Wyatt in shock. Wyatt continued, "After my parents died, everything changed. The friends and teachers that I trusted the most treated me as a waste of space. A fraudster scammed me of all my money, and thugs tried to rob me of my parents' inheritance. Every night I went to bed crying for help, but no one listened. I had lost all hope in society and myself. In desperation, I took a drastic measure. However, when I thought I was about to die, I realized I did not want to die, I wanted to live. Fortunately, I did not die. Getting a second chance, I decided, screw society, I will live the way I want, and I will help myself. With that thought I proceed to until I meet you. The old me died that day and the new me was reborn. However, it was not until I had met you that the new me matured. I, who had given up on society, met you, a fool who let a stranger create her origin card, betting her and her family's life savings. Who does that? Nobody in their right mind would trust a stranger to create their origin card and bet their family's entire savings on that. At that time, I thought you were a fool. But that fool taught me how to trust again. No, that fool taught me how to live again. It is that fool who made me the hope of the Southern region. If that day, that fool was not present, I might never have developed in the direction I am currently heading. I might have taken a completely different route. I might never have become the hope of the Southern region. The whole world thinks that I am perfect and has great expectations of me. But they don't how imperfect and incapable I am. Without my hope, I am hopeless. You should know, after all, you are my exclusive manager. How can I know? I am a fool. Your words, not mine." Susan's voice no longer held self-mockery, rather they were as bright as the day she decided to become Wyatt's support in the Central Academic Region. "You two get a room," Corey commented. Her timing could not be more perfect. Susan immediately separated from Wyatt like a spooked deer. "Ah, Tilda," Corey screamed in pain, being burned on her wrist by Park. "Way to go, dumbass, you ruined their perfect moment." "Hey, I did not do that on purpose," Corey refuted. Listening to how much Susan meant to Wyatt, Corey was not heartless enough to oppose their union, but she felt that it would be good if they had their union behind closed doors. Corey was moved by Wyatt's speech, but not enough to see him have his way with her mother in front of her. As far as Corey was concerned, Wyatt was lucky to get her approval to pursue Susan. But he better not dare to be nothing but a gentleman to her mother in front of her, otherwise even at the risk of her life she will fight him. Chapter 1801 Century Commitment. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 2:16. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Wyatt, I know you have thought it through. But I was barely able to keep up with the changes in the card world market, let alone expand my responsibilities to the myriad realms. Besides, you have Dreadray to help you there, so you might as well use the token more wisely. Susan ignored the comments of Corey and Park and continued to refuse the token. She knew Wyatt wanted her to be the one to use it, but she felt that Wyatt could use or exchange something as valuable as it for something that would help him. Don't worry, I have more of these. Saying that, Wyatt took out another Devil Merchant recommendation token. Seeing that, both Corey and Park let out exaggerated gasps. They were shocked to see that Wyatt held 2 Devil Merchant recommendation tokens when they could not find one during one of their entire lifetime. Cough. Wyatt, I don't know if you had plans for the extra Devil Merchant token. Park coughed to mask her embarrassment for losing her composure, and then she awkwardly floated her interest in the second Devil Merchant recommendation token that Wyatt just revealed. Yes, I want to use to recruit someone who can work for me, Wyatt answered Park with a playful smile. Learning that Wyatt had other plans for the second Devil Merchant recommendation token in his hand, Park could not hide her disappointment. As for the other token, she had no plans about fighting Susan for it. So, she reluctantly muttered, I see. Susan, now will you just take the token? My arm's aching, Wyatt asked Susan while exaggeratedly holding his arm out, trying to pass the token to Susan. Susan's gaze alternated between Wyatt's face and the token in his arms. After a long contemplation, she said, No, I don't feel like I earned it. I'm gifting it to you. Why do you need to earn it? Wyatt was not surprised by Susan's logic. He had seen many with the similar syndrome. Those were the people who worked hard for everything in their lives and never coveted what was not theirs. Seeing Susan was going to be stubborn about this, Wyatt could only compromise. Fine, how about you sign a century-long employment contract as my manager and I will give this token as the joining bonus. Sounds good. A century? You wanted me to die as your manager. Well, that is not a bad deal. I guess I will take it. Susan agreed to Wyatt's compromise with a smile. A century-long commitment. It looks like her young boss knew a thing or two about getting a girl happy. Corey felt like vomiting seeing her mother flirt with Wyatt. She made sure to make them as uncomfortable as she was right now. However, she soon felt a burn on her wrist, causing her to scream out in pain. Nobody will think you are dumb if you don't speak, Park warned Corey sternly. Park did not know if Wyatt meant every word he said, but him giving Susan a Devil Merchant recommendation token was all the proof she needed to know that Wyatt cared about Susan. That's it, Park. Burn me one more time and I will lock you in a freezer, Corey yelled in rage. She might be the first demoness to get burned by and argue with her ego flame. After all, she was the first one to learn from her ego flame. Hee. Dreadray giggled, finding Corey and Park's bickering funny. Dreadray, draw up a contract and help Susan get started as a demon merchant, Wyatt instructed Dreadray as passed both the Devil Merchant recommendation tokens to Dreadray. What do I do with the second token? Taking both the Devil Merchant recommendation tokens from Wyatt, Dreadray asked Wyatt in confusion, as one token was enough to turn Susan into demon merchant. Wyatt did not answer to Dreadray, instead turned to Corey and Park and asked, You two still interested in the Devil Merchant recommendation token? Yes, what do you want for it? Park eagerly replied, wanting to get the token before Wyatt changed his mind. I told you already. Wyatt hinted that he wanted Park and Corey to work for him in exchange for the Devil Merchant recommendation token. Though Corey was difficult to deal with, Wyatt believed her origin card was worth it. He was investing in the mystery and surprises Corey's origin card held. She had a few more baptisms left. Nope, that is not possible. Ask something else. I am willing to pay the appropriate price. Corey immediately denied Wyatt's proposal. Sharing Park's memory, she knew Park's hidden wealth could afford a Devil Merchant recommendation token. Don't be hasty, Corey. Think about it for a second. It is not a secret that the only reason you stubbornly continue to work for me for free is because of Susan. She has already agreed to work for me for another century, but considering the wager between us, you will work for me for 3 years. What other reason will you make up to continue to be around Susan? So why don't you agree to work for me for another century for the Devil Merchant recommendation token? Wyatt persuaded Corey, reminding her that after 3 years she would be out of reasons to continue to be around Susan during work hours. A century-long employment agreement doesn't sound bad if you giving Devil Merchant recommendation tokens as a joining bonus, Park muttered considering Wyatt's offer. She had seen how capable Wyatt was and it was not like she could get her hands on another Devil Merchant recommendation token, so she felt that it would not be bad for Corey to work for Wyatt. A century was long but Corey could learn a lot from Wyatt. Joining bonus, don't kid yourself. The Devil Merchant token is your salary for the century in advance, Wyatt coldly awakened Park from her misunderstanding into reality. 1802 Keeping tabs. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 2:16. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Listening to Wyatt say that the Devil Merchant recommendation token was not a joining bonus but their salary for their century of employment in advance, Park and Corey were dumbfounded. Just as Park was about to argue, Wyatt beat her to the punch, and pointing at Corey he explained, "Park, I trust you and your abilities, but do you see her? She is the most unstable and unreliable part of you. I am risking a lot just by giving you the entire pay in advance. I would not be surprised if she got you both killed before a century. Unless you find a way to separate from her, this is going to be my offer to you, not her. And also the Demon Merchant recommendation token you get every decade. As a Demon Merchant you will have to give me first preference when selling them. What do you say?" "Hey, I am right here," Corey complained only to feel the complicated gaze from Park. Understanding how important the Devil Merchant recommendation token was for her, she chose to shut up and let Park handle the negotiation. "Wyatt, isn't the contract a bit harsh?" Susan spoke up. Working a century without pay or benefits, she could not imagine it. She knew that Wyatt was giving Corey the token, but that will not feed or help her cultivate throughout a century. Corey was young, so the Bright family did not mind spoiling her, but that would not continue in her middle ages. Even if it did, it would not look good. No, the contract is not harsh. If they can use the Devil Merchant code properly to start a side hustle in their off-duty hours, then it might be the most lucrative contract, but if they can't, then they will have to sell their soul and body to survive. Dreadray stepped in to explain, but by the end of her explanation, she lost her point and concluded the explanation in agreement with Susan's point. Listening to Dreadray's words, Susan was without words, thinking Wyatt wouldn't be so cruel to Corey and Park that they would be forced to sell their soul and body. Susan knew that Wyatt treated his people well. The fine gold was a perfect example of this. "Park, if you agree with my terms, sign the contract with Dreadray and collect your Devil Merchant recommendation token from her. I have other urgent business to attend to," Wyatt informed Park as he prepared to leave the Seed World. Apart from Corey's origin card, there was Park's mysterious sinister pet snake. If he gets Park to work for him, she would not mind lending him her Devil Realm pet snake. "You leaving at this hour?" Susan wondered what business Wyatt had. "In the dark of the night. Keeping tabs on me already?" Wyatt asked Susan with a playful smile. "As your manager, I need to know where you are and what you are doing all the time." "I am just doing my job, don't get the wrong idea," Susan replied with a straight face, but her red earlobes gave her away. She was too embarrassed, as Wyatt was right. "As my manager, what else do you need to know?" Wyatt locked eyes with Susan, who was trying hard to maintain her serious facade. He slowly closed in on her, finding her expression cute. Lost in Wyatt's mesmerizing eyes, Susan forgot to reply to Wyatt, nor did she notice that he was slowly closing on her. When she was almost in his embrace, a disturbance woke Susan from her trance. Soon she found that the source of the disturbance was none other than Corey. However, this time Corey appeared to be struggling to say anything, as Park had blocked her mouth with her fiery hands. Feeling Susan, Wyatt, and Dreadray's eyes on them, Park's grip on Corey's mouth loosened, and to ease the awkwardness she coughed twice. Cough, cough. Corey, who was freed, immediately turned to Park and yelled, "What's your problem?" "That is it, I am locking you in the freezer." "Fine, I will take possession of you," Park threatened Corey right back. "You promised you would not possess me again," Corey complained in dread, reminding Park of her promise. "You two said that you would only lock me in a freezer if I burned you again," Park reminded Corey. If was not holding up her words, then she too would not hold up her words. "I said that in fit of rage, but you promised," Corey complained that Park was being unreasonable. "What's the difference? You should learn to be a woman of your word." Park acted high and mighty, bullying a stupid teenage girl with identity and mother issues. Big sis Susan, Park is bullying me again. Corey rushed into Susan's embrace, passing Wyatt, who was right next to Susan, and complained about Park to her. TCH, Park gritted her teeth in annoyance seeing Corey run into their mother's embrace and complain about her. They were like two siblings who fought over everything but always looked after each other. Wyatt looked at Corey, who was getting cozy in Susan's embrace instead of him, with a deep frown, feeling that she did this on purpose. The only reason she was alive was he did not have proper evidence to support his gut feeling. Susan rubbed Corey's hair, consoling her, and looked at Wyatt with a helpless smile. She was actually happy that Corey was here because she knew that she could not control herself around Wyatt. There was something about him, she would get drunk just smelling him. His smell was just too addictive and calming, but at the same time, it made her lose control and just go crazy. She was certain that if not for Corey she might have already climbed on Wyatt, and, just thinking of those naughty thoughts, she felt her face burn up. 1803 100-year commitment, date the 17th of April 2321, time 2:24, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. With the naughty Corey getting comfortable in her embrace, Susan looked at Wyatt helplessly, causing his frown to ease. Seeing this scene unfold in front of her, Park suddenly blurted, "I accept," grabbing everyone's attention. "You accept what?" Susan asked Park in confusion. "I agree to Wyatt's employment contract," Park repeated in detail. "What?" Corey exclaimed in disbelief. She could not believe Park would agree to Wyatt's unreasonable contract without even trying to negotiate. She wondered if Park was out of her mind. Devil Merchant recommendation token was impossible to get even if one were willing to pay 10 times the price, but Corey did not think it would warrant them becoming Wyatt's slaves for the next century. A job with a one-time payment and no benefits sounded a lot like buying a slave. Good. Sign the contract with Dreadray. Learn the basics of a demon merchant from Dreadray and then explore the Devil Merchant Code along with Susan. Together you two can cover a lot of ground, Wyatt instructed Park. He thought Park would resist a lot before ultimately agreeing to his terms of sale, but it seems something changed her mind. It saves him the hassle. Park was someone who fought against Belphegor. Though she lost, it was worth noticing that Belphegor had the support of the Devil Merchant Code and the faction, 7 Princes of Hell. Not to mention, what remained of her forces in the Dark Realm after her death continued to loyally wait for her return. Though some had followed the undead devil Agony, they were not to be blamed, as they believed Agony was the real Corey because of Little Beam, who followed Agony. Wyatt believed that with a little bit of help from him, Park could re-establish her forces and influence in the Dark Realm. With the demon invasion on the verge, Wyatt had big plans for Park. Hopefully, she was up to it. Wyatt did not expect Park and re-established forces to fight the present-day Belphegor and his faction when they lost horribly to them in the past, but it would be a start to Wyatt's plans in the Dark Realm. Park was worth every bit of the Devil Merchant recommendation token and then more. Quote. Corey wanted to yell at Wyatt and Park not to ignore her, but hearing that she would be learning and working with Susan as a demon merchant, she lost all the opinions about working under Wyatt for a century without any benefits. For her, being with Susan was all the benefit she needed. Park nodded at Wyatt and turning to look at the pixie, she demanded, "Dreadray dear, send me the employment contract, I will sign it right now." Showing her commitment, Park locked eyes with Wyatt and thought, "Wyatt, I trust you, hopefully you don't prove me wrong." 100-year commitment. This was not new to Park. The last she entered something similar with Belphegor to save her dad's soul, but it did not turn out well. Not only did she fall for Belphegor's trap, but she also failed to get her father's soul and to protect the friends who shared her burden throughout her 100-year commitment with Belphegor. Now she was entering another 100-year commitment with Wyatt. She should have learned her lesson by now, but this time she was doing to take a chance on the wholesome scene in front of her. She had something similar back in the Dark Realm, but she failed to protect it. This time, however, together with Wyatt, she hoped for a different outcome. Wyatt nodded at Park with a firm gaze, showing his sincerity toward Park's trust in him. Then turning to his exclusive pixie, he said, "Dreadray, I am leaving their demon merchant training in your hands. Don't worry, I will teach them everything I know," Dreadray replied enthusiastically. In her tribe, teaching was a role only available to the elder pixies. So she was particularly excited about getting an opportunity to teach 2 rookie demon merchants about Devil Merchant Code. "Teacher Dreadray, we are in your care," Susan said with a sweet smile. Though this little pixie was gunning for her position as Wyatt's exclusive manager, Susan could not get mad at this cute little lady. Listening to Susan call her teacher, Dredre hovered happily in the void like a drunk fly. Seeing this, Wyatt shook his head, thinking the pixies were just too easy to satisfy. I am heading out. Wyatt prepared to leave the seed world, only to hear Susan hurriedly remind him, you still did not share your schedule with me. Schedule? You have been working for me since we have known each other. Tell me, have you ever seen me organized enough to have a schedule? Wyatt asked Susan with a playful smile, knowing that she wanted to know where he was going this late at night. Unlike the last time when Susan blurted her true intentions, this time she had learned to hide her intentions behind carefully chosen words. So Wyatt added, just speak please, like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Your mind, I won't judge you. Why would you judge me? As your manager, how am I the bad one to ask for your schedule? I am just doing my job here. If anything, your incooperativeness is not allowing me to do my job properly. Susan continued to hide behind her words and went a step further to blame Wyatt for being incooperative. What if I said I am going to meet someone? Wyatt decided to play Susan's game and beat her at it. Good to know. Was that hard? Susan replied nonchalantly, but she desperately wanted to know who Wyatt was going to meet at this hour in the night. What if I said I am going to meet a beautiful woman? Wyatt's grin grew wider as he saw the aloofness on Susan's face erase and replace with her true feelings. 1804 Wyatt fever, date the 17th of April 2321, time 2:32, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Blood Rock Cave, Seed World. Listening to Wyatt say he was going out to meet a beautiful woman, Susan could no longer maintain a cool mind even if she found Wyatt stressing the words, beautiful woman, suspicious. Cornered, she threw her strategy out of the window and directly asked Wyatt, what urgent work do you have with a beautiful woman that cannot wait till tomorrow morning? Is that insecurity and doubt I am seeing, Tucci? I gotta say, insecurity is not a good shade on you. I am disappointed. Wyatt pretended to shake his head in disappointment. Wyatt's wouldn't be more fake. Catching on to him, Susan's tensed face blossomed into an annoyed smile. Just as she was about to tell Wyatt that it was not funny, Corey interrupted them. Enough. He is clearly teasing you. How can you even fall for something so obvious? It is beyond me. Corey, who was in Susan's embrace, had enough of the shameless couple. They kept flirting despite her literally being between them. So she jumped out of Susan's embrace and yelled at her, exaggeratedly wondering why her smart mother would turn dumb when it comes to dealing with Wyatt. Was he her kryptonite? And then turning to face Wyatt with a stern tone, she continued, you keep saying you have an important task to attend to, but you keep dragging your feet. Just leave already. Geez, Corey, good job taking the fun out of everything, Park commented as she was enjoying Corey's worst nightmare unfolds, Susan and Wyatt getting intimate with her in the middle. Now that right there was the quality content she would not get bored watching a couple dozen times. Corey intensely glared at Park, who was taking pleasure in her misery. Wyatt and Susan were taken aback by Corey's outburst. Wyatt would have taught that identity loon a lesson, but she was right. So he decided to leave, telling the truth to Susan, I am heading to meet with Field Marshal Heatsend, I will be back, leave. Corey cried out aloud, interrupting Wyatt midway through the completion of his sentence. Giving Corey a good hard stare, Wyatt left the seed world. Did you have to be so rude? Susan asked Corey after Wyatt left. I was being rude, you guys were suffocating me with your longing gaze and cringy words. Corey did not back down, being inquired by Susan. Rather, she blamed them for suffocating her with their new couple stuff. How can you say that? I just wanted to keep tabs on my client as a manager, Susan claimed. That her actions were purely professional and nothing else, but the blush on her cheeks and ears gave her away. Arg, Corey rolled her eyes at Susan's words. Susan, you are okay? Your face is very red and warm, Dredre pointed out, in concern for Susan. I am fine. Being called out on her lie by Dredre, Susan was embarrassed. Are you sure? Because the face turning red and the rise in the temperature of the body are the symptoms of fever in mortal humans. Dredre had brushed up her knowledge on humans so that she could be of more use to Wyatt as his exclusive book guide pixie. According to the books she had read, Susan was showing all signs of having a fever. Dredre dear, Big Sis, Susan has a fever all right, but it is not the one you are thinking about. She has the Wyatt fever, Park teased Susan, who was so embarrassed that she buried her face in her collars. As for Corey, she kept shaking her head, disappointed in Susan. Corey saw her mother as a queen, so for her it was disappointing to see Susan act like a little girl in love. She expected Susan to tie a leash around Wyatt and make him dance at the sound of her whip, not turn dumb in his presence, falling for his honeyed words. Wyatt fever, what is that? Dredre asked Park in confusion, as the books she read did not mention anything about this type of fever. Forget about it, that's not for little kids to know. Wanting to keep the cute pixie innocent as long as possible, Park changed the topic by inquiring Dredre about the employment contract. Dredre, did you draw our employment contract? Wait, I will draw and share them with you right away. Dredre, as a professional pixie, was immediately distracted by her work. Getting out of the seed word, Wyatt met with his clone, who was watching over comatose Bloodette. Wyatt was not surprised to find that Bloodette's condition had not improved. Her physique and innate rune were still at a stalemate. Neither was backing down. Wyatt's clone, with the help of the Hive AI, had already mapped all the soul pathways and arrangements in Bloodette's blood rule body and marked all the vital areas. Having mapped Bloodette's soul pathways and arrangements, the Hive AI was running simulations to figure out how to safely trick Bloodette's physique into believing that it had healed Bloodette's trauma without leaving any long-term side effects in the process. Bloodette, as the Blood Supreme, was born immortal. Supreme beings were one of a kind. Dealing with them was very different from mortal races that Wyatt was used to dealing with. Therefore, it was taking Hive a lot of time to come up with a proper plan to deal with Bloodette's condition. Understanding that he could not rush these things, Wyatt let the clone and Hive AI do their thing and proceeded out of the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. Arriving at the biggest park in the compound, Wyatt used his grimoire to call Field Marshal Heatsend. The reason why he did not use a text to inform her of Handsome Fox's true name was because he wanted to know Anna's mother's thoughts on Handsome Fox through Field Marshal. 1805 female version of Wyatt, date the 17th of April 2321, time 2:44, location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Park, kid, don't you ever sleep. An ethereal female voice sounded from Wyatt's surroundings, informing him of Field Marshal's arrival. Just like the previous time, she did not appear in front of Wyatt. Too much to do, no time for sleep. Wyatt talked to the empty air. He did not bother to find Field Marshal, even though he felt foolish talking to the air. No wonder you are unmatched among your peers. However, why did you call me? Field Marshal admired Wyatt for his dedication toward his goals. Peeking at Anna, who was drowsing in the mystic dimension, she wondered, why can't Anna show even a % of the dedication displayed by the boy? I found out Handsome Fox's true name. It's Gideon Grimm, Wyatt answered the Field Marshal without any suspense. Your people left the city a few hours ago and they have already found Handsome Fox's true name. Field Marshal Heatsend asked Wyatt in disbelief. Based on her calculations, Wyatt's men should not have even reached the border yet, let alone make it to the northern region and investigate Handsome Fox's true name. No, they are still on their way. I found Handsome Fox's true name through a different source. Don't worry, it's a trustworthy source. He has always come through for me, Wyatt replied, concocting a mysterious source to justify the validity and authenticity of the information to Field Marshal Heatsend. Turns out my niece was right. You were indeed holding a lot back and did not tell us the whole story. You just want to use us to deal with this Gideon Grimm, Field Marshal exclaimed, listening to Wyatt say that he found the true name of the notoriously hidden Handsome Fox through a trustworthy source unknown to them. When Field Marshal reported to her niece about Handsome Fox and Wyatt's contribution to finding him, Anna's mother was not impressed. Instead, she believed that Wyatt knew more than what he was showing them. Wyatt and Handsome Fox might be directly or indirectly connected. Otherwise, why would Handsome Fox recklessly surface to use Wyatt's friends against him? There was more to this. Wyatt was showing them just enough to get the allies to target Handsome Fox. Listening to her niece's speculation, Field Marshal shook her head, thinking that she was overthinking, as she felt that a sweetheart like Wyatt would not be that cunning, but she was proved wrong. Wyatt really did know more than he was letting out. Field Marshal was not buying the unknown trustworthy source that suddenly popped out of nowhere. Yes, she is right. If possible, I would deal with Gideon Grimm myself, but he and his hypnotized army are too much for the current me to handle, so I can only turn to the forces governing this world to help me protect the world, Wyatt confessed, but this did not mean that Handsome Fox was more of his problem than the world's problem. Sigh, she said, you will say this too. Boy, is anything about you true? Field Marshal shook her head in shock. Uncovering Wyatt's unique pupils and now his cunning mind, Field Marshal started to wonder if anything she knew about the boy was true. Well, does that change anything? Yes, Gideon Grimm and I have our differences. Correction, I want him dead. But he and his origin card are still more of a threat to you guys who rule this world than me, a small-time card creationist, high schooler. Since he is building an army, it's obvious who his next targets are. Because of me, you guys now have a chance to prepare for what heading your way, Wyatt explained, not liking Anna's mother's narrative on his matter. She made him the bad guy for using the allies to get what he wanted and taking advantage of them in a dire situation, when actually they were helping each other. You should meet my niece. I have a feeling you two will enjoy each other's company. Some might even say you are the male version of her. Field Marshal Heatsen truly believed he was as dangerous as her niece. She even commended herself for being cautious around Wyatt and hiding her body from his unique eyes. So, what's the update? Wyatt asked Field Marshal what were their plans about Gideon Grimm. My niece is handling it. From her records of handling these things, by sunrise, Gideon Grimm would be the most wanted criminal with the highest bounty on his head in all 5 regions. If you have more information, share it now, because any little information can prove detrimental in these cases. Field Marshal Heatsen was not lying. Currently, Anna's mother was using her diplomatic relations to warn the world about the ghost called Handsome Fox. Wyatt finding the true name of this ghost was already a huge plus. In that case, you should know that Gideon Grimm has joined 7 Princes of Hell, a devil faction from the Dark Realm. If I am not wrong, the reason he recently has been more active may be related to that, Wyatt informed the Field Marshal, knowing that the only thing the card apprentices hate more than the devil was the card apprentice turned devil worshipper. Let me guess you got this information from your super mysterious but trustworthy source, Field Marshal said sarcastically. She was angry at herself for defending Wyatt when her niece said that Wyatt was not as innocent as he seemed. Since you twisted my arm, I will be honest with you. My super mysterious but trustworthy source is a chaos dwarf from the Dark Realm, Wyatt revealed to the Field Marshal. A chaos dwarf? Field Marshal blurted in surprise. There are many different sentient races that are native to the Dark Realm whom card apprentices know as demons and devils, but those races prefer to be called Dark Race. One of the Dark Races is the Chaos Dwarf race. Chapter 1806 Enemy of My Enemy is a Chaos Dwarf. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 256. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Listening to Wyatt drop knowledge on Dark Race to her, Field Marshal rolled her eyes, saying, "Boy, stop. My ancestors used to hunt demons and devils to kill time. In recent years, we might have lost their records, but we still know what Dark Races are. Just tell me how you got to know the Chaos Dwarf and what is your relationship with it." Well, that is a long story, Wyatt said, not wanting to go into details about the Chaos Dwarf. I have a lot of time to kill. Get started. Field Marshal was not surprised that Wyatt was close to a demon. It was not news. The Southern royal family had already guessed Wyatt was involved with demons the day he borrowed a demon's power to defeat Agent Forger and then the Mohawk Devil Ezra. Not to mention him protecting Corey Bright, who followed the path of a demon worshipper at every turn. The Southern royal family never asked Wyatt about this because they did not want to seem invasive and push Wyatt away. Many have experimented with demons and devils, but as long as Wyatt did not cross any line, they can tolerate it. Now that Wyatt was the one who brought it up, the Field Marshal did not mind being a little forceful. It all started when I borrowed the power of the devil to defeat Agent Forger. As you know, borrowing a devil's power is not without limitation, and my limitation was that I had to defeat Agent Forger borrowing the devil's power within 5 minutes. If I fail, the devil will get my body and soul, but if I succeed, then the devil gets nothing. Wyatt paused to sigh. Since you are here in one piece and Agent Forger is missing, I take it you won your wager with the devil, but the devil was not happy with it, Field Marshal Heatsen deduced, ignoring the fact that Agent Forger was missing and stressing on the fact that the devil was not happy about losing to Wyatt. It seems the Southern royal family cares very little about Agent Forger and her whereabouts with everything going on. Yes, the devil was not happy. So he has been targeting me since then. The Mohawk Devil that killed the demigods from the central government and the Morningstar University is his incarnation. He broke out of character just to kill me and did not hesitate to use Realm Fragment to force me into submission, Field Marshal interrupted Wyatt, saying, "Let me guess, the devil did not like you killing its incarnation and is continuing to target you. I get you made a devil your enemy. Where does Chua's dwarf you spoke of come into all of this? Don't be impatient, it's a long story, I am getting there. Besides, you were the one who said that you had all the time in the world to listen to it." Wyatt was stalling, He did plan to use his relationship with Chaos Dwarf to inform the South about the second demon invasion, but he could not just pull a random lie out of his ass and try to make sense out of it. This thing was serious, he could not risk blowing this up on his face. Wyatt could not rush this, but since Anna's mother had already guessed that he was hiding something, he needed to inform them about the demon invasion as fast as possible, as nobody would be happy that he was sitting on such a piece of important information for a long time. However, Wyatt also knew that delivery and timing also mattered. If he failed to time it right or deliver it properly, there were high chances people would not take him seriously. After all, he had no evidence to back his claim unless he planned to reveal the Devil Merchant Code to the world. Nope, that would be like making another mess to solve a mess. Boy, whatever it is, just spill it out. No one will blame you. Since you're being honest, I tell you this one time, one of our ancestors had a thing for women from a particular dark race. So you have nothing to worry about, there ain't anything new that you can spring on us. We have seen and heard it all. Field Marshal could see that Wyatt was hesitating and stalling from speaking about his relationship with the Chaos Dwarf. Then I can rest at ease, Wyatt said gratefully for the Field Marshal being so understanding. Then he continued to say, where was I? Right, the devil did not like me killing its incarnation one bit. So to retaliate against me he recruited Gideon Grimm. Wyatt, you sure about this, because the timeline does not add up? Field Marshal Heatsen pointed out that Gideon Grimm was targeting his friend even before he killed the devil's incarnation in the southern capital. Yes, I am sure. Gideon attacked Susan and the rest for the secrets of the VR universe. But then later he continued to target me under the orders of the devil, having joined its faction, 7 Princes of Hell. I too had no idea about this until the Chaos Dwarf reached out to me and offered me this information, hoping to be my friend. Turns out that the word about me killing the devil's incarnation spread far in the Dark Realm. That was when the Chaos Dwarf contacted me, claiming to be the enemy of the devil and hoped that since we share the same enemy we could be friends. Something like an enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of deal. The Chaos Dwarf had just recently reached out to me, so I did not want to share the information with you until I was 100% sure that the Chaos Dwarf was not playing any tricks on me. Chapter 1807 Evidence. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 3:12. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park hidden in the void. Field Marshal Heatsen could not help but frown listening to Wyatt explain how a Chaos Dwarf came to be his source of information. Field Marshal Heatsen could see that Wyatt was cunning enough to take care of himself, but was it enough when dealing with a Chaos Dwarf? When dealing with a dark race one cannot be more careful. After digesting the information, she inquired, now that you are sharing this info with us, I take it you trust the Chaos Dwarf enough and believe that the information it shared with you is true and has no deception to it. Yes, Wyatt nodded firmly. He needed to sell the idea that Chaos Dwarf was their friend to the Southern royal family. Otherwise, none of his plans would work. Do you mind explaining how the Chaos Dwarf gained your trust? Field Marshal asked Wyatt, worrying that he might be tricked by the Chaos Dwarf. Considering that it was a dark race, one could not put anything past them, their trickery knew no bounds. Obviously, through a pact, Wyatt replied. Listening to Wyatt's answer, Field Marshal almost slapped her forehead in frustration. Controlling her emotions, she patiently inquired, Wyatt, you do know that if the Chaos Dwarf used a pseudonym then the pact signifies nothing. Please, this is not my first time dealing with a devil. I have not only made sure it was using its true name but also made the Dark Realms will and Card Realms will as the witness to the pact. Besides, I did not commit to anything in exchange for the information. The Chaos Dwarf volunteered the information hoping for a friendship. Seeing how the Chaos Dwarf did not hesitate to give its true name and form a pact with the Dark Realms will as a witness, I think the Chaos Dwarf sincerely wants to cooperate with us, Wyatt responded confidently. He said everything he could to assure Field Marshal. Good. Field Marshal sighed in relief. Now that her mind was at peace a little, she asked something she was itching to ask from earlier. What did you mean when you said that the reason Gideon Grimm has been more active recently may be related to him joining the Dark Faction, 7 Princes of Hell? Listening to the Field Marshal bring up this now, Wyatt grinned in his mind, knowing that the fish had caught the bait he threw earlier. Just giving the Field Marshal loads of information would only cause her to try and discern which one was true and which was a trap. But if she were to connect the dots herself, she was more likely to believe them rather than rip them apart to wonder which was true and which was false. Your guess is correct. Gideon Grimm is preparing to help the Dark Faction called 7 Princes of Hell. invade Card Realm, Wyatt answered with a grim expression, trying to convey how dire the situation was to the field marshal. Everything has changed, the field marshal blurted in shock. The only reason Field Marshal immediately did not jump to this conclusion when Wyatt hinted at a possible demon invasion earlier was that a second demon invasion did not occur in the Clown Mosque's future vision. But considering that the miracle Dalton Wyatt and powerful enemies like Gideon Grimm also never surfaced in Clown Mosque's vision, Field Marshal understood that the current timeline has long diverted vastly from Clown Mosque's future vision. Her husband was right, they cannot use the Clown Mosque's future vision as absolute but just as a mere reference in the infinite possibilities. After all, lot of thinking, Field Marshal replied to Wyatt with a measured tone, "Wyatt, I trust you, so I 100% trust the information you acquired from the Chaos Dwarf, but that will not be enough for the others. What I am saying is we need evidence to back our claims. Can you contact the Chaos Dwarf and ask if it can give any evidence to support its information?" Listening to the Field Marshal demand evidence, Wyatt was dejected in his mind as what he was trying to avoid inevitably happened. But still with a confident expression, he replied to the Field Marshal, "I will try. It will be best if you can convince the Chaos Dwarf to contact us." Field Marshal still did not fully trust the Chaos Dwarf. Though the Chaos Dwarf had gotten Wyatt's seal of approval, she would feel more at ease if it got her niece's seal of approval. "Sure, I can make that happen," Wyatt replied without hesitation, as wanted the Chaos Dwarf and the Southern royal family to meet. There were many things that he could not do as Dalton Wyatt which he wanted to achieve through his alternate identity as a Chaos Dwarf. "Now that I have you here, I have some things to discuss with you too. Do you still plan to attend Morningstar University?" Field Marshal asked Wyatt out of the blue. "Why do you ask? I thought the royal family did not like me attending Morningstar University." "Unless you guess changed your mind about it." Wyatt was surprised to hear the Field Marshal bring up Morningstar University. After all, the Southern royal family strongly opposed his plan to develop the Central Academic Region. After the Southern Capital incident, despite denying its involvement in the incident, Morningstar University has started to warm up to the Southern royal family. The strained relationship between us after the betrayal of Luna and the supposed theft of the dungeon relocation apparatus now are stronger than new. They have not only increased the number of regulated resources such as time rule cards Southern region can procure from them, but also increased the number of scholarship seats for the students from the Southern region. They have promised many more benefits which previously were not available to the Southern region. It is as if they are trying very hard to make up for the Southern Capital incident, even though deny the part they played in it. Chapter 1808 Big Bad Morningstar University. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 3:26. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Listening to the Field Marshal explain that Morningstar University was doing its best to repair the relationship between them, Wyatt understood what was going on but pretended to be dumb and asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "Sigh, nothing gets past you." Field Marshal sighed. She was a soldier, not a diplomat. She was ashamed that she was assigned to such a task, but as a soldier, she could only follow her orders. Even if the one ordering was her cute niece who has grown up to become a sly tyrant. "Wyatt, I will be straight with you and get right to the point." Field Marshal decided to throw away the script that her niece had handed to her. "Good, I prefer it that way." Wyatt nodded. He liked dealing with soldiers like Colleen, Field Marshal, and Anna. They spoke what they thought, making it easier to see through and manipulate them. Though it was far-fetched to call Anna a soldier, she fell into the incompetent category. Well, she was incompetent in many ways. "We believe that Morningstar University's sudden change of attitude toward the Southern region is not because they feel guilty but because of you. After improving your relationship with us, the first thing they did was offer you a full scholarship seat to attend Morningstar University. They have also promised many other benefits such as free regulated resources, but the most important ones are the prime real estate in the very heart of the Central Academic Region and a ticket to their most coveted possession, the Time Vestige. They have claimed that your decision to attend Morningstar University or not will not affect their relationship with the Southern region, but many in the royal court do not believe it and believe that Morningstar University could not be more clear about their intentions. Because of this, the royal court is divided in two, one that believes that we should not put you in danger over momentary gains, while the other side believes that you have shown that you are more than capable enough to protect yourself, so you should accept the Morningstar University's offer as the benefits promised by the university to the Southern region, and you are a lot more than momentary gains. Some loyal fans of yours, because of your fight with Mohawk Devil, believe that you have a high affinity for the time rule, making the ticket to the time rule vestige a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Field Marshal Heatsend confessed everything without hiding anything. Unlike her niece, Field Marshal believed that Wyatt had proved that he was capable enough to choose what was best for him. Therefore she did not hide anything and revealed everything to him. It seems the Morningstar University has not learned their lesson, Wyatt blurted, understanding that what the Morningstar University was doing was nothing less than trying to get the best of all. They did not even bother to acknowledge their involvement in the Southern capital, let alone apologize. What was more appalling was they shamelessly tried to control the South with their resources. These jerks wanted to act like saviors of the South even though they were the scheming imps. It seems you have made your decision. Then which university do you plan to attend? Listening to Wyatt, the field marshal knew what his decision was going to be. She did not plan to change his mind. The South needed the resources being offered by Morningstar University like the time rule cards desperately, but they were not giving those resources for free. They not only asked for the retail price for the resources but also dared to add conditions when selling them. They were making these resources available to the South just to get their hands on Wyatt. Who's to say that their attitude will not change when they get what they want? No, I do not plan on attending any university or pursuing higher education, Wyatt answered, surprising Field Marshal. Well, at your level there is very little the universities can offer, but I would not advise entirely rejecting any form of higher education, Field Marshal advised Wyatt. The first time Lorenzo met Wyatt he could not stop talking about him to her. But of all the things her husband told her about Wyatt, one thing that stuck out to her was that though Wyatt had a strong potential for the card creation and array formation, he had nearly zero knowledge about the various methods and techniques in both the fields. According to her husband, that was what made Wyatt special. Lorenzo could not shut up about what Wyatt could achieve if he were to learn all the techniques and methods that both fields had to offer. Yes, you are right. Don't worry, I am already working on that. Wyatt was not lying. He had already started to make a plan about using the Infinity Library to fill the gaps he was missing about array formation. As for card creation, he planned to recruit the help of Southern Academic City. Then what is your next plan? Don't tell me you plan to focus your entire strength on this Joker Gideon Grimm and the dark faction backing him. Let me tell you, there have been many instances where the demon worshippers have tried to make a comeback, but so far they have not been able to because this world cannot tolerate them. I would advise you not to let this clown take all your time and energy. Field Marshal understood that Wyatt had too much potential to waste on something that the adults like should be worrying about. She wanted to provide a nurturing place for Wyatt where he could grow to his full potential. Yes, ma'am, I hear you and I need your help with it. Out with it. Southern royal family is prepared to help you by any means necessary. Chapter 1809 Plans. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 3:41. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Yes, ma'am. I hear you and I need your help with it. Listening to the field marshal advise him that he should focus on his growth rather than pursuing clowns like Gideon Grimm or the dark faction behind him. Wyatt laughed in his mind. Gideon Grimm and Belphegor's faction were not anything like the demon and devil worshippers that the field marshal was used to dealing with. They were the real deal. Defeating them would not be as easy as handling the ragtag group of demon-devil worshippers which was now partially being controlled by the central government. Wyatt did not bother to point this out to the field marshal because even if he were to warn the field marshal she would not take his warning seriously. Not that she was overconfident, but the demon-devil worshippers have not lived up to their name the recent years. So instead of starting a debate with the field marshal, he decided to use this opportunity to put forth his agenda. When it comes to card creation, the card world's institutions were unmatched in the myriad realms, including the Infinity Library. Knowledge in Infinity Library was stolen knowledge. Their progress in a specific field was not possible unless someone donates the updated knowledge to them in exchange for merits. So one cannot claim that the Infinity Library was leading in any field, let alone card creation. However, that is not true for the intuitions of the card world. They spend a lot of resources and manpower to make progress in the card creation field. As a result, they continue to make small or large progress in the card creation field, making them the leaders in the card creation. This was especially true for the top 10 universities of the card world. This was why Wyatt was so stubborn about attending Morningstar University in the central academic city at the risk of his life and the disapproval of the Southern royal family. However, Morningstar University has time and again proven itself unworthy of being called a prestigious institution of knowledge, so Wyatt has decided to invest in the next best thing and elevate them to the top, snatching the spot from these snobbish institutions that were no longer placed of higher learning but a breeding ground of greed. The next best thing after the universities in the central academic city were definitely not the universities in the southern academic city, but since Wyatt knew the people who owned it, he decided to settle for it. Wyatt had an outlandish plan mapped out in his head and he needed the full cooperation of the Southern royal family. Out with it, Southern royal family is prepared to help you by any means necessary. Field Marshal Heatsend was pleased to see Wyatt not only take his advice seriously but ask for her help. She has heard her husband complain that Wyatt was stubborn and did not listen to reason. But seeing Wyatt be so obedient, Field Marshal felt that her headstrong husband and his temper did not know how to talk to a quirky genius like Wyatt. Field Marshal was a little proud of herself at this moment. Why wouldn't she be proud? Wyatt's reputation of being an obstinate person was well known to the higher-ups in the Southern capital. The Southern capital incident was an example of his stubbornness. However, nobody dared to complain about Wyatt and his whims because they knew that Wyatt's value to the South outweighed his quirks. Not only were they willing to overlook his whimsy but found it a delight, i.e. until Wyatt continued to be the valuable stock they all were investing in. Since you put it that way, I will be direct. I want to take over the Southern academic city and all the institutions in it. Wyatt spoke his mind, confident that he would be able to convince the Field Marshal. What, boy, are you out of your mind? The Field Marshal exclaimed in disbelief. She was expecting Wyatt would ask her to help him find some study material or a good teacher to help him with his knowledge of card creation and array mastery, but to her surprise, he was asking her to hand him an entire city. Not just any city but the South's hub of knowledge. The Southern academic city had not made any notable contribution to any field, but it was still able to meet the talent requirement of the entire Southern region. Especially considering that the talents of the other 4 regions would prefer to be unemployed over moving to the Southern region. Please, calm down and listen to what I have to say. I think you are going to like what I have in mind. Wyatt was not surprised to see such a reaction from the Field Marshal. He was grateful had she did not burst into laughter. Even he felt that asking to be in charge of the Southern academic city and all the institutions in it was a bit much. The Southern academic city was the backbone of the Southern region. So Wyatt asking the control of the Southern academic city was like asking for the future of the Southern region. You better have a damn good reason for this, otherwise, I will leave. The Field Marshal knew that Wyatt would not make such a demand if he did not have a plan, so she decided to hear him out before ignoring him. She could not bring herself to punish him, so she could only choose such a method to show that Wyatt had lost his credibility in her eyes. It might be obvious to you that the way the current Southern academic city is developing, it is not showing any signs of catching up with the other academic cities in another 1,000 years, let alone overtaking them in another 1,000 years. It has come to the point where the talented and hardworking students of our Southern region are applying for scholarships in other academic cities. I can understand our students going to the Central and Eastern academic cities for higher education, but the Northern and Western academic cities, since when did the Southern academic city fall behind those cities? 60 years ago the students from the Northern and Western regions used to come to the Southern academic city. But for the situation to fall to this point, clearly the current management of the Southern academic city has dropped the ball. I don't want to point fingers, Wyatt. I know the situation of the Southern academic city better than you. I know a lot of people are to be blamed for the current situation, but at least they are still able to produce quality graduates to meet the demand of the Southern region. If you have a better alternative, get to it before I lose my patience. Field Marshal interrupted Wyatt midway through his speech. The royal court debated on how the Southern academic region had dropped the ball. The Field Marshal did not want to listen to another word about it unless they had a better alternative. She had enough of complaining. She wanted a promising initiative that she could support and not useless debates. The Field Marshal was prepared for the change, but nobody has been able to come up with a change that would be able to outperform the current management of the Southern academic region. There were many reasons for that, such as not enough budget for promising research work and talents to lead those research. Wyatt did not take the Field Marshal's interruption personally, as he could hear the frustration in her voice when she spoke about the Southern academic city. Especially considering that she was an alumnus of the Southern academic city. Nobody cared more about the Southern academic city's prosperity than her. Now that Wyatt knew he had the Field Marshal's complete attention, he began to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you his plan, I plan to integrate the VR universe into the syllabus of our universities. Except for the knowledge of card creation, the VR universe is not lacking in any way. Rather it has more knowledge on many fields that you cannot find in the card world. Especially the martial arts, occult, magic, forging, array formation, herbology, and technology, they are just a few fields that come off the top of my head. You might have already heard how few card apprentices are already adopting the knowledge they learned in the VR universe in the card world. I can do the same with our universities. Your idea is not bad, but I have heard that the core knowledge on these fields is strongly guarded by natives of the VR universe. They only share their knowledge with their descendants and think twice before even considering sharing it with outsiders, let alone the card apprentices. I have read about the card apprentices going to great lengths to prove themselves to natives of the VR universe only to get basic knowledge in their respective fields. How are you going to solve that? VR universe was the next big thing in the card world, so it was not surprising that the field marshal would keep up with the current news about the VR universe. Have you forgotten I am the one who created the VR universe? Wyatt reminded Field Marshal smugly. Wyatt, my husband, and his junior brother have already figured out how the VR universe has so much otherworldly knowledge in it. We know that you have no control over what goes on in the VR universe. Otherwise, why do you think the 5 regions are willing to invest so much in the VR universe? Field Marshal revealed to Wyatt, but she did not go into the details, just to slowly savor the shock on Wyatt's face. Chapter 1810 Flaw in the Plan. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 3:59. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Listening to the Field Marshal claim that Lorenzo and Leo have figured out the workings of the VR universe, and so have the other renowned researchers of the 5 regions, Wyatt was not surprised. Illusion arts of the card world was not shallow. In fact, many card ancestors have proposed something similar, but they never achieved it. Not to mention their vision was not on a grander scale as the VR universe. Loe was onto this back when he came to meet Wyatt in the auction house. Seeing how Field Marshal was so proud of her husband and his junior brother, Wyatt guessed those two used this opportunity to show in front of Field Marshal. Poor Lorenzo, his big brain was the only thing and compensate for his lack of strength in the marriage, but what about Leo? Was he helping his senior brother show off? Thinking of this, Wyatt felt pity for Lorenzo. Things one was willing to do to impress their life partner. Field Marshal frowned, seeing that Wyatt continued to be indifferent to her news. Feeling challenged, she continued to say, "We already know that the VR universe is an illusion, an imitative representation of life, the cosmos itself. The otherworldly knowledge that the natives possess in the VR universe has been discovered by them. Just like how we, card apprentices, discovered our unique card and grimoire power system. Since this illusion runs on itself, any interference can cause it to collapse. This means you cannot interfere in the progress of the illusion. You can be part of the illusion like the rest of us. At most as its creator, you can act as its protector and destroyer, but in no way as its manipulator. Especially considering your realm, it is already a miracle you can create such high-level illusion. If not for it being in the grimoire network, no miracle would be enough for you to create the same illusion in the real world. Knowing that your involvement in VR universe is limited because it's trying to replicate reality as perfectly as possible, is what makes it worth investing in it. When things are like this, how do you plan to give the students of the Southern Academic City access to the otherworldly knowledge of the VR universe?" Wyatt listened to everything the Field Marshal had to say patiently. From her words he understood that there seemed to be many misunderstandings about the VR universe among the illusion community. This was mostly because their mastery of illusion arts was nowhere close to modern virtual reality simulation and the Devil Merchant Code's illusion arts. Had their mastery of illusion arts been the same as that of the Devil Merchant Code, they would know that Wyatt was the master of the VR universe, in it he was omniscient. If did not like something in the VR universe, be it topography or beings or the direction of evolution, he could just rewrite their program. However, Wyatt would not do so unless it was necessary, because it was too much of a hassle, as he would have to follow the law of causality and change everything that led to that point. Otherwise many variables would pop up and the parts of the VR universe influenced by that change would start to fall apart. If the influence of the change was huge, then Wyatt would risk the entire VR universe falling apart. So, in a way, the illusionists of the card world were correct, but if Wyatt wanted to, he could act God in the VR universe. With the help of Hive AI and Devil Merchant Code, it would be easier for him to do so. Wyatt had no plans to enlighten the card world on their illusion arts. Because of their lack of knowledge, they were beginning to invest enormous wealth in the VR universe, thinking that the VR universe was absolutely free from Wyatt's manipulation and just another free market with lots of prospects. Thanks to this, Wyatt was earning money as if he were printing them. Continuing to see nothing but indifference in Wyatt's face despite wasting so many words, Field was puzzled, wondering why he was so calm when she revealed that they figured out he had no control over VR universe except for destroying it. Wyatt's indifference in this matter left a bad taste in her mouth. Have you forgotten that the currency exchange system of the VR universe was created by me? The 5 regions investing in it is a good thing. As for them figuring out how to create their version of VR universe, it will not happen anytime. Even if they did, so what? All good things come to an end. As for how do I plan to give the students of the Southern Academic City access to the otherworldly knowledge of the VR universe? Just like how I was able to establish the currency exchange system of the VR universe. You guys are forgetting something. I have a lot of pull in the VR universe. Besides, the natives of the VR universe are also same card apprentices. As long as you name the correct price, they will dig their ancestors' graves and give their bones to you, let alone their otherworldly knowledge. Trust me, I can make the Southern Academic region more prosperous than it ever was, Wyatt stated confidently. He avoided lying to the field marshal and cleverly used his words to sound as genuine as possible to her divine intent. Field Marshal looked at Wyatt and wondered if he was truly a 17-year-old. Even she, hyped by her husband's bragging, thought that Lorenzo barely understanding the secret of something Wyatt created on a whim for a wager is an achievement worth bragging about. She was not only disappointed in herself but her husband too. Wyatt's evaluation in her mind elevated to a whole new level. Field Marshal Heatsen might as well be considered as Wyatt's fan. She could not think of one thing that she could complain about him. Even his flaws were something she could not bring herself to complain about, rather found herself justifying them. She was surprised that a teenager had such a high level of charisma. If she could decide on the Southern Academic region by herself, then she would instantly make Wyatt the city lord of the Southern Academic region and give him full authority over all the institutes of higher learning in it. However, she did not, but she could make a strong case for him with her niece in the royal court. As for her husband, he would agree with her. But to do that she had to ask the most important question, pointing out the obvious flaw in Wyatt's plan. Wyatt, let us say you can get the natives of the VR universe to share their knowledge with our students, but you know that we are card apprentice, our core is card creation. For us, the other fields you spoke about are secondary knowledge that is used to help us create new cards. If the students have a very shaky foundation in card creation, how are they supposed to use the knowledge they learned in the VR universe and apply it in the card world? Unless you find an answer to that, even if I want to help you, I cannot. Because all that knowledge will lead the students astray from the Grimoire and cards power system. Listening to Field Marshal, Wyatt nodded in understanding. He agreed with her. The Grimoire and card power system was the only official power system of this world recognized by its world will. Feeding the students knowledge in other fields when their knowledge of cards was shallow would only lead them astray. Not everyone was like Wyatt in that they could cultivate multiple power systems at a time. Not to mention, the only way Wyatt was able to cultivate multiple power systems at a time without any accident was because they were recognized by the card world as a part of his origin card, trait, or physique. Be it the Kamamati Soul Gem, Viltronian Power System, or Mutated Soul and Division System, they were actually recognized and blessed by the card world's will when Wyatt underwent the baptism. Otherwise, regardless of how much preparation Wyatt had made, there was no way he could achieve success in these power systems as a card apprentice without the approval of the world's will. Another example of this was Corey Park, Abba Davis, and the other demon devil worshippers. Corey Park and Abba Davis's origin cards were approved by the card world's will so they could cultivate the demonic power system. Similarly, the demons devils knew of this and created demon devil summoning cards and other demonic cards for their believers, the devil demon worshippers. Belphegor's demon summoning card disguised as an equal exchange demonic card was the perfect example of this. The demons devils were fully aware that card apprentices could cultivate multiple power systems thanks to the uniqueness of their grimoire and card power system. And they fully took advantage of this. It's correct to say that card apprentices can copy any power system using their cards, but wrong to say the other way around. Not all power systems can become card apprentices unless they have a minimum of 10% active soul control. Which was rare, as not many did not involve soul cultivation in their power system. Even the dark races prefer physical train at the lower thanks to the advantage of their physique, traits, and bloodline. Wyatt's plan closed the knowledge gap Southern Academic City had compared to the Central Academic City in many secondary fields, but it fell short in the primary field, the card creation. The students need the minimum knowledge in card creation required for them to adapt the knowledge of the secondary field into their grimoire and card power system. Wyatt could not turn to the Infinity Library to solve this problem, as in the cosmos the Central Academic City was the leader when it came to knowledge on card creation and grimoire. If Wyatt could not solve this problem, then introducing the otherworldly knowledge of the VR universe to the students would not be ideal. Chapter 1811 Dilemma. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 4:13. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. There are still 2 months before the new academic year starts, right? Wyatt asked Field Marshal with a twinkle in his eyes, having thought of a way to solve the problem of old-school card creation knowledge still being taught in the Southern Academic City when the other regions have moved on to update knowledge researched and developed by the Central Academic City. No, you must be crazy to think you will not only learn all the card creation knowledge the Southern Academic City has to offer, but also use it to make up the gap in knowledge of card creation between the Southern and Central Academic City, the two in a short period of 2 months. Field Marshal had already judged what kind of character Wyatt was. So when he reminded her that there were still 2 months left for the new academic year to start, she immediately guessed what crazy thought was going through his mind now. Wow, you are quick to pick up. Wyatt was surprised to see that Field Marshal already knew him enough to guess what was going through his mind with him just hinting at it. They had only recently met, this was their second meeting, so it was astonishing for the Field Marshal to have already figured out Wyatt's thought process. You know, you are not that hard to read. I just have to think, what would my niece do in your situation, and voila, Field Marshal replied, enjoying the astonished look on Wyatt's face for a change. That's what every teenage boy likes to hear, Wyatt replied, a little repulsed by the fact that the Field Marshal was comparing him to Anna's mother, but he also grew a little curious about her. How could he not, when people kept saying she was just like him? You should consider being compared to my niece as a compliment. But I hear where you are coming from, considering your relationship with her daughters and all. As she spoke these sentences, Field Marshal wondered how Anna would feel when she knew she fell for someone like her mother. Field Marshal thought she was being subtle, mentioning Wyatt's ambiguous relationship with her grandnieces, Anna and Anne, but Wyatt heard her intentions loud and clear. However, Wyatt's mind was busy thinking of ways to convince Field Marshal to hand over the Southern Academic City to him to care about such little things. You have mistaken my intentions. I never planned to do all the work. If I do all the work, what are the other professors and students going to do? I just plan to use the knowledge of the card creation from Southern Academic City and make it simpler and more adaptable when it comes to incorporating other fields into card creation. This way the professor and the students can use the knowledge they gain in the VR universe to create new cards and start new projects and research. Wyatt went into detail, explaining that he was not going to do all the work but give the professors and students the tools to the work. Let us say you can do that in the limited time of 2 months. Even the staff and students use your modified card creation knowledge and otherworldly knowledge from the VR universe to create new cards and start new projects and research, just like you said. Now my question is, who owns the patent for the new card recipes and who gets credit for new projects and research? You or the VR universe or the students' staff? I read the story about a girl who was lucky enough to be one of the first few million to get a free VR slime card and explore the VR universe early. She used her early access to the VR universe to learn about various popular beverages from the VR universe and copyright them. Now that VR universe is open to many, some lucky card apprentices who were also able to learn the recipe for the same popular beverages decided to start small businesses using those recipes in their neighborhood. But a few days later they were sued by the girl who has a patent for those beverages in the card world. The trial date is yet to be set, but the Grimoire network is split over this issue. Some say the girl is correct, some say the girl is greedy and unethical. What do you think? What is your solution for this dilemma that you unwittingly created? The Field Marshal seems to blame Wyatt. According to Field Marshal, as the sole beneficiary of the VR universe, Wyatt should be more responsible with what he has created. Due to the popularity of the VR universe, Wyatt was making money faster than the government or any of the royal families could print, yet he did not do anything to stop the evil that the VR universe was capable of when used unethically. Field Marshal was right. Even though Wyatt could not have thought of such problems arising when creating the VR universe and making it available to everyone for free, now that he knew she believed he should take the necessary measures so such things do not repeat before he tries to further integrate the VR universe into the day-to-day lives of the card apprentices. "Well, I fixed it," Wyatt announced when Field Marshal was still contemplating how to help Wyatt with the dilemma, surprising her awake from her contemplation. "What? When? How?" Before she could properly ask Wyatt to explain what he meant, the Field Marshal received a notification from the Grimoire network, informing her about an update on Wyatt's online card boutique page. She, along with billions of VR universe enthusiasts, was a follower of this page. Suddenly this single page was receiving so much traffic that it was taking longer time to load than usual, leaving Field Marshal frustrated. It never crossed her mind that she could ask about it to Wyatt, who was right next to her. Chapter 1812 Harsh Punishment. 1812 Harsh Punishment. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 4:13. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park et al. From Dalton Wyatt regarding monopoly of otherworldly knowledge from VR universe. Respected customers, it has been brought to my notice that card apprentices are trying to monopolize the otherworldly knowledge they gained from the VR universe by copyrighting them in the real world. To them, I would like to point out that they are in contempt of Section CI, CE, and CE in the licensing agreement of the VR universe. Please, rectify your breach of contract within the next 36 hours. In case of continued violation of the licensing agreement after the 36 hours of this warning, the individual organization and anybody remotely related to them will be banned from the VR universe. VR universe is my answer to restoring balance and tackling the monopolistic and capitalistic society that helps the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. I won't stand by as the greed of a few destroys it. Regards, Dalton Wyatt. Section CI, CE, and CE, Summary. CI. Customers are free to use the knowledge gained from the VR universe however they see fit within the limits of the social, ethical, and moral boundaries. CE. They are not to monopolize the knowledge gained from the VR universe. For example, by copyrighting or applying patents on the knowledge gained from the VR universe. CE. As for the modified version of the knowledge gained from the VR universe, the individual organization can choose to use it privately or share it. By choosing to share the modified version of the knowledge, the individual organization gets the credit for it and they will be rewarded appropriately by the VR universe based on their contribution. Note: Dalton Wyatt reserves all rights to VR universe. Isn't that harsh? I don't think people will accept this, Field Marshal uttered after reading the post made by Wyatt on his online card boutique shop page. Field Marshal was impressed that Wyatt had already thought of such problems ahead and taken precautions for it in the VR universe's terms and conditions, but she felt that it was harsh of Wyatt to ban everyone related to the individual organization in violation of the terms and conditions of using the VR universe. She did not believe that it was fair for others to be punished for someone else's crime. Nope, it is not harsh enough. If someone does not agree with my way of doing things, they can just stop using VR universe. Wyatt was confident about his product. He knew that the card apprentice would never give up on VR universe. With Field Marshal going quiet, Wyatt sighed and explained his intention by stating such harsh punishment. By doing this, I hope that it will reduce the number of people using patsies to abuse VR universe and fill their pockets at the expense of others. I have done my best to keep the terms and conditions to use VR universe without any loopholes, but it has its shortcomings. That is where this harsh punishment system comes into play. Besides, this way, people will not keep quiet when they see their friends or family trying to abuse the VR universe. Wyatt did indeed take a dark turn on this one. He would rather let 1,000 innocents suffer to catch one culprit. Even if the terms and conditions of the VR universe was solid, true masterminds would force others to do their dirty work and fill their pockets while the innocent gets punished. By banning everyone who was even remotely connected to the culprit, hoped that such criminal masterminds would not be able to force innocent people to do their dirty work. Another reason Wyatt extended the punishment to those who were even remotely connected to the culprit was because he wanted others to report the crime when they saw one instead of going on their merry way feeling lucky that they were not the victim. The idea was simple: Wyatt wanted society to be more responsible, creating a social stigma or pressure that would prevent the card apprentices from abusing the VR universe, or at least think twice before doing so. I understand what you are trying to do, but I still do not agree with it. Field Marshal was firm, as she could not see a single innocent being punished, let alone thousands. Then she said, "What is this B.S. about you tackling the monopolistic and capitalistic society with VR universe? Ain't that hypocritical of you? You are the most capitalistic teenager I have ever met. Not to mention you are benefiting the most by monopolizing the currency exchange between the card world and the VR universe. Hey, how can you say that when I kept the service fee for the currency exchange so reasonably low? It is the necessary evil. I barely make anything over small transactions. If it was the central government or any other organization in my place, they would charge higher survival fees than most of the card apprentices could not even afford. Wyatt refuted the field marshal, claiming that he had to maintain a monopoly over the VR universe because nobody else would as fair and reasonable as him. You little hypocrite, you have an answer for everything, don't you? Field Marshal found that Wyatt was right and she could not claim otherwise. Even if it was the Southern royal family in Wyatt's place, they would not be so generous as to give away a free VR slime card, allow free entry to the VR universe, let alone charge such a measly survival fee for the currency exchange. For a second, Field Marshal wondered if Wyatt was really trying to fight the monopolistic and capitalistic side of the current society with the VR universe. Then she shook her head, thinking that she was falling for Wyatt's tricky tongue. The Field Marshal could not help but take a hard glance at Wyatt, thinking that she almost got tricked by this little trickster. Chapter 1813 User Agreement. 1813 User Agreement. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 4:25. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. So you agree with me? Wyatt asked the Field Marshal in anticipation. He really hoped he could get the Field Marshal on board. With her on his side, it would be easier for him to convince others why he should be the new face of the Southern Academic City. No, Wyatt, by punishing all for one's crime in hopes that nobody pushes others to commit crimes for them, you are creating a hostile environment around the VR universe users. This is how social prosecution began, and things take a wrong turn too soon. I don't know if they still teach this in the school, but during the demon invasion, when the government and the royal families were busy fighting the demons, it was up to the people to defend themselves from the demon worshippers among them. I won't go into the details, but people used the guise of hunting demon worshippers to kill their enemy or competition. In the end, I cannot guarantee whether the people were able to catch the demon worshippers among them, but I can guarantee you that many innocent lives were ruined back then, more than the demon worshippers. It is tragic that that happened back then, but those were some dark times. However, if the same repeats again because of your collective punishment system, you will only have yourself to blame. Wyatt, I hope you do not become like those greedy organizations that only care about their profits rather than how their actions and products affect society. So I am asking you to reconsider this collective punishment system and find another punishment system that will work. That being said, I do like the fact that you are willing to reward the individual organization that is willing to share their modified version of the knowledge they gained from the VR universe with the rest of the world based on their contribution. Now that I can get on board with you as long as your rewards are not too cheap. Field Marshal continued to disagree with Wyatt's approach. Field Marshal Heatsend understood how significant the VR universe was for the card apprentice, especially in another year when every card apprentice in every corner of the 5 regions would have access to the VR universe thanks to Wyatt's generously giving away free VR slime cards to all that can't afford it. So the Field Marshal knew the impact of Wyatt's actions could be fast and widespread. Therefore she wanted him to be more responsible than hoping that fear of getting banned would get everyone in line like a herd of sheep. But what Field Marshal did not understand was that if she could understand this, Wyatt would have already thought of this when he created the terms and conditions for the VR universe. Wyatt had indeed thought it and also created a separate clause in the terms and conditions about public persecution. If she had read it, she would know. Besides, when Wyatt said that he would ban any and all related to the culprit, he did not explain to the people that the ban would be only till Hive AI had conducted its investigation by accessing their VR accounts and Grimoires along with her information collecting network. Considering the speed of the Hive AI, the ban would last from 3 to 24 hours at max depending on the size of the case. It was clearly mentioned in the terms and conditions the ban would only last till the investigation concludes. Wyatt groaned in frustration and replied, I wasn't asking you about that, but since we're on this topic because you just won't let it go, please just read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User License Agreement before you find faults with me. I have clearly mentioned everything in there. I know that I hold a huge responsibility towards society, and I am acting accordingly. You do not need to keep reminding me that. Don't you dare talk to me in that tone. I did not tolerate it when my kids talked to me like that, nor will I now. Do you understand? Field Marshal thundered, listening to Wyatt raise his voice and use a condescending tone while talking to her. Wyatt was lucky he was not her descendant, otherwise he would learn what it would feel like to be whooped by one of the top 10 strongest in the card world. Field Marshal's rage woke Wyatt up from his frustration and reminded him of whom he was talking to. So taming his tone he repeated, "Your Highness, let us continue our talk after you read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User License Agreement." "I will wait." Wyatt had decided not to talk with the Field Marshal until she had read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User License Agreement, since the ethical and social implications of the VR universe seemed to bother her so much that she kept bothering Wyatt about it repeatedly when she wasn't even bothered to spend a few minutes to read the terms and conditions and solve her concerns. Wyatt was pissed, alright. He did not Wyatt for the Field Marshal's replay and walked away from the scene. Then he strolled the park as if enjoying its serene tranquility. "You wait right there." The Field Marshal was enraged to see Wyatt speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." His mind, and then abruptly walked away in the middle of the conversation without waiting for her to respond. And the nerve of him to pretend to enjoy the park's view even though his eyes gave his rage away. Wyatt continued his stride and did not pause hearing the Field Marshal. He had decided not to engage in any form of conversation with her until she had read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User Agreement. "Why you?" The Field Marshal was enraged even more to see that Wyatt would not stop at her command. But then she helplessly gave up and decided to read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User Agreement before teaching Wyatt a little manners. 7 minutes later, the Field Master, who finally read the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User Agreement, went through it repeatedly a few more times, realizing that she owed Wyatt an apology. She went through it repeatedly so that she could find something that she could use to save face in front of Wyatt. But to her surprise, the terms and conditions of the VR Universe User Agreement drawn by Wyatt had considered and taken precautions against all the scenarios of how the VR universe could affect the card world or be taken advantage of. Some of these even she had not thought of or heard of. As such, she began to see the VR Universe User Agreement as more like a guide on how to take advantage of loosely drawn contracts. She never imagined that people could abuse a legally binding contract in such creative ways. Read the user agreement a few times, and thought of numerous ways she could take advantage of the military contract the southern region had signed with the other regions and other organizations. The same was true the other around. Alerted, the Field Marshal immediately highlighted the parts of the VR Universe User Agreement that she thought were creative and the South needs to use and look out for in their contracts. Then shared the document with the higher officials in the Southern Watch and other armed forces of the South, ordering them to go through the document and implement the highlighted precautionary measures as soon as possible. The Field Marshal did this because the smart ones who have read Wyatt's post will be intrigued by the VR Universe User Agreement mentioned in the post and go through it if they have not done it before. Meaning, if a muscle-brained soldier like herself could learn so many creative ways to abuse a legal contract just by reading the VR Universe User Agreement a few times, then they too would have noticed them and gotten ideas about trying it out in the real world. Especially those who want to take advantage of these new creative jailbreaks before they become common knowledge, the common public becomes aware of these tricks. Field Marshal, who had now warned her subordinates of the creative tricks to take advantage of legal contracts, then hesitated whether she should share the same with the common public. But then, thinking at the real common public who need to be aware of such tricks would be asleep right now from their hard day of work, she decided to leave this to her niece. After all, her niece had total control over the southern media and even some small media outlets in the other regions. If it's her, then she should be able to think of the right way to reach the right audience that needs to be aware of such tricks in legal contracts. And while she was at that, she could also warn those who planned to take advantage of this knowledge and trick innocent unsuspecting citizens. Thinking of this, Field Marshal's alarmed heart finally settled, and then she headed toward Wyatt, knowing that she owed him an apology, big time. Chapter 1814 Grand Academia Bowl. 1814 Grand Academia Bowl. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 4:38. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. I read the user agreement, more like a guide on creative tricks to abuse legal contracts. Boy, no wonder you were able to trick the devil. Field Marshal Heatsen found Wyatt strolling by the man-made pond and said to ease the awkwardness. Field Marshal knew she owed Wyatt an apology. With her character, she did not have a problem apologizing if she was in the wrong, be it to an elder, colleague, or junior. But this time Field Marshal could not bring herself to apologize to Wyatt because she was not only wrong but also felt guilty. She felt guilty because Wyatt had thought of and done everything in his power to make sure that the impact of the VR universe on the card world would be nothing but good, but without any prior due diligence on her part, she blamed him for being greedy and not caring about what his product was doing to society. Not that Field Marshal had not felt guilty when she was wrong other times, but this time it was different. She knew the sense of betrayal one would feel being called bad and greedy when they were going out of their way to be fair and do good to and for everyone. In her line of work, she has been in that place many times, making the most difficult decisions affecting millions of lives. Since she knew the pain of being misunderstood, Field Marshal felt a little more guilty about this one in particular and felt a simple apology would not cut it. Therefore, she found herself in a difficult spot making small talk to ease her awkwardness, which was unlike her. She was more of a direct person. Is that an apology? I accept it. Wyatt did not make things difficult for the Field Marshal because she was advising him to be better and not forcing him to be better. The two were very different. One showed that she cared and the other showed that she was self-righteous. Wyatt appreciated her care and advice. If it were someone else in the Field Marshal's place, they might have asked him to increase the service fee for the VR universe currency exchange and fork over a sizable percentage of dividend to them since he was under their care and protection. Wyatt, you are easy to talk, contrary to what my husband keeps saying. Thank you for being so understanding. Field Marshal nodded at Wyatt with her eyes filled with warmth, feeling Wyatt was a sweetheart. She wondered why Lorenzo kept complaining that Wyatt was difficult to talk to. Speaking of Lorenzo, that was the guy you could expect to demand a dividend. Wyatt thought this based on his experience with Lorenzo. That old fool tried to get Colleen to lock Wyatt up in the name of safety and protection upon learning that Wyatt was the one to invent the silver milk powder. Wyatt could never understand how honorable women like Field Marshal Heats and always end up with crooked men like Lorenzo Lorne. If you feel that way, then I take it you will help me be the city lord of the Southern Academic City. Wyatt once again brought up the topic, as he really wanted this position. Wyatt, if you want to be a city lord based on your contribution, we can get you to be a city lord for a first-tier city right in the capital district, but the Southern Academic City is not possible because everything we discussed earlier is a big if. The Southern region already lacks talented card apprentices. If the Southern Academic City fails to provide its meager talents for 1 year, then the South cannot recover from it. The whole economy will crumble and we will see another recession. It is not that I do not trust you, but in our current state, we cannot risk that. The Field Marshal shook her head helplessly. Field Marshal wanted to help Wyatt, but if he failed to deliver on what he promised, then it would not only affect her but the entire southern region. She could not take such a big risk, regardless of how much confidence she had in Wyatt. Listening to the Field Marshal, Wyatt did not hide his disappointment. Hoping to guilt her and turn her no into a yes, it partially worked as Field Marshal proposed. How about I give you a university, you implement your plans there, and based on your results I can help you become the city lord of the Southern Academic City. That won't cut it. One university is not enough for the Grand Academia Bowl, Wyatt blurted after considering the Field Marshal's proposal. The Grand Academia Bowl? Don't tell me you are after its prize. Except for the Central Academic City, no other academic cities have ever won one. At least the other academic cities had the fortune of being one of the runners-ups, while the Southern Academic City has been dead last for the last few centuries. The Field Marshal was astonished to learn that Wyatt was aiming for the Grand Academia Bowl. Grand Academia Bowl, for thousands of years it has been a grand event, held once every 4 years, where prestigious educational institutions of all 5 academic cities gather and showcase their achievements, researchers, and projects competing for the title of Grand Academia. No surprise, one of the education institutions from the Central Academic City has always won the title of Grand Academia, ever since the founders of the other 4 academic cities vanished in history for obvious reasons. Their successors had let them down, especially the Southern Academic City. Under the constant decline of the Southern region, the Southern Academic City never had the honor of being a runner-up for the title, let alone win the title. So imagine the Field Marshal's surprise when she heard Wyatt bring up the Grand Academia Bowl, which was going to be held the next academic year. She could not help but wonder if Wyatt had gone insane when he not only claimed that he would modify all the card creation knowledge of the Southern Academic City in 2 months but also aim for the Grand Academia Bowl. Wyatt, tell me you are not aiming for the Grand Academic Bowl. Field Marshal wanted to confirm once again, even though she had heard Wyatt mention Grand Academic Bowl loud and clear. Yes, I am aiming for the title, Grand Academia, Wyatt answered the Field Marshal. he could not be more clear about his ambition. He was not aiming for the runner-up of the Grand Academia Bowl, he was aiming for the title, Grand Academia. Anything less, his ego would not allow it. If he was participating in a competition or a wager, he had to win. There was no other option unless losing was winning. Boy, you have gone insane. No, I am the one who is insane for continuing to listen to your crazy nonsense. Field Marshal felt that Wyatt had a few screws loose if he thinks that he can win the title, Grand Academia, in the upcoming Grand Academia Bowl, that will be held in next academic year. Wyatt rolled his eyes listening to Field Marshal, then he bargained, give me 30 educational institutions, not all have to be universities. I can manage if some are colleges and training centers. Are you feeling alright? Did you catch some alien fever traveling to other worlds? Field Marshal asked as her snow-white hand tore out of the void and touched Wyatt's forehead to check if he was okay. Aren't you overreacting a bit? Wyatt was caught off guard seeing a rip form in the space and a delicate female arm extend out of it and check his temperature. Overreacting? Do you know what you are aiming for? Just this year alone the Central Academic City has applied for nearly 4,500 patents and copyrights in total. Now imagine how many patents and copyrights they have under their belt in a span of 4 years. What gives you the confidence that you can outdo them in the year with 30 educational institutions? I am exaggerating, I am not reacting enough. If you need me to slap you wake from your dream then just say the word. Field Marshal really started to treat Wyatt like a senile. With all the top 10 universities situated in the central region, it was not surprising that they applied for 4,500 patents and copyrights. Especially considering that most of the copyrights were the card recipes that talent card creationists have applied for their doctoral. Wyatt was not discouraged by the Field Marshal's words. Rather, the more she said that he could not do it, the more he resolved himself to do it. Field Marshal's sound of reason was like the song of motivation to Wyatt's ears. Need I remind you that the Grand Academia Bowl is about quality and not quantity, Wyatt argued. However, Field Marshal's hysteria did not make it easy for him to do so. It is about quality, right? Then one university should be more than enough for you to achieve your goal. Field Marshal used Wyatt's words against him. Quote. Wyatt was without words. The competition boosted quality over quantity, but he knew he could not submit a few patents, copyrights, research, and projects when the other educational intuitions were submitting a few hundred or thousand of those. With that, he could aim for one of the runner positions but not the title. After all, the title was Grand Academia. It represents that an institution was capable of pumping out quality talents in large quantity. Wyatt felt that a greater quality could make up for a little less quantity, but greater quality could not make up for the lowest quantity. The question was, would you as a student choose an intuition that could produce a large quality of acceptable quality talents or an intuition that could produce a very low quantity of high-quality talents? It would depend on personal choice, but for a competition like Grand Academia Bowl, the answer was obvious. Seeing Wyatt unable to talk for once, Field Marshal shook her head and asked, why do you even care for this competition? Is it about the rewards? Yes, it is about the rewards. The winner and runner-up get a limited amount of seats to enter the time vestige in the Morningstar University. I aiming for it. Since the Field Marshal had guessed it, Wyatt revealed the real reason why he was so bent on participating and winning the upcoming Grand Academia Bowl. If it is about that, then this time you represent the Southern royal family in the Morningstar University time vestige. Field Marshal nodded in understanding and proposed. The time vestige was indeed a tempting reward for the Grand Academia Bowl. But for Wyatt, the Southern royal family was willing to give him the seat they received every year. Every year when Morningstar University opens the time vestige, only limited people can enter it. Most of the seats were reserved for the staff and students of Morningstar University, then the other top 10 universities and the central government, and then what remained was distributed between the royal families, then the other organizations. In the end, after the forces of the central region had divided the seats among them, the royal families only got very few seats that were already reserved by card apprentices who exchanged a lot of contributions for these seats. Even in the case of the Southern royal family, every year the number of seats they received for the time vestige was in single digits. But for these limited seats, there was a long line of card apprentices who had exchanged all the merits they gathered by risking their lives, contributing to the Southern region and its citizens. Despite that, they had been patiently waiting for decades altogether for their turn. The list was jam-packed. Even someone from the royal family did not dare to use their influence to cut in the line. as that would be undermining the contribution of these card apprentices to the southern region and its citizens. Chapter 1815 Relentless. 1815 Relentless. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 4:55. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Thank you. But no, I cannot do that. Wyatt resolutely refused the Field Marshal's offer to represent the Southern royal family in the Morningstar University time vestige in the next academic year. He appreciated her offer, but he knew that there are many card apprentices more deserving of that than him. The Southern region collectively believed Anna's mother's narrative of Wyatt being their hope, so the card apprentice would not mind Wyatt cutting in the like. However, Wyatt did not believe in that narrative. He believed that the South's hope was for its citizens. As for him, he was just a brighter spark. He could ignite the prosperity of the South, but it was up to its citizens to blow it into a brighter fire for generations to come. An entire region cannot run on one person or one family's shoulder. The Southerners need to fight for the change they want to see. Wyatt could usher in the change, but it was up to them to see it through. This was why Wyatt did not choose the easier but the difficult one. It would be easier for him to enter the time vestige using the limited seats that the Southern royal family got every year, but instead, he continued to stubbornly choose to pursue the Grand Academia Bowl, not only because he wanted to stick one to the Morningstar University and central government, but also because he wanted to be the spark the Southerns desperately needed. Though Wyatt was not that active on the Grimoire network, he was aware of the blind trust of the Southerns in him. They might have been blinded by Anna's mother's false narrative about the silver milk fraud, but now they defend him at every turn ever since he defeated Chris Chase, defending the Southern region's honor. They had shown him a lot of love, now it was time for him to reciprocate it. Silver milk powder, VR slime card, and VR universe did not count, as they were just a few of his business ventures that rose to fame quickly. The Grand Academia Bowl was what Wyatt had planned as a gift for the Southern for all their support and love. Contrary to his character, this time Wyatt planned to share the rich rewards of the Grand Academia Bowl with those who deserved it. If Wyatt did not recognize talent and uphold it, how would he usher in the change that the Southerners were desperately looking forward to? Not to mention, this would be the best way for him to show the Morningstar University that he did not need them, they needed him. Basically, Wyatt to Morningstar University, learn your place, bitch. The only thing that bothered Wyatt about this was that Anna's mother was getting what she wanted by spreading the narrative that Wyatt was the hope of the Southern region. He had not met this woman, but somehow, be it the silver milk fraudster or the South's hope, she was dictating his every action from other corners of the 5 regions. Wyatt did not like this one bit. It is unlike you to say no to such an offer. Are you really feeling okay? The field marshal asked. The Wyatt now was totally different from the one she heard of, the one that managed to hog the most profit from the silver milk powder. I know better than to accept that offer. It may look like free, but it comes with a lot of strings attached. I am fine winning my entry to the time vestige. I was planning to brush up my knowledge on card creation anyway. While I am at it, I might as well do some extra credit by winning the Grand Academia Bowl. Wyatt shook his head, continuing to reject the field marshal's generous offer. You are delusional if you think that you can win the Grand Academia Bowl. Besides, why am I entertaining this argument with you? When you can't even enter the competition as you are. The field marshal did not want to argue anymore for fear of getting dragged into Wyatt's delusion. Because somewhere deep down in your heart you believe I can do it. Wyatt spoke narcissistically, but since the field marshal had a good impression of him, it came off as charming. Listening to Wyatt, the field marshal wondered if Wyatt could read her mind. Because she was just contemplating in her mind the same. Deep down in her heart, a tiny spark kept trying to ignite the thought that Wyatt might be able to miraculously win the Grand Academia Bowl, just like the other miracles he pulled off. However, the reality of the situation snubbed that spark before it could ignite that thought in her heart. Since the field marshal had not replied for a while now, Wyatt had to understand that what he was asking was just too much for the field marshal to decide on, so shaking his head he used the ace arrow in his query. Even if he did not want to use it, fine, I understand. But before you scrap this idea, why don't you propose it to Her Highness Southern Princess? Field Marshal finally spoke up. You are relentless, aren't you? Fine, I will ask. But don't worry, even if she rejects your idea, I will still give you a university you can implement your plan and test it out there. I believe your idea has a lot of promise. Sure, please do, Wyatt said, rolling his eyes. Field Marshal kept saying that her niece and he were alike. He wanted to see if she was right. Besides, even if Anna's mother rejected his idea, Wyatt did not plan on giving up. Instead, he would keep knocking on other doors till he meets someone who can give him what he wants. I just texted your proposal to my niece. Since she is busy with Gideon Grimm and Handsome Fox stuff, it might take a while for her to reply. Just as the field marshal was explaining that it might take time for Anna's mother to reply to her text, her grimoire notification alerted her that she received a text, and to her surprise, it was from her niece. Chapter 1816 I Hate Politicians. 1816 I Hate Politicians. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 5:12. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters. Park, I told you two are alike. She agreed to your proposal and wants to implement it as soon as possible. But I still cannot understand what she is thinking agreeing to your proposal, the field marshal exclaimed, going through her niece's reply. Astonished by her niece's decision, field marshal was wrecking her brain to figure out if she forgot to take something into consideration, which her niece and Wyatt did. For them to support such a crazy-ass idea. Unable to find what she was missing, the field marshal asked her niece about it through the text, and the answer she received was thought-provoking. Dear Auntie, you forget our region will soon start producing silver milk powder. With that as bait, our southern region will be able to attract more talents than we can handle. Besides, we will have to keep up with the change the silver milk powder will bring. Since Wyatt is begging to take the lead for free, let him. By now you should know better than to doubt the boy. He is our little miracle maker. Rub his head for me, will you? In a few minutes, I am about to have a meeting with other delegates about Handsome Fox. I need all the luck I can get. Regards, yours nifty niece. Reading her niece's text, the field marshal made another tear in the space and rubbed Wyatt's head with her delicate hand for good luck. Only to hear Wyatt complain, please, stop touching me without my permission. The field marshal ignored Wyatt's protest, realizing that they did not have the key ingredient silver milk to produce the silver milk powder. Like her niece came and wrote back a text asking how she planned to make silver milk powder without any silver milk. Soon, her niece replied, Dear Auntie, about that, I don't know what magic the boy did to the freedom fighters. They contacted me begging to return the D-rank dungeon in exchange for a small constant supply of silver milk powder. I am guessing the world decree was the final straw that made them so desperate. In conclusion, we can start the production of silver milk powder as soon as the new plants around the southern capital are up and running. Don't let the boy know about this. When I finally meet him, I plan to get back at him for the one-sided silver milk powder deal and for using my daughter as his shield. Regards, yours nifty niece. Going through her niece's text, field marshal's eyes enlarged and almost popped out of her eye sockets in total shock and rage. She could not believe that her niece would make a deal with the freedom fighters. She was enraged with her niece's decision, but soon she calmed down. The thing she hated and loved about her niece was that she was a very good politician. With field marshal's rage, Wyatt felt the turbulence in the surrounding space. Forcing himself not to use his soul pupils as he blindly yelled, Your Highness. Without his soul pupils, Wyatt had no idea why the space surrounding him was suddenly turbulent. He tried calling out to the field marshal, hoping she had an answer. But to his panic, his surrounding space was tranquil again, but he did not receive a reply from the field marshal. As time passed and no reply from the field marshal came, Wyatt was leaning toward using his soul pupils to check if the field marshal was still present. His heart said he should check if something was wrong, but his mind said it was the field marshal, who in their right mind would challenge her in the southern region, her home ground. In the end, he did not let his intrusive thoughts win, as he did not want to risk offending the field marshal. Over a slight scare, thankfully for Wyatt, he did not listen to his intrusive thoughts as the field marshal finally replied after controlling her rage, Boy, you scare fast. Well, I call them survival instincts, Wyatt replied with a straight face. Yes, the survival instincts of a cat, field marshal chuckled and teased Wyatt, recalling the part where Wyatt jumped in a scare when his surrounding space was suddenly turbulent. At that moment she was too angry at her niece to find it funny, but now she thought Wyatt resembled a scared cat back then. Whatever, so what was that just now? Wyatt ignored field marshal's teasing and asked why the space was suddenly turbulent. That, I hate politicians, the field marshal answered without going into details. I don't either, but now that the southern princess agrees with me, what do you think? Wyatt did not know why field marshal would say that suddenly, but he decided to focus on what he wanted. Now that you have her approval, you are golden. You should start packing to move to the southern academic city. You knew that, didn't you? Otherwise, you would not ask me to pitch your proposal to her." The field marshal was not kidding with her brother at the way beyond. Her niece was the true decision-maker with the current ruler Representative Colleen as her puppet. So if her niece supported Wyatt's idea, then nobody in the southern region could stop it from happening. "I knew if she agreed with me I could get you to agree with us, but I did not think she was the final decision-maker," Wyatt lied. "So when do you plan to head to the southern academic city? If I have a date I can get the people to prepare for your arrival. Especially, all the card creation study material you would be needing." Field Marshal was not a 2-year-old, she did not believe Wyatt. But was impressed by his gut, seeing him dare to lie to her face when she just told him that she hated politicians. "About that, can't you just have them send the study material here?" Chapter 1817 Royal Teleportation, The Runaway Kid. 1817 Royal Teleportation, The Runaway Kid. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 5:25. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. "Wyatt, have you ever considered leaving the Sky Blossom City? We tried kidnapping you but you ran right back. Don't tell me you plan to be the city lord of the Southern Academic City from here." The field marshal really did not understand Wyatt's obsession with the Sky Blossom City. She was told that his obsession was with his manager and not the city itself. She hoped it was true, feeling guilty toward Anna. If a hot manager was what it took to move Wyatt, then the royal family would mind resorting to that. "I did when I was planning to get admitted to Morningstar University and develop in the Central Academic City. Speaking of which, I have to thank Her Highness Colleen for the travel ban, otherwise, now I would have invested a lot in the Central Academic City with no plans to develop there. Her Highness's foresight saved me a lot of investment," Wyatt answered, and then began to explain why he could not move to the Southern Academic region now. "I will move to the Southern Academic City, but not now, as there are still a few unfinished here." Wyatt wasn't lying when he said he could not move to the Southern Academic City now. With Bloodette in a coma, Courtney still missing, and Dreadray's forest under construction, he was stuck in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon for the foreseeable future. If not for the pseudo-calamity soul gems, he would be rounded like a featherless bird. If the field marshal instead of him moving to the Southern Academic City, then Wyatt planned to send one of his Calamity Daughter gems to head to the Southern Academic City in advance with a few pseudo-calamity soul gems. "Fine, I will get someone to get you the study material. But remember, the city lord of the Southern Academic City cannot be staying in the Sky Blossom City. You have 1.5 months, finish your business here and move there early to learn the ropes from the old city lord." The field marshal sternly warned Wyatt that he had to move to the Southern Academic City in another 1.5 months if he was going to be its city lord. "Thank you." Wyatt gratefully nodded and thanked the field marshal for being so understanding. Wyatt understood that he could no longer be as willful as before with his card boutique, as this no longer just involved him and the Heatsend royal family but the future of the southern region's talented youths. Being a city lord did not mean he had a lot of authority and power, but he had a lot of people he had to answer. He could ignore the bureaucrat and the ministers but not the students and their parents. Wyatt had thought all this through when he decided to pitch his plan to the field marshal. The field marshal was confused. The picture of Wyatt painted by Lorenzo, Leo, and Colleen did not match with the Wyatt she met in person. She trusts all of them including Wyatt, but sometimes could not help but doubt Wyatt was just playing the part of the guy who can best get along with her. If so, then she had to commend Wyatt's acting skills, because even her divine intent could not find any flaw in his words or actions. "Speaking of moving, I need a teleportation card." Not that this primary agenda was achieved, Wyatt moved on to his secondary agenda. "Why are you telling me this? You are rich and famous, go buy one yourself." The field marshal teased Wyatt, acting as if she did not understand what Wyatt was hinting at. "They don't sell the type of teleportation card I am looking for," Wyatt answered, knowing the field marshal was being deliberate. It was so obvious. He wondered if a high-level being was so bored that she would tease a mortal such as himself at every opportunity. "Doesn't she have cute grandbabies or great-grandbabies to play with?" Wyatt wondered. However, what Wyatt did not know was that this side of the field marshal was a rare sight in the Lorne or the Heatsend royal family. The royal kids would be scared shitless just hearing her name. Only a few of them had the opportunity of seeing this side of their ancestor. Especially as Luna's betrayal. "What kind of teleportation card do you need?" "I have a few old-level teleportation cards on me. I was planning to reward them to any descendant that performs outstandingly, but that never happened. So you might as well use it." The field marshal stopped teasing Wyatt and replied that she had some low-level teleportation cards on her. I want the one that Jill used to rush to my rescue, a long-distance teleportation card that can teleport me to any coordinate in the 5 regions while bypassing any array formations including the ones protecting the borders and airspace of the 5 regions. Wyatt dictated all the high-end specifications a teleportation card could have. Boy, don't cash checks that your realm cannot cash. How about a long-distance card with a varying cooldown time depending on the distance covered in the previous teleportation? Sounds good. The field marshal said that the specifications Wyatt was looking for in a teleportation card were too high-end for his realm and he should lower his standards. Will it allow me to travel to the other regions without being dedicated by the array formation covering them? Wyatt asked, even though the field marshal just answered. Wyatt could try to create his own card teleportation card with a trove of card creation study material he was getting soon, but for him to create one that could bypass each of the array formations protecting the 5 regions was impossible unless he deciphered the 5 arrays and added a backdoor key to his teleportation card. However, the royal families and the central government already had these keys to the arrays of all 5 regions as part of their alliance, making it easier for him to get the card than creating one. That is not possible with an A-rank teleportation card. You will need a minimum of the S-rank card for that, the field marshal patiently answered. S-rank card will do. I have a feeling that my grimoire upgrade is right around the corner, so I will be able to use it soon. Wyatt was happy to hear that the field marshal had the teleportation card that met his requirements even though could not use now. If you say so. Here, field marshal passed a card to Wyatt through the rip in the space. S-rank royal teleportation card. Taking the card from the field marshal, Wyatt read its name aloud before proceeding to read its card info. Card name, Royal Teleportation Card Type, Skill Card Active Card Rank, S Rank, Mythical Grade Card Rate, 11 stars Card Durability, 82 100ths Card Effect. The user can use the card to teleport to any coordinates within the same dimension regardless of distance. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Additional effect, Royal Pass Note. Please get your coordinates right or else you risk wounding up in an unknown location or void itself. Royal Pass gives the user access to array formations protecting the 5 regions and their cities. Wait, the cooldown time is 24 hours. Did you not say it will vary based on the distance covered during previous teleportation? Wyatt asked, unsatisfied by the card's cooldown time. He finally managed to get his hands on a teleportation card, but he could only use it once per day, which was only enough for the one-way trip and not the round trip. That was for the other A-rank card I was planning to give to you before, the field marshal explained with a frown, not liking where Wyatt was driving the conversation toward. Can I have that card too? It is just eating dust in your card holder anyway, Wyatt asked. Sure, the field marshal agreed after a little hesitation. She handed the other A-rank card to Wyatt, thinking that considering the heat on him he could use 2 teleportation cards. Thank you. Taking the card from the field marshal, Wyatt read its same aloud, The Runaway Kid, huh? Wyatt was confused by the card's name. It was unique in its way. He believed it had a story behind its name. Glossing over it, he proceeded to carefully read the card info. Card name, The Runaway Kid. Card type, Skill Card Active Card Rank, A rank, Rare Grade Card Rate, 9 stars Card Durability, 79 100ths Card Effect. The user can use the card to teleport to any coordinates within the same dimension regardless of distance. Cooldown time, it varies based on the distance teleported during the previous use. Note, please get your coordinates right or else you risk wounding up in an unknown location or void itself. Chapter 1818 Meeting Anna. 1818 Meeting Anna. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 5:49. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. Wyatt summoned his grimoire, placing the royal teleportation card in the cardholder. He immediately equipped the A-rank teleportation card and activated it. Then vanishing from his spot he appeared about a meter away. Soon he tried to use the card again only to learn that he had to wait for 2 seconds before using it again. 2 seconds cooldown for a meter-long teleportation, that is 33.4 minutes cooldown for a kilometer-long teleportation, Wyatt complained, as the card failed to satisfy his requirements. Wyatt, it is not easy to make a low-rank long-distance teleportation card, the field marshal responded, hearing Wyatt complain. Yes, thank you for the cards. Wyatt thanked the field marshal for her cards. Even though they were not to his taste, it was better than nothing. Look at it, it's morning already. Wyatt, when do you plan to get some sleep? The field marshal asked as enjoyed the first daybreak. Too many things I need to get done, not enough time, Wyatt continued to complain, letting out a helpless sigh. In her space wedge, the field marshal rolled her eyes listening to Wyatt complain. However, if she knew how many problems he was multitasking alone, she would feel sorry for him. Enough about me, I heard that you are training Anna. How are you doing that when you are looking after me? Wyatt inquired the field marshal about Anna under the pretense of a doubt. It might seem sudden to the field marshal, but Wyatt has been planning to inquire her about Anna since their first meeting. But he did not know how to ask her about Anna without causing any misunderstanding. In the end, his heart's foolishness trumped his mind's reasoning. After all, it has been a while since Wyatt saw Anna. The last time he saw her was right before Colleen brought him to the southern capital city, the same as in Susan's case. But at least with Susan, he was able to talk to her over Grimoire, but he has had zero contact with Anna since then. What is that supposed to mean? Are you worried that I will not be able to protect you while training Anna, or that I will not be able to train Anna properly while protecting you? Which is it? The field marshal asked in a stern voice if Wyatt's words had offended her. Seeing what the field marshal was up to, Wyatt dropped his pretense and asked, "How's Anna doing? When will her training be complete? You are no fun. At the current rate, her training will take a few years. But if she buckles down, then we might finish it a lot sooner." "It all depends on her," the field marshal replied while rays of light gathered in front of Wyatt, forming a window into another space. "Anna," Wyatt blurted, peeking in the space window. Through the space window, he saw the solitude of Anna trying to break a huge rune seal with her bare fists. As if she heard Wyatt's calling her name, Anna paused bashing the seal with her fists, and looked around, only to find the same old desolate plain. Then shaking her head, she returned to her training, believing she was having one of her hallucinations again. "Anna, up here," Wyatt yelled, deducing that she could hear him. Hearing Wyatt's voice again, Anna wanted to ignore it as her hallucination, but she could not resist the temptation, and following the sound, she looked up to find a space window in the sky, and the other side of it was Wyatt. "Wyatt, is that you, or is my mind playing tricks on me again?" Anna asked as she flew and headed toward the space window. However, the closer she tried to get to the space window, the further it seemed. Pissed, she cried out, "Grandaunt, what the heck? Girl, only sight and hearing, no touching." The field marshal's voice reverberated in the mystic dimension, explaining to Anna that she could only see and talk to Wyatt, not get close or touch him. "What about smelling?" Anna asked, not giving up on trying to get close to the space window. Quote. The field marshal was speechless and did not bother to answer Anna. Honestly, she did plan to cut Anna off from the outside world. However, she also wanted to help nurture Wyatt's feelings for Anna, keeping the bigger picture in her mind. This felt essential to her, seeing that Wyatt's relationship with his manager was not simple. So, against her better judgment, she went off the script of her training plans for Anna and let Wyatt meet Anna. But listening to Anna make nasty demands, she shrank the space widow a little to scare her straight. "Okay, I get it. Only looking and talking," Anna yelled grudgingly. But getting confirmation that she was looking and hearing the actual Wyatt and not some hallucination, Anna's eyes turned soft as she gazed at him with longing eyes. Then she yelled, "Wyatt, show me some skin, I miss running my hands over your well-chiseled chest and abs." Just as Anna demanded Wyatt, she saw the space window shrink again. So, she cried out in panic, "Grandaunt, what the heck? Behave." This word thundered in the mystic dimension and continued to echo. The voice amplified with every echo. Anna had to cover her ears, feeling her eardrums would burst if left unattended. "Fine," Anna shouted that she would behave. Only then did the echo of the word, "behave," die. "Anna, complete your training fast. I am waiting for you." Wyatt decided to keep his talk with Anna short, getting a feeling that his FaceTime with Anna was not a part of the field marshal's plans for her training. "What? Hey, we just met." Anna was shocked to see that the space window closed even before she got to talk to Wyatt. "Grandaunt, open the space window." "Grandaunt," Anna yelled, unable to process what just happened. She continued to plead with her Grandaunt, "Grandaunt, let me talk to Wyatt. I promise I will behave. Grandaunt, bring Wyatt back. I promise to train harder." "Boy, what was that about?" the field marshal asked Wyatt, wondering why he texted her to close the space window. "I don't want to hinder Anna's training. I miss Anna, but I also do not want to see her getting beaten to death, unable to struggle or resist. Do what you need to do. I can wait a few years for her." Wyatt understood how important it was for Anna to shape up. Especially, with the demon invasion on the brink. So, he steeled his heart, and cheering for Anna he kept his message short. Not wanting to keep her from her training. "Why can't that girl be as sensible as you? Since you don't mind, I will use you to motivate her. Hopefully, she will take her training more seriously after this." The field marshal has tried numerous ways to motivate Anna except using Wyatt. But now that she heard Wyatt ask her to do what she must, she understood that Wyatt was subtly hinting at her how to motivate Anna with his actions. Anna's reaction and promises to train harder were the evidence that Wyatt's proposal to use him to motivate Anna toward her training was effective. "Girl, train harder if I see faster progress in your training. I will arrange the meeting with Wyatt again." The field marshal finally answered Anna's calls and proposed that if she took her train seriously and made progress, then she did not mind letting her meet Wyatt again. "Okay, I will train harder," Anna said resolutely. She immediately understood why her grandaunt let her meet Wyatt in the middle of her training. It was to use him to motivate her. Anna did not hate this, however she regretted not telling Wyatt that she missed him when she had the opportunity. But she got over it quickly, remembering that Wyatt said, "Anna, complete your training fast. I am waiting for you." "Wyatt is waiting for me," Anna uttered as she stared at the big archaic seal below. Feeling that it was the obstacle between her and Wyatt, she flew at it at high speed and smashed her fist into it. "Wyatt is waiting for me," Anna chanted every time she punched the seal. After repeating the process a few times, an unknown energy began to form around Anna's fist every time she chanted Wyatt's name and punched at the seal. With her punch, the cracks on the seal spread wider and became more visible. Sensing this unknown energy in her mystic dimension, the field marshal who was bidding goodbye to Wyatt paused and peeked into her mystic dimension to check on Anna. Then, seeing the traces of unknown energy on the seal where Anna punched, she watched Anna's form as she punched the seal, chanting, "Wyatt is waiting for me." Chapter 1819 Will an Obsession. 1819 Will an Obsession. Date the 17th of April 2321. Time 6:18. Location Card World, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, TSR Guild Headquarters, Park. "I will take my leave now, but don't forget to keep me updated on any new development on Gideon Grimm," Wyatt said as he left without waiting for the field marshal to reply. "Sure." The field marshal abruptly paused, sensing a new energy within her mystique dimension. Field Marshal Heatsend immediately peeked into her mystic dimension. She knew that the source of this new energy must be Anna, as she was only variable inside her mystic dimension. Peeking into the dimension, she did not make her presence known. Instead, she carefully watched Anna, so as not to disturb her during her epiphany. However, to her astonishment, the field marshal found that Anna was not undergoing any sort of epiphany, rather she was more crazy and gloomy than her usual self. She obsessively kept chanting, "Wyatt is waiting for me," with her every punch. Nonetheless, the field marshal found that whatever Anna was doing was working for her, as she was finally able to ignite her will. The unknown power gathering on Anna's fist was her will. By igniting her will, Anna had achieved the secondary motive of her training. Until now, every time Anna punched the seal, she would not even be able to leave a mark on it, let alone crack it. However, by igniting her will along with her every punch, she was not only able to leave deep cracks on the seal but corrode the seal with her will's obsession. Anna not only igniting her will but gaining the attribute obsession was unexpected for the field marshal. The seal covering the exit to the mystic dimension that Anna had to constantly keep breaking trying to get out of the mystic dimension was the representation of Anna's total strength. It could also be interpreted as the limit of Anna's strength. So, every time Anna broke the mystic seal, she was overcoming her limit. Overcoming one's limit was not an easy task, let alone overcoming it numerous times in a row. No matter how talented and determined Anna was, it would be impossible to achieve for her. Yet, she was able to do so because of the effect of the field marshal's mystic dimension. Every time Anna broke the mystic seal and overcame her limits, the mystic dimension would award her with a high-rank mystic rejuvenation blessing, which was better than most SSS rank recovery cards. Thanks to the mystic blessing, Anna would basically be reborn every time she overcame her limits instead of being tired and overdrawn by training, allowing her to continue her training without a break and overcome her limits continuously. By constantly overcoming her limits, the field marshal hoped Anna would be able to gain an understanding of her will and ignite it. But time after time Anna broke the mystic seal, she never was able to understand her will, let alone ignite it. Wondering why Anna was able to break the mystic seals in a series and make such progress in her strength yet fail to even sense her will, Field Marshal found that Anna never truly had grasped her full strength, i.e. she never actually completely tapped in the strength of her unparalleled bloodline. Anna's bloodline was the purest in the last 3 generations. There was a huge difference between the purity of Anna's bloodline and that of anyone alive with the unparalleled bloodline. So, many did not know how strong her bloodline was. Heatsend royal family's records showed that someone with an unparalleled bloodline as pure as Anna's should be capable of reality-bending strength in the Card Emperor realm. Since Anna was never able to show strength even close to that, the family elders wondered if their ancestors were exaggerating. The Field Marshal, however, found out that their ancestors were not exaggerating, rather Anna never even tried. Field Marshal Heatseed did not put the blame entirely on Anna but also blamed the royal family's bloodline training standards. The reason Anna never bothered to tap into her pure bloodline's full potential was that she was training at the standards that were designed for the royal children whose bloodline purity was way lower than hers. Using these standards to test the limit of someone with Anna's bloodline purity level was like a middle schooler taking the first grader's exam. Considering Anna's lazy nature and all the elders doting on her, she never was forced to do her best in the training, leading to Anna's bloodline going dormant except for the tiny bit of what she utilized. Her bloodline never fully awakened until she was forced to break her limit in the mystic realm. This was a comical experience for the Field Marshal. Even in her mystic dimension she had never seen anyone break their limits so many times in such a short time. During her training, when Anna started to grow desperate, her bloodline under the idle conditions of the mystic dimension would respond to her call, allowing her to break through the previous limit, which might as well be called a false limit since most of her bloodline was dormant. As a result, just a few days into her training Anna was able to break so many mystic seals. That was only until her bloodline completely awakened. Field Marshal started Anna's train in the mystic dimension believing that Anna had reached her limit in the Card Emperor realm, so when she saw that Anna was yet to reach her limit she understood that Anna's training period just increased based on how fast she will completely awaken her dormant bloodline. Combined with Anna's lack of interest in her training, the Field Marshal believed that it would be a few years, even decades, before Anna's training would be complete. Fortunately, under Field Marshal's constant pestering and mostly thanks to the mystical dimension's ideal conditions, Anna was able to awaken her bloodline despite her half-hearted attitude toward the training, finally reaching her limit. Just as the Field Marshal thought that Anna could finally start her actual training, the effects of the mystic dimensions were starting to prove that they were no longer enough to make up for Anna's half-hearted attitude toward her training. If it was Wyatt risking his life to save her that kept Anna motivated to focus on her training, her missing Wyatt kept her distracted from her training. Still, Anna was able to break her true limit a dozen times, but thereafter the effects of the mystic dimension were no longer as effective as before. As such, Anna was stuck. It was bound to happen as Anna was not 100% focused on her training, let alone her being able to use the moment when she broke her limit to see her will, and understand it enough to ignite it when she required it. It was getting more and more clear to the Field Marshal that if Anna had no regard for her training, as such Anna could never be desperate enough to scrap the bottom of the barrel and find her conviction and determination to understand her will and ignite it. Therefore, when asked by Wyatt, the Field Marshal disappointedly said that at the current rate, it might take years or decades for Anna to complete her training. However, when she said this she never thought that Anna would prove her wrong soon enough. Back in the mystic dimension, the Field Marshal keenly observed Anna's stance as she ignited her will with the chant, "Wyatt is waiting for me." When Anna ignited her will, she did not get a huge boost in her strength or understanding like most energies do. Rather, the will brought her soul energy, physical strength, physique, and bloodline together with her punch. Unknowingly, Anna was able to passively mobilize the 4 energies at their peak in sync with each other. It was as if the 4 energies in Anna's body had gained sentience under the influence of her will and were willing to give their best and work together to help Anna. 4 different energies running at full throttle in sync with each other was not easy, but it was possible as the 4 energies were answering Anna's call and working hand in hand to strengthen her punch in every way they could. As such, each punch Anna landed on the seal was the perfect blend of all her strength. Even though she was not aware of what was happening, her stance was flawed, and her energy circulation was inefficient, as her mind was obsessing over the fact that Wyatt was waiting for her. Yet she was able to land perfect punches on the seal each time thanks to the energies in her body following the lead of her will. The power of the will was unlike the other energies in the cosmos. Its effect was more miraculous than to boost the user's strength. The field marshal believed that if Anna was able to master the mysteries of the will, then Anna should be able to solve the flaw in her fusion form with Anne, allowing her to summon the absolute strength of the fusion form. Anna perfecting her fusion form was one of the primary objectives of her training. Though the field marshal planned for Anna to train her will, she never thought Anna would be able to awaken an attribute of her will obsession. The obsession attribute was one of the most frightening attributes of will. As it had dual natures, it served as a buff for the user while as a debuff for their enemy.